easy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the other's making runs. I know as soon as I wake up, if it's my lucky day, if the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, that's all I need to know. And there's cricket on my radio.
And hello, and welcome to another test series to close out the South African summer. Well, we've got one more to go before we close out our summer, but this one's an away series to New Zealand. South Africa are ready to play 2 test matches against the world test champions. And so the news out in the middle right now is very interesting, is that South Africa have lost the toss. New Zealand have won the toss and chosen to bowl first. So South Africa will be batting first, and we will give you the team changes. But before we do that, we've got Anis Mohammed. Hi, Anis.
Hi.
How does it feel to be back?
Oh, God, I missed you guys. I missed Test cricket. I'm making my Test debut. I'm so happy. I need
to Finally. We never got that opportunity for you to do Boxing Day with us, but now this is just like this Boxing Day. But we've also got a newbie and a new face to our channel. It is Akona Kula. How are you doing, my brother?
Hi guys, how are you, Paul? How are you in this? It's great to be here. It's lovely. The first experience for me. Looking forward to it. Ready to go.
That's very, very good, Akona. Thank you very much. So now, guys, South Africa lost the toss. They'll be batting first. We've got changes to the team. I'm going to go through the changes to the team. And I'm going to ask you guys what you guys think. So South Africa will start off with, we knew that Keegan Peterson wasn't going to New Zealand due to COVID. So Sadal Advi, as many expected, is making his debut. SJ, who is on our podcast, if you want to listen to that, go to our One World Sports Radio channel on YouTube and listen to the podcast. You've also got Zubair Hamza coming in for Keshav Maharashtra. South Africa have dropped the spinner and added the extra batter. And then Lungingiti has a back spasm, which means there'll be a new debutant. His name is Glenton Steelman. So we've got Sadal Advi on debut, Glenton Steelman on debut, and Zubair Hamza coming in for a second test. So it's Dean Alga, Sadal Advi, Aiden Markram, Rassie van der Dussen, Temba Bavuma, Kyle Verreynne, Marco Jansen, Zubair Hamza, Kagiso Rabada, Glenton Steelman, and Duan Olivier. New Zealand, on the other hand, do not have Kane Williamson, Trent Bolt, and Ross Taylor. Ross Taylor retired. It's Tom Latham, Will Young, Devon Conway, the South African-born batter, Henry Nichols, Daryl Mitchell, Tom Blundell, Colin de Grandhomme, Kyle Jamieson, Tim Southey, Neil Wagner, as well as Matt Henry. No spinner in each of the sides, Akona. What are you expecting what do you think is going to happen with the teams not having a spinner?
I think it's pretty much straightforward. Looking at the conditions there, Hagley over, there hasn't been much success for the spinners, and besides Shakib Hassan, I think from what I've seen from both teams, it's a green wicket, as expected at Christchurch, so it's gotta favor the spinners. In terms of the South African team, they've gone with a 7-4 split, which is I'm not surprised. The first change of Lungingiti, back spasm, back strain. So pretty much surprised with the Hamza inclusion ahead of Ryan Rickelty. It's debatable, but I'm happy with both with the Proteas team. They've gone with the 4-split team. So it's gonna be a tense first hour. Looking forward to it.
Yes, that's good to know. Anis, what are you expecting as we see Dean Alga and Sadal Advi, SJ, come out to bat?
I'm pleasantly surprised. I think someone's been listening to all our rants in our WhatsApp group. We've been saying Aiden down to 3 and bring in Rickleton or Erbia. I'm surprised that Hamza is playing. I'm very surprised about the 7-4 split because I feel we're going in a bowler light, or the Proteas are going in a bowler light. I normally prefer to have that fifth option, and I would have brought in old senior player Mulder if we were going to do things like that and have the brain Calvareno move one up. But the balance of this team for me feels just slightly off. But I'm very happy for Steerman and Erwit to make their debuts. And I know I just knocked Zubair Hamza, who's batting very low down. But I'm glad that he's back in the running as well.
That's good. We are ready to go. The first ball is going to be with Tim Southey, who has played 84 matches, taken 329 wickets, an average of 28.26. The context for New Zealand is they need to win this test series after drawing against Bangladesh. Remember, Bangladesh won their first ever test match against them, but they're playing against a team that they've never beaten at home. New Zealand have never won a test series against South Africa. And it's going to be interesting to see the players are taking the knee for Black Lives Matter, which is really lovely to see. Everybody's kneeling. And so now we are ready and raring to go. New Zealand's got 3 slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover. You've also got wideish mid-on, mid-wicket on the square, and you've also got fine leg. I think you have third man as well. Tim Southey to the left-handed Dean Elgar, who gets a ball down the leg side, and a really good catch there from Tom Blundell for the first ball of the day. Went down the leg side with a little bit of swing. It is a green top there, Connor. What do you make of that first ball?
Beautiful. As usual with Tim Southey, experienced campaigner. We're looking for the ball to swing. I think he started a bit straighter, went to down leg, and the keeper collected. For me, the first few hours are going to be crucial for South Africa to get stuck in. 2 test series, you have to start with your best foot forward. Unlike in Centurion, when we started against India, we started with back foot.
Yes, the second ball outside the off stump, just defended by Dean Alga. Tim Southey's found his line now. Dean defends it back to the bowler for no run. Anis, how are you? Are you really excited? What are you expecting from the series from a South African perspective?
I think I'm really hoping that Aiden Markram's been working on his batting during this time off. But I just don't want the South African team to be the one that is the team that loses to New Zealand. Be the first one to lose a series to New Zealand.
No, I'm with you there. Yes, next ball just defended out to the offside. Run.
Getting straighter and straighter, I see.
Yes, and that's the most important. I think for Tim Southey, that's the thing that the New Zealanders want, is for him to come through as straight as possible.
Yeah.
Yes,
just millimeters in getting closer and closer to off stump. Well, the first one just went down with the angle, and then it just started getting closer and closer and closer. It seems like he's setting Dean Alga up.
Well, from Southern perspective, let's hope not. There's a bit of a stop and play as there's a helmet that's been requested. Rachin Ravindra, who everybody thought might be the spinner, the part-time spinner for New Zealand, is the 12th man giving the helmet to the New Zealand, his teammates, because it looks like there might just be some chin music. A little bit of a surprise ball that might be coming.
3 slips and 2 gullies. Wow.
Yes, 3 slips and 2 gullies. That's what you are.
Just quick, the Hagley Oval is going to be hosting the Women's World Cup final this year. Look, in a couple of weeks.
Yes, which we are really happy about.
Yeah.
I'm really happy. I'm really excited about it.
I think this oh no, I'm not going to say it.
Calling to Dean Alga. This one's on that fourth stump, blind defended out to the offside for no run. We've got lots of stuff ready on our Full Quota podcast. For those who are listening to us, you can follow us at One World Sports Radio. You can tweet us at One World SR. On Twitter, we'll read it out, as well as Guerilla SA. And so really important and really exciting for us to do that, and also to engage with you, our listener, as Southie comes in again outside the off-stump. Lovely push from Dean Alga past the fielder at point, out for a single, and that brings in the debutant Sadal Adavia to the crease to face his first ball.
The nerve should be getting to him now. Hopefully Dean's also the left-handed. So hopefully Dean's given him a good, come on, kid, you got this. But he's been part of the setup for a year and a bit, so he should be old hat. But nothing compares to you're facing your first ball in Test cricket.
That's true.
Hey guys, so tell me, what are your thoughts about the toss and New Zealand choosing to bowl first?
I will tell you after this last ball, Sadal Advia's first ball in international cricket, right arm over from Tim Southee. He's been around the wicket. Sadal, remember, is a left-handed batter as well. So we've got two lefties. So lots of stats coming through. We should ask Chris when was the last time South Africa opened with two lefties. But this ball swinging into his pads, and he gets one down the leg side. No run, end of that over. South Africa won without loss. And Akona, I can answer your question. The answer is, I wanted us to win the toss so we could bowl first, give us a chance to see the conditions, and maybe, because this pitch is hard. It's green, but it's hard. So it might not do much. It will give you even bounce, not going to do a lot of, it might swing a little bit and you get some movement, which is what our bowlers want. So I'm really excited for that, but I wanted that. But I think South Africa batting first is something that I think will set this team apart, because they don't bat well in the first inning. So this is a really big period for this team, session for this team, to try and allow these two to stick in, to get stuck in, and give South Africa a platform. The next bowler is Matt Henry, who is in for the injured Trent Bolt. He's got 3 slips and a gully with a backward point to Dean Alga, right arm over to the left-handed Dean Alga, and defended out. It was a block hole ball first up, defended out to the offside for no run.
Trent Bolt, he's not injured. He's on paternity leave. So I think he just had another kid. Yeah.
Yes.
That is really amazing, and congratulations to him and his family.
With regards to the toss and New Zealand bowling first, my philosophy has always been, you win the toss, you bat first. You think twice and then you bat first.
Yes, next ball in across the left-handed Dean Alga. Let's go through to Tom Blundell, who's the keeper, no run. Yes, that was the question. So we did a podcast, so people can check it out on our YouTube channel with Adam Bell, who is a cricket analyst in New Zealand. And I asked him what to do, and he said ball first. Next ball, off a back of a length outside the off stump, rising up through to the keeper, no run across from Dean Alga.
Oh.
What? The movement off of the pitch there.
A little bit of movement across the pitch.
Yeah.
That we are getting. Next one coming in. Dean Alga, fourth ball of Matt Henry's over. Dean edges one. It's a full one. He edged it to third slip, and Tim Southee takes the catch. It's the first wicket for South Africa. South Africa find themselves 1 for 1, and Matt Henry has Dean Alga with his foot movement nowhere a corner, in a lot of trouble, and walking back to the pavilion.
My goodness, bad start for South Africa. Bad start for South Africa. That one is pushed away from his body, and he didn't move his foot. Good catch by Tim Southee, and good start by New Zealand. Great start by Matt Henry. South Africa in trouble early on. Here comes Aiden Markram.
Yes, massive moment for Aiden, and it's going to be quite interesting to see how he is going to come through. He hasn't been in a good run of form, Anis, but South Africa truly need him with a debutant on the other end to get stuck in, because Mr. Immovable in that India series,
Yeah.
Dean Alga, is now out. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how he goes about his innings. Hopefully, as you said, Anis, he's been working on his batting.
It's all gonna depend on where he's taking his guard. If he's taking his guard on off stump, I think that he hasn't been working on anything. I think he's not very comfortable, or he's not trusting his own eye with regards to where his off stump is. That's why he's taking the off stump guard. But that's just squaring him up and making him play around his front pad. So we will see now as he's taking his guard where two leg. Okay, great stuff. He's he's been working on something. Makes me feel better.
No, but that's where he started. When he was
scoring runs and he was being efficient. He was batting on center basically. But now
yes.
he's moved way across, taking an off stump guard, which was really
on
strange.
off stump this time with this ball from Matt Henry rising off a length, going through to the keeper. He lets that go through by shouldering arms, standing on that off stump, and it will be no run there. Matt Henry looking really good. Great start for him. A guy who's always on the fringes of that New Zealand side. He is their 12th man, if you want to call it. And yeah, this next ball from Matt Henry to Aiden Markram. It's on that all stump. Aiden defends that very compact this time. Back to the bowler. End of 2 overs. It's 1 for 1. New Zealand have the breakthrough, and they've gotten the massive one of the captain of South Africa, who was playing at a wide one and got caught at 4th stump. Werner on YouTube says Aiden Markram has said in the past that he feels more comfortable batting on off stump. We know that. We just hope that it gives us a lot more benefits. Because in my head, I think he shouldn't be in this 11, but because he is so talented, as many people say, he will stay in. But because of Keegan Peterson being in South Africa and not being allowed into New Zealand, that's not it. Next over, starting Tim Southee, right arm over to Sadal Advia. This ball swinging into the left-handed Sadal Advia, very wide line on that 5th stump, 6th stump. Sadal letting that go through for no run. For those people who don't know, Sadal is one of the top performing openers in South African cricket over the past 3 years. Previously, before that, we thought he was a T20 player because he was so powerful and such a power hitter for the Dolphins. But he's really improved his batting, really took a claim for his batted well and claimed that opener spot as the next ball goes outside the off stump, and he lets it go through. This season, Sadal Advia averages 61 with the bat, having scored 268 runs, 86 runs in domestic cricket. He then also, in the SAA series, which we covered for CSA, scored 251 runs at an average of 86. This man is a very good batter at the top. Next ball in, down the leg side, Tom Blundell taking that one. It's a lovely shape there, a corner from Tim Southee. He's just getting that ball to swing in and swing into the left-hander.
I think Tim Southee is turning too straight. He's getting shape into the pad. I think he wants to trap the debutant in his pads there. He's turning too straight. I think he must start him off stump and then get the ball into his middle stump.
Yes. And that's his danger. As this next ball comes in from Tim Southee with 3 slips, as this one is a really lovely ball. Sadal Advia looking to play at that. As we're talking about, Akona's talking about that shape into the left-hander. This one tucks him in as it just goes past that off stump. Sadal looked to come forward, but had to move his bat out the way in the last minute. Really great presence of mind from the debutant. Good bowling from Tim Southee there, Anis.
I think it was very well left, but Tim Southee got his radar right there with that one. You could see what he was trying to do with the previous ball. As Akona said, he started a bit too straight. This one he got to slant more across, and he got the line perfect, and it moved in the air, and it nipped off the. saying that, and it nipped off of the wicket.
Down the leg side, easy clippings off the pads there as Sadal Avia gets his first run in international cricket. It's his first run in 6 balls. So let's take this moment in, Akona, as he plays it off his pads down the leg side. Good run, and it's probably going to ease the nerves there, Akona.
Yeah, bread and butter for Sarah Avia. They're on his pads, clips it. The nerves are going to be down. Going to feel a bit more relaxed, get into his innings. It's a good start for the boys. But the interesting thing about the New Zealand bowlers, if you watch it closely, they're bowling fuller length, and that bowler making that ball swing.
Next and final ball of the 3rd over. Tim Southee coming into Aiden Markram. This one swinging away. That's the ball I'd be afraid of if I was Aiden. Yeah. He doesn't play at that one. It's on the 6th, 7th stump line. He just lets it go through out to the keeper. It's end of that over, 2-4-1.
Yeah, we were talking about we were talking about Sarel Eber's record. Ryan Rickleton, who was really pushing for a position, has scored over 50 I think it's 4 of these 5 innings that he's played this season, and including 300s. So yeah, for Zubair Hamza to come in, I think it's just they probably didn't want to have 3 debutants in one team.
But Zubair's only played 2 tests. So.
Yeah. You can't really say chalk it down to experience.
Next over in from Matt Henry. First ball just bowled full toss actually, and Sarel coming forward to that, playing that out to the offside. No run there.
Interesting stat about Matt Henry. He made his debut in 2015 against England. This is his 15th test.
Yeah, tells you a lot. Tells you a lot about New Zealand's bowling with Bolton Southee. As this one comes out across Sarel Avia, he lets it go through, no run. It was very interesting to in the press conference last night, gents. They asked, yesterday morning at the same time at like 2:00 in the morning, they asked Dean about Sarel, to describe Sarel, and Dean said Sarel is a batter who bats similar to me, one who likes to get stuck in and grind it out. Next ball from Matt Henry, straight this time on middle and off. Sarel plays that out to the leg side for no run.
Quick tweet from Chris TB. He said, "I plan on being asleep at this hour, but the cricket was too alluring." We agree. And then one. And then one from Werner. "If you're unable to watch the match live on DSTV, please consider tuning into 1WSR for live commentary, whether it be through the website or the YouTube." Thanks for the props.
Outside the off stump, Sarel defended back to the offside, no run.
And then Chris TB replying to Werner, or saying, or even throw them on alongside broadcast. They should respond to your tweets if you want someone to talk to at this hour. Oh, we that boring, Chris.
Next one down the leg side from Henry, and Sarel just defended back off his pads for no run.
A tweet from Tim popped up on my timeline. It says, "Aiden is effectively opening the innings now in the 2nd over. He's averaged 15.5 opening in the last series." And then Ken, our one of the old hands here at 1WSR, Ken says, "Getting a taste of his own medicine."
Outside the off stump, end of that over, Sarel letting that go through. It is 2-for-1 after 4. Markram without yet to score. Avia with his first run in international cricket and nothing more after 12 balls. Matt Henry, 1 wicket for no runs after 2.
So yeah, so the win-loss record for New Zealand against South Africa is insane. So they've only won 4 matches against South Africa in 40 out of 45, and 2 of them came in 1962. One of them came in 1994, which is very interesting because it's the first time since 1890 something in that series that a team came back from being 1-0 down in a test series to win. And that was South Africa versus New Zealand in 1994, and New Zealand beat the Proteas in the first test in Johannesburg.
So first ball of the over from Tim Salvi, and this one going down the leg side. Aiden just playing that off his pads, trickling out to the leg side on the square. No run there.
And then even more interesting about the four games that they have won. Three of the games that they won were in South Africa. They've only won one match against South Africa in home conditions. So
Salvi honing in on that off stump, defended back to the bowler. Aiden bringing forward his forward defense. It was Test cricket is about, and he's just testing that forward defense. Complete your point, Anis, on the win record, win-loss ratio.
Yeah, so South Africa, New Zealand's win-loss ratio against South Africa is the worst of against any other team in the world for New Zealand. So they've never won a series. They've only won 4 matches out of 45. They've lost 13 out of 16 series against South Africa. So this South Africa is New Zealand's bogey team and their final frontier.
Which is why my prediction was 2-0 South Africa. Next ball from Tim Salvi, full on off stump. Aiden comes forward to defend, and it's just played out to the offside, really testing Aiden's forward defense. Connor, Aiden's is in a bit of a test here.
He's trying to dig it in deep here, guys. I think he must take his time. No scoreboard pressure. He must bet deep. This first hour is very important for us to build his confidence up, especially around that off stump.
Yes, and this one, just the ball just going down middle and leg, and a little bit too full over pitched. Aiden playing that down the leg side through mid wicket for 2 runs. The fielders there are Conway and de Grandhomme as Aiden manages to get off the mark with 2 runs. Those are easy pickings for Aiden there, Anis.
Yeah, it's a good sign as well. If you look at his feet, look at his foot movement. He got his front foot outside more towards leg, so it wasn't playing around his front pad. He was basically playing straight, which is very good to see.
Yes, and then the last ball, this next ball just outside the off stump, Aiden just letting that go through, shouldering arms outside that, in that corridor of uncertainty, that 6-stump channel, and it goes out to Tom Blundell, the wicketkeeper, for no run. South Africa's batting lineup, gents. South Africa's batting lineup, gents, is inexperienced. No changes to the field. 3 slips, gully, backward point. There's a mid wicket. You've also got mid on down the leg side with square leg, as the next ball just goes out straight on past that off stump in that corridor. Aiden letting that go through, no run. The South African batting lineup is inexperienced, but New Zealand's batting lineup similarly is inexperienced. Without Kane Williamson, without Ross Taylor, you've now got Will Young, you've got Devon Conway, you've also got Daryl Mitchell, who are all new to international cricket. Yes, Devon scored 200s, but against the great South African attack, there could be something there that South Africa could expose, something softish in that batting lineup.
Yeah, this could be a real test for some of the newer guys in the team. I don't know if they would have come across an attack as varied as this, with the tallest fast bowler, the tallest gully in the world.
Right arm over, 3 slips and a gully. Over pitches to Sadal Avi outside the off stump. He drives this one in the V. It's going to go down to long on, and it'll be picked up by that fielder. Long off, I beg your pardon. Picked up by the fielder who was at wideish mid off. Coming down, 2 runs taken off of there. I think Sadal will be hoping to get more balls like that to get this going.
Very well played.
Yeah, it's tough being an opener. Everyone says in South Africa, but I think it's tough being an opener in New Zealand, as this next ball hits Sadal Avia on the pad. He shoulders arms as the ball was going across him. There is a appeal for LBW as no shot was played. but the umpire is unmoved.
They're
in
going to
that.
go. No,
And
there
so
was
the
an
question
appeal
is-
out of it.
And left it on length.
It turned in,
and
actually. It
bounce.
actually swung back in. It was a lot of late swing. And it hit him very high at corner, right?
Yes, very much so. I think he left it on length, tracking the bounce of the wicket.
Oh yeah, and it hit him just close to the mark. Hit him just close to the groin. So it was a bit high. It was going over.
So next ball from Matt Henry, also turning into the left-handed Sadal Advia, right arm over. Sadal letting that go through as well. This one slightly out wide outside off stump for no run. Sadal's a brave man to leave on length there. I'd be very, very worried to leave that last ball on length.
Yeah, especially considering he hasn't been out there that long. So he's trusting this wicket more than most people would.
Next one, just a full outside the off stump, played out. Still getting that swing in. These two New Zealand openers are getting the ball to swing into the left-hander. And it goes through to Blundell for no run.
Patience game. It's
6
a patience
for
game.
1. Advi on 3. Markram on 2. As Sarel's just looking to start his international career at age 32. This one's full outside the off stump and the first to drive through the covers for the South Africans. Remember, the first one was caught at third slip. This one not making its way to the boundary, but the South Africans running through for 3. Advia moves up to 6. The score at the end of the with 1 ball left in the 6th over is 9 for 1.
Fantastic try. There's nothing better than a left-hander playing a square drive. So good. Just visually, it's amazing. But Sorrel needs to just hang in there and just be patient. Which was Hashim Amla said. Yeah, Hashim Amla said.
Henry into the right-handed Aiden Markram. He comes way outside the off stump and he defends that ball to the leg side, standing on 6th stump. End of the 6th over, 9 for 1. New Zealand with a terrific start here, O'Connor. They just want to continue putting South Africa under pressure. If you were Aiden and Sadal, what would you be looking to do?
Massive for us to this first hour, just to bat balls, bat overs, dig deep, and see off that new ball. That's most important, is see off that new ball. The score doesn't matter at the moment. You must just make sure we limit the blood, limit the wickets, and then we go into the second session with 1 loss in the bag.
I think that's very important here in New Zealand. We've seen New Zealand score lots of runs on this wicket, batting first. Next over from Tim Southey. This one's full outside the off stump, slightly over pitch, driven by Sadal Advia. Interesting thing about Sadal's defense is that if it's coming across and the bat comes is far away from the body, something that maybe the New Zealanders are looking to exploit with that ball swinging in. Hopefully he'll just get a little bit more compact and bring his front foot a little bit more forward. Some Southey in, 3 slips and a gully to Advia. This one's down the leg side. He pulls this one and will race away to the fine leg boundary. It will beat the man at fine leg, who was a lot squarer for the first boundary of this test series, first boundary of the day, first boundary of the match. And a really good shot, well controlled by Sadal Advia.
Well played there.
Well played.
Just a nice trickle down, yeah.
Just go around, just let the body allow the ball to just go down the leg side. And you've got Southey in again. He's looking to get a breakthrough for his team. This one just tailing in on that off stump, but it is on that 5th stump line, defended. Now this is a much better defense from Sadal Advia. Bat next to pad, coming forward, back down the ball, a lot straighter this time. Really good to see as that one's a dot ball played out to the bowler, no run.
Getting into good positions, I must say. Sadal Advia, strong positions and playing it late under his eyes. Beautiful positions.
And that's what you need as an opener, especially in South African and New Zealand conditions. Play as late as possible. Oh, Sarel lets a ball that has some very late swing. It literally swung as it went past the bat. Tom Blundell taking that one step down the leg side. Sarel shouldering arms there. He knows where his off stump is. He's
Oh, it's a
comfortable with his
great
off
leap. It's a great leap. Fantastic. If he lost his off stump, we would be like, what are you doing? But it was a great leap.
No, this is a man who's been waiting for this opportunity.
Oh,
Salo
yeah.
Abbey has played for the Dolphins. He's also gone to the UK to play league cricket in the Surrey counties as well. Another ball just swinging in. This time, Saudi coming around the wicket, not over, and getting even more swing to Salo Abbey, who lets the ball go through to the keeper. No run. So he's played league cricket in England, where he says he learned a lot about his game in those conditions. And then he came back to South Africa, and this is when this run of form, as Sarel, the 4-day long format opener, came through. Remember, New Zealand also have Kyle Jamieson, who is their version of our Marco Jansen / Morne Morkel as well in this, and Colin de Grandhomme. As Saudi comes into Sardal Avi around the wicket, this one's full, tailing in onto off stump and defended really well with a good forward defense by Sardal Avi out to the offside, no run there. End of that over, 13 for 1. I've got 1 point to make, even for the guys who are coming back and they're listening in backstage. What do you say if I said that this is a bat-off for the opening position against in the Bangladesh series between Markram and Advia?
No, 100%. If Advia comes off this series, I have a feeling that Aiden might just have to go spend some time with Neil McKenzie at the High Performance Center for a series or two, because you're averaging 50
coming in to Aiden Markram. This one's on that off stump, off in middle actually, and Aiden plays off the pads to the fielder at mid wicket. They've got a catching mid wicket for that one that he plays in the air. That's Colin de Grandhomme. So it's 7. It's still no run there.
Yeah, at this moment in time, with this run of form that he's having, I think New Zealand
and
will
the
always...
first edge off of Aiden's bat this time, it streaks past just low of that fielder Gala on the left-hand side. It will race away to the boundary. If you're an Aiden Markram fan, you want that shot to go back into the locker. He chased one outside the off stump, and it rolled away to the boundary for 4 runs, second boundary of the day.
I was
Connor,
just about to say.
It's an interesting one with Aiden Markram starting down at 3 and taking Peterson's place. I think Aiden Markram has got currency on his bank in terms of Mark Boucher, but the boy he's backing him a lot. Even if
next ball in down the leg side, off the pads, off the hips of Aiden Markram, out to square leg for no run. Akona, yes, currency with Mark Boucher.
He does have currency with Mark Boucher. As you know, you all know, plays for the Titans, and he picked out there. And if Keegan Peterson comes back, Aiden Markram will slow down and take Zuba Hamza's place.
And this next ball from Matt Henry is full on that off stump. Aiden coming forward, playing that down the leg side, choosing to play it down the leg side and engaging that field, that square leg for no run. Matt Henry is honing in on that off stump. It's good to see some fans in the crowd, guys. Like, you know, in South Africa, we don't get that many. We're seeing them at Intabecha, which I think that's where the two of you are, our crew in the Eastern Cape. As the next ball cuts, Aiden Markram in half, just goes out to the leg side, offside for no run. It's good to see, like, New Zealand, there's fans. We want that for Test cricket, and we've got a Test match series that's going to be coming your side of the world with Bangladesh. So that's going to be quite interesting to see how that's going to do, see if we can get some fans in there.
Yeah, it will all depend on the new regulations, but at the moment they're keeping it at 2,000 people at the ground, I think.
Next ball in. This one going the other way than what we've been seeing this morning, tailing into the right-hander instead of the away from the right-hander, as Aiden Markham shoulders arms and lets it go through to Tom Blundell to end that first that over. 8 overs gone, 17 for 1. South Africa having batted, being put into bat by Tom Latham, who won his first toss as an international captain. Dean Alga, the South African captain, was out. Caught Tim Southee at third slip, bowled by Matt Henry, 1 run after 9 balls. Sadal Avia on debut is 10 of 23. And Aiden Markham currently 6 of 16, coming in at number 3. There is the other changes to the team. Zubair Hamza comes in for Keshav Maharaj, as well as Glenton Steedman making his debut for Lungingiti, who has a back spasm. First ball from Tim Southee's over to Sadal Avia, turning into the left-hander. That ball getting that swing in. He lets it go through outside the off-stump for a 4-no run. We've got 5 minutes of our first commentary stint here, gents. So that's going to be quite exciting for us to take a bit of a break and watch and let Coach Dave Vanner come through for you. Next ball full outside the off stump and going with the line. No swing there as Sadal Avia lets it go through to Tom Blundell. No run. He's not playing at those runs. At those
it's good.
balls,
It's good thing.
Which is pretty good. We're getting milk or tea orders here from for Vanna to make Dave. He says he takes his tea 2 sugars, no milk.
And mine's black with 3 sugars, please. There's a tweet from
yes.
There's a tweet from Ravi, the heavy roller, ready, which I'm not going to read because it involves cursing people. So we're not going to.
Back of a length ball from Tim Southee, played out to the offside or back to the bowler. Avia was looking to play it off the back foot out to the offside. He couldn't do that. He just mistimed it, got the inside edge down to roll to the bowler. No run. What's the light roller these days saying?
He's saying that Sorrel is looking very solid, and hopefully not a commentator's curse from his side.
I don't believe in superstitions. Tim Southee coming in to Sadal Avia, back of a length, defended off on that off stump, back to the bowler, no run. I think we place too much emphasis on superstitions rather than a man's ability to be able to take control of his own destiny. Like the whole thing of Neil McKenzie strapping his bat to the ceiling. It gives you comfort for your anxiety, but quite frankly, just go out there and bat. Honestly, guys, I mean, too much of a fuss of things like that. But to each his own.
Look at Steve Smith's ritual.
Look, Steve Smith has many rituals. He has many rituals. Southee coming into Sadal Avia. This one's full, over-pitched, but driven straight to the field at extra cover. No run. Mid-off has actually moved across. He's actually very wide. More extra cover in for Tim Southee there, largely with the swing. So that's a dot ball.
Hopefully, I want to see Sorrow trying to play a bit straight, trying to get it straight down the ground. But
I'm okay with the V. I'm okay with where that last ball went, because it's like on the edge of the V, the V that everybody always talks about. And this one coming in the inside, hitting Sorrow on the pad. Could have hit him on the back pad. They have gone upstairs. Or not have gone upstairs. They've appealed. And the umpire says not out. So they're going to go upstairs to check. Tom Latham's looking to get another wicket in, because if he does that, this really does open the game up for New Zealand. Let's have a look here. What was your initial thoughts of that LBW?
It's close. Might be as umpire's call. Very close. I think the umpire's call might say Sadal Avia here. Beautiful ball, shaped back.
There's still a good lead
there. This caught him on the back leg, on the roll. He didn't play a shot, so this is going to be quite interesting, because then it's not umpire's call. You need the ball to hit the stumps.
Oof.
And
Oh, that's tight.
so the next one, so as we look at that one, just might be missing that off stump. Sarl just really trusting that off stump of his and getting through.
Oh.
It was a peach of a ball from
Oh.
Tim Southey. Let's see, it's pitched outside off. Umpires call on impact, but holding its line millimeters from that off stump. And remember,
that's
if
tight.
it was umpire's call and it hit the stump, he would have been out. But Sadal Advia lives on again to see another ball, as that's the end of the 9th over. Gents, Anis and Akona, thank you very much for joining us. We've got Dave and Vanna in the back end. We're going to bring them on. I'm just going to send you guys backstage. Thank you very much. We'll see you in 40 more minutes.
Yeah.
As we bring in Dave and Vanna, gents, don't take many more wickets. Have a great session. I'll be around if you need me.
Thanks, Mpho. Thank you. And good morning to all of you listening from New Zealand or wherever you may be in the world. And good middle of the night to all the South African fans. Werner, how are you feeling?
Feeling good. Too bad that Algar has gone out this soon. But good to see Markham and Arvia knuckling down in some tough conditions. That last one was pretty close. Arvia just managing to escape with South Africa on 17 for 1 after 9 overs.
I think he got a little bit lucky there. Change of bowling now. Kyle Jamieson, who's averaging 17.3 at the moment. He's got 60 wickets. He's really just come onto this international stage and ripped up what anybody would have expected from him. And good to see him back in the fold. It's the battle of the giants. Marco Jansen is still in the South African squad. So I'd love to see those two bowling at each other with Themba Bavuma at the non-strikers and other, just for measures and just for control. It would be lovely to see that. Jameson now with his first ball, 3 slips a gully, point in place, and it's pitched up and just defended by Markram. What have you made of Sarel Arvia's 10 runs here from just 29 deliveries, Werner?
He's looked pretty assured. He's left well. A couple of close calls left on bounds, but so far he hasn't been too reckless. He's been playing close to his body, so it's good to see. It's important for an opener not to be loose outside the off stump. So it's been pretty good. A couple of close calls, as I said, but that goes with being an opener. It's nothing new, and with good bowlers comes
Jameson in again. It's just a leg stump half volley and just whipped away by Markram. There's a lot of work down there in the deep for the man coming from a fine leg through to deep backward square, so they get through comfortably in the end for 3. It's good running there, but like you said, he's been compact, he's been controlled, he's not been reckless. The South African captain Dean Elgar being dismissed early because of a reckless shot. He just pushed at it and a simple catch at the slip. I mean, let's maybe have a look at Sarel Arvia's journey to the national squad. I mean, he's been hanging around for a while now, but his performance at that SAA series against India A in Bloemfontein, he led the run charts, 251 runs at an average of 50.2. So he's certainly ticked all the boxes in terms of his selection. Jameson in again, length ball, it's gone, caught. South Africa have lost their second. It's 20 for 2. Jameson just trapping Arvia on the back foot. We were singing his praises, and he's gone for 10. And South Africa in early trouble here.
Yeah, Jameson wastes no time getting right into business here. 3rd delivery. He gets Arvia to nick this one off, just hanging his bat out there. Another one that he could have probably left because it had a lot of bounce. He would have gone over the stump, but he just hanged his bat out there. And a comfortable catch.
Yeah, it was a regulation catch there for Mitchell at first slip. Jameson picks up his first, and now we're seeing the end of Sarel Arvia. Another guy who's come into the squad is Zubair Hamza, who's come off 100 in that SAA series, and he's back in because of the absence of Keegan Peterson is the one that makes way. Vian Mulder is another one who's not in the squad. So it's interesting to see how South Africa have looked at their balance and said, this is how we want to go about it. Lungin Gidi pulling up with the back spasm, or back strain rather, as Rassie van der Dussen walks to the wicket. So he's out of the squad as well. And so South Africa having to kind of rejig their lineup. Glenton Steerman, another one who's probably going to have some fun here, as did Werner Philander in New Zealand with the conditions. Werner, Rassie van der Dussen, is he under pressure coming to the wicket in terms of his career, or is this just another innings for him?
I'd say he is under a little bit of pressure. He hasn't made the big runs he'd like to make. He's had a couple of impactful innings, almost similarly to Themba Bavuma. He'll probably like to get one big score under the belt, but this sort of situation is made for us. He's very good in coming and saving teams. He's done that at the Lions. He has done that for us in the limited overs format. So I'm sure he's the right man to do it for us today. He'll just need to make sure that he's not too loose outside the off stump.
Yeah, and Hamza coming in because South Africa leaving out their spinner, Keshav Maharaj. So it's going to be an interesting passage of play, I think, for Rassie van der Dussen. He's, like you said, he's maybe a little bit of pressure, not overt pressure, but I do think he can certainly take some confidence from a big score here. But he's really going to have a challenge ahead of him here as he faces up to Jamieson, fourth ball of the over, and he just defends that and runs, immediately getting to off strike to the other end of the wicket. So 2 balls remaining in the 10th, 21 for 2. But it was a ball, like you said, Werner. He could have just left it, maybe just surprised him a little bit on bounce.
Yeah, Jamieson does get the extra bounce with his height, but they are international cricketers. They should be prepared for any of this. But I guess it's different from seeing him on TV to being there facing up against him on the new ball. So it's a whole new experience and not easy for a guy coming in on debut.
Jamieson in again, and Markram just defends this with a bit of soft hands, and so it goes out into the covers, and they get 1. And now 1 ball remaining in the 10th. 2-2-2, and Richie Beno would love that score. 2-2 for 2, 2-2 for 2. But what do you think South Africa would hope to achieve from this Test series? Obviously, the success has been there for the South Africans, and I think Anis Mohammed touched on it in the previous commentary stint. But what would South Africa's outcomes be as Jamieson finishes this one, and Rassie van der Dussen just tries to pull his bat out a little bit late there, but he smacks it into the ground almost with a dead bat, and on the bounce to the men in the slips. 10 gone, 22 for 2.
Yeah, I guess it goes without saying that they'll be there trying to win both games. But I think they definitely look out to work on their batting in this series. It has been a bit of a sore point in our lineup. We've struggled with the bat throughout. Even the India series where we did manage to win, it was mainly due to Algar and KP carrying us. So a lot of guys who need to score some runs, both of them at the crease now, Markram and Rassie, will want to score big and contribute to the team here, with Bavuma still to come.
Yeah, it's also Themba Bavuma with a couple of 50s in that series that also helped the South Africans get to a far more comfortable position with the bat. Southee to begin a new over. He comes right on over the wicket, and Markram just defends that on the back foot. No run. It's I'm actually looking forward to it as much as I'm enjoying these battles. Yeah, I'm looking forward to a bit of Devon Conway versus the South African attack. I know that there's going to be a couple of words. I'd love to have audio of the stump mics just to hear what the spicy conversation is there for Devon Conway. I'm sure they're not going to be too friendly to him. Nevertheless, Markram now must face up to Southee, and he just lets that go through to the wicketkeeper, Blundell. South Africa here in New Zealand for the first time in a long time, and it's the first time they've played each other since 2017. Is history and form anything to look at, or do you just say, we take it as a fresh kind of instance?
I guess it does have to be fresh. 5 years is a long time, and most of these players haven't played in New Zealand before.
No, certainly not. Southee now with his third ball, and driven quite hard by Aiden Markram, but the bat turning in the hand, and so he just smashes it into his front foot and doesn't get anything for it. You think of names of, Kagiso Rabada, Keshav Maharaj, and I believe Themba Bavuma, the few that have previously played against New Zealand, let alone in New Zealand. And so these youngsters that have been selected, these fairly newcomers. I mean, Aiden Markram is no newcomer to Test cricket, but he is a newcomer to New Zealand, and so he'll want to turn his fortune around with the bat. This one is a swipe by Aiden Markram. It was foolish, or rather back of a length and wide, but not getting up as much as he would want, and so just goes through to Blundell without much fuss. He could have so nearly have edged that.
Yeah, but I guess as the saying goes, if you're going to flash hard, and that's what he did there. So you'd like to think if he did get an edge, it would have probably flown over the slips with that one.
Yeah, it's a lot of movement on offer here for these Kiwi quicks, and I think you're right. If you're going to have a go, throw the whole kitchen sink plus grandmother's lasagna at it, and I think that's that's what we want to see from any batsman. Southey in again, and this one's beat Markram all ends up. That is a peach of a delivery. Not only that a peach, that is the fruit salad. My word, you squared him up.
Yeah, that one shaped away nicely, coming into off stump and just shaping away to beat that. Oh, it beat the outside edge and the off stump just barely. Markram pretty lucky to survive that one.
My word. Goodness me! I mean, that was a Jaffa. Like you said, just nipping in and then nipping away, and that. Oh goodness, it's like he's ate bananas for breakfast. Southey with one ball in his 6th and one ball in the 11th, and Markram just defends off the back foot. No run. 11 gone. Markram on 10 from 25. Van der Dussen on 1 from 2. South Africa unchanged, 2-2 for 2.
Yeah, but on the topic of our record in the past, it's still something that they'll look at with pride, even though most of them haven't played here before. They'll look back at the Protea record and want to keep that intact, make sure that they don't lose a series to New Zealand. Almost similar to the series back home when we played against India. We didn't want to lose at home against India. We want to do the same here against New Zealand.
Yeah, you want to carry that momentum forward. New Zealand, on the other hand, have recently lost to Bangladesh, but also are World Test champions. They've got an interesting stat that I'll give to you after this one. Is Jameson for the new over, and Van der Dussen almost stumbles over that one, but manages to get bat on it and no run there. The New Zealand squad are playing for the first time since 2008 with neither Ross Taylor nor Kane Williamson. I believe it's 117 tests. That's an extended period of time without one or both of those guys. And I'll get your thoughts on the longevity of both of those cricketers in a second. Van der Dussen just leaves this one outside the off stump from Jameson, goes through to Blundell. I mean, to play together or to play with one or both of them in the squad, I mean, that's serious longevity. 117 tests.
Yeah, that's something that doesn't happen very often. To play 13 years together is a very, very long time. If I think to the South African squad of the past, maybe somebody like AB de Villiers and Dale Steyn did the same thing. That it doesn't happen often, and it's a special bond you form with that teammate.
Again, Jameson on the back foot is Rassie van der Dussen, just dots that out into the offside. Great bit of fielding. They only get the one though. We finally break the duck of 2-2-2, 23 for 2. But what value does that add to a squad when you've got one or both of those seasoned campaigners, not only from the experience and the skills, but just that sense of maybe confidence? What do you think that gives to the team after this delivery from Jameson, passing the umpire and just left alone by Markram, no run? That value in your mind?
Yeah, I guess experience is the key thing, but it's also the young guys coming in who'll know which players they can go to for some advice. Okay, we have Ross Taylor, we have Kane Williams, and these guys, they're the ones I look up to. They know the way of the land. and they'll be able to give me some good advice. And I think that's important for any young guys coming through. So it is a major blow for New Zealand not having them there. Yep, both experience and for their batting.
Kyle Jamieson in again, and oh, what a peach! What a peach! What a peach! The camera didn't even follow it to the wicketkeeper. It was so good. Markram's been squared up again there, but this time on the back foot.
New Zealand have been on the money here this morning. They've really made the batsman play. I think that's been the key. You don't want to start off slowly on the first day, especially with a new ball on a new wicket. You want to be bang on the target, and I think all the New Zealanders have been so far. Southey, Henry, and now Jameson. They've all really hit the good area.
Certainly, Jameson to complete his second, and this one's left alone through to Blundell. No run. 12 overs gone, 23 for 2. Van der Dussen on 2 from 5. Markram on 10 from 28. It's an interesting point you make about the fact that the bowlers have come out firing early on here, because so often we see when captains decide to kind of buck the trend of batting first in a test match, that the bowlers don't come to the party. And there's nothing more frustrating when, as a skipper, you think, okay, there's a little bit of moisture in it, or there's a little bit of grass on the wicket, or there's something on offer here for my bowlers. And then the first thing they do is they bowl rank half volleys and let the opposition get away to about 60 or even 100 before they catch a wake up. And by that time, it's too late. They're 200 for 1 by tea on day 1. I think it's such an important thing as bowlers to really step up to the mark.
It is. You want to back up your captain's decision. Make sure that he has that confidence that he can do that in the future as well.
Southey to Van der Dussen. Just leaves that alone to Blundell. No run. We've only got 129 Ks now. 130. Gentle. Nothing too feisty, but it's that line and length that's going to be crucial. It doesn't matter how quick you bowl on these types of surfaces. You have to be able to extract some assistance from it. I think of a guy like Vernon Philander, who did it so well for South Africa for so many years. Sean Pollock as well, that line and length. And if you're just consistent, you're going to pick up something, if not multiple wickets from this. This next one is just left alone. And no run there. 23 for 2, 12.2. South Africa coming to New Zealand on the back of a win against India at home. Do you think that'll play a mental role in how South Africa would have prepared? Do you think they would have taken some confidence from it? Or do you think they just come in and just say, we're underdogs here, let's enjoy it?
No, I think they'll definitely take some confidence from that, especially the Test series hasn't been that long ago.
Southey to Van der Dussen, just left alone again. So South Africa measuring themselves here, just holding back a little bit.
Yeah. Now, confidence is a key thing. Obviously, it's a new series. You take it as it comes, but you'll take some confidence from knowing, okay, you've just beaten the number 1 side in the world. So maybe that means you can also beat the current Test champions.
It was India and New Zealand that contested the World Test Championship final. New Zealand coming out on top, not having to win via boundaries or something of the like, and that one's just defended. No, I actually was I had some women's cricket on the go in the background yesterday, and they mentioned about the fact that there was a super over in the game that the New Zealand women, the White Ferns, were playing, and so one of the commentators chirped and said, "We can have multiple super overs. We don't have a limit on super overs, so we don't have to worry about boundaries." So, like, you can see it's still a sore spot for the men and women from the land of the long white cloud. This one's just tucked away off the hips of Rassie van der Dussen behind square on the leg side, and they'll get through for 1. Just casual there. Conway is the one doing the fielding.
Yeah, I think as that final is a bit of a sore spot still for New Zealand. I think we have the same in any knockout games against New Zealand. That 2015 World Cup semi-final still haunts me to this day.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a hard one to It's a hard pill to swallow. Change in the field now. Back at point goes into the gully region. So 3 slips, 2 gullies, wide mid off on the offside. Southey, 1 ball remaining in his 7th. He's in again, and this one's just defended as Markram opens the blade. It goes exactly where you would imagine point would have done the fielding, so they're able to get through for a single. Markram on 11, Van Dussen on 2. Southey's 0 for 9 from his 7. South Africa after 13, 25 for 2. Would you have gone in with this squad, with this 11? Would you have made any other changes, Werner?
Personally, I would have loved to see Rickleton in at 6 in the squad. I think just purely based on his domestic form, scoring 3 unders in 4 matches, also being with the team for quite a while now. He's been with the ODI squad and hasn't had a game. He's been with the Test squad for a while and hasn't had a game. But so Hamza coming back in, I guess he deserves his opportunity as well. He's been good at the SAA side, but I would have loved to see Ryan Rickleton.
Jameson to begin his 3rd, and that's a lovely delivery. Just beats the outside edge of Markram, and all the slips can do is rub their moustaches like cartoon villains, pantomime villains. But this is a lovely ball to begin.
Yeah, beautiful delivery, just on a length, beating the outside edge. Still nice carry through to Blundell. This pitch has had some very good carry and nice even carry, which is good for both the batters and the bowlers. It makes for good cricket when there's good carry in the pitch.
Hopefully there's no cracks that form in this wicket with the amount of rain that they've had around there in the recent past. That one's too wide, and well, it's not a wide ball, but just too wide to lure Markram into any stroke there. We think about how Virat Kohli so many times was dismissed with just flashing outside that off stump, and that's where South Africa were able to pick up their wickets, and it's not something that they want to be victims to themselves, and so he just leaves that one outside the off stump. Jameson in again, and again it's a similar delivery, maybe trying to lure Markram in here with a bit of away. So he's bowled 3 balls now, all 3 of them going away. Do you think there's the opportunity for the straighter one, or the one that comes back in a bit?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Jameson does have a good in-swinger as well, and he does have that ability to get it on a fuller length. So Markram just needs to have that in the back of his mind, and not to just leave everything, knowing that there is still one that could come back in.
Jameson now with the 4th ball, and there's the one that comes a little bit back in, and Markram just plugs his bat outside the stump, and doesn't manage to catch the edge. Does Jameson, but it was a good delivery, just nipped in a little bit of a scrambled seam. Good ball. Goodness me, this is lovely to watch.
Yeah, it's very good bowling. That scrambled seam has been used a lot of late. It's been talked about a lot as well, because you don't know which way it's going to move off the seam, if it's going to come in or away. It's something Werner Philander used to very good effect.
Certainly. Markram facing up to Jameson again, just tucks his bat inside the line of that delivery. 131.5 for that last one. A little bit quicker from Kyle Jameson, but Markram's all too happy just to tuck his bat inside the line of that one. Doesn't want to leave anything hanging out. Doesn't want to give the New Zealanders their 3rd. 2 wickets inside the first hour. What do you make of it, Werner? Is South Africa thinking a little bit like there's some concern here before lunch? Jameson in again. That one just deviates just slightly. No run there, through to the wicketkeeper, and it's time for a drink. 14 gone, 25 for 2. Do you think South Africa will be worried at all with 2 early wickets falling?
Yeah, they probably will be a bit concerned. I don't think you'd like to be 25 for 2. But also the credit has to be given to the New Zealanders, who've bowled very well. They've bowled in good areas consistently. They've got the ball to move off the deck. They've gotten now nice bounce as well, so they haven't made it easy for our batters. That being said, I think that they'll also be slightly disappointed. Adler could have probably left his delivery. Algar also had a bit of a loose poke at that full delivery from Henry. So I think they'll be slightly disappointed with that. But a good opportunity now for Markram and Rossi to really get stuck in here and form a big partnership.
And I think more so for Aiden Markram, he's really struggled of late. His last century, I believe it's his only century, that's come against Australia in that infamous series that we all know as the Tape Town series. But it's really just the ball is in the court of Ed Markram. He needs to score. There's nothing else that can save him. He just needs to score runs. And I think if the previous group said, if Aiden Markram doesn't come right here, he might have to go back and work on some stuff, because Keegan Peterson's not going to get dropped in a hurry. I think he's done enough to keep that number 3 spot for himself.
Yeah.
Sarul Advia, if he comes right in the series and possibly against Bangladesh, who knows what could happen.
Yeah, it seems like a straight shootout between Arvia and Markram at this stage. Arvia having gone early, this might be Markram's opportunity to stamp his authority. To be fair to him, his last century was actually against Pakistan in Pakistan, which I thought was a pretty good century, to be honest. That he really tackled the spin well for a change. And I was very impressed, and I was thinking big things were coming from him, but sadly that was also the last time I felt like that for a while for Markram in the test format.
Yeah, just the 2 wickets to fall this morning. It was the South African captain who was dismissed, Dean Elgar, the score on just 1 run when he was caught at third slip. And then Sarul Advia just edging a Kyle Jamieson delivery to first slip. And that meant South Africa were 2 down with not very much on the board. Since then, Aiden Markram alongside Rassie van der Dussen have looked to stabilize things a little bit, but it hasn't been easy going for either of these 2 batsmen. A number of deliveries just keeping them guessing in terms of movement, but good bowling so far. 7 overs, 0 for 9 from Tim Southee, and that's exactly what you want from your seasoned campaigner, your experienced seamer. I mean, he's going at less than 2 and over. If he's not going to pick up a wicket, he surely should keep things quiet. Change of bowling, it looks like. Kyle Jamieson will not continue after the drinks break, because there is going to be a change, I believe. We'll just have to wait and see who that indeed is. Lovely day at the Hagley Oval.
It really is. Blue skies. Yeah, it's really the sun has come through nicely. I think it's probably a good thing for the batters. Not the ball won't swing for too long, hopefully. I read a stat earlier about New Zealand not having lost a match at home since 2009. Anytime they win the toss, so that's quite a big stat.
That's an incredible stat. You win the toss and you know exactly which discipline to call. If that conversion rate, that's incredible. Matt Henry, he's got 3 slips and a gully in place. He's just having a word with Rassie van der Dussen, who wants to move the side screen, but he seems nonplussed about that. He'll begin a new over to van der Dussen. This one's into the pads of van der Dussen, who just gets up onto his toes and just dots that into the adjacent strip on the leg side. No run, 25 for 2. Markram's on 11 from 35, and van der Dussen on 2 from 11. I have a sneaking suspicion that if you are able to weather periods of difficulty in batting here, and I'll give it to you after this next Matt Henry delivery, just left alone through to Blandel no run. I believe that if you're able to weather the storm that is in front of you as a batter on this wicket in these conditions, you're going to be able to slowly chip away at a score. I don't think it's one where you're just going to be able to weather the small storm and then just get away and free yourself. Henry in again. This one's too far down the leg side. There's a shot for leg before wicket, but the umpire says not out, and they decline a run. Maybe just going over the top of leg peg, maybe.
Yeah, it seemed to be drifting down leg a bit, just the way the keeper was moving down the leg side as well. But yeah, I think I do agree with your assessment. The pitch will probably have some movement in. Yeah, it was a bit closer than I thought actually, but you'll see the keeper moving down leg side is usually a good indication of the ball going down leg.
Van der Dussen punching hard at this one, but it goes on the bounce to a man who's just done the fielding there, Neil Wagner, in the cover region. But I think there's always going to be a challenge around batting on this strip. I think, like you said, if the sun is able to bake things out a little bit more, then it might become slightly less challenging. But on this day one pitch, you're going to see a little bit of assistance here for the bowlers throughout the day. This one is just squeezed between Rassie van der Dussen and the stumps, nearly chopping that one on. He got on his toes and tried to drive this out into the offside, but squeezed between everything and onto the onside, no run.
Yeah, I guess the counter argument with the sun baking on a pitch, it will probably also quicken up the pitch, so it might make it a bit tougher for the batters, or at least give them a little bit less time to react.
Henry onto the hips of Van der Dussen, who just gets this away, and Blundell has to do the wicket keeping, the fielding rather, the wicket keeper. Just leg pies there. Just have a look at that shot earlier from New Zealand, missing leg stump. Good call, umpire. Impact was in line and pitched outside off, but it moved a lot. Not missing by much though.
Yeah, no, missing by a whisker. But luckily, even if it was umpire's call, it would have still been in Rassie van der Dussen's favour, seeing as the umpire had not given it out. Yeah, South Africa on 26 for 2 here after 15 overs. Not going quickly, but this is a test match, and the first day of the test match, you want to see out the new ball. So nothing wrong with the way things are going, except for those 2 wickets that have gone down.
Absolutely. Jameson to begin his fourth. That one's gone back into Rassie van der Dussen. He's not played a shot at all, but it's hit him quite high on the thigh pad. Kyle Jameson seems like he's bemused by the umpire not giving that one out. But shot or no shot, that's a lovely delivery. Just jagged back into the right-hander. But height is not a concern there.
And that's the one we talked about earlier that Markram should be aware of. And I think the same applies to Rassie. I don't think he read that one at all.
No, he didn't. He certainly didn't. And he got a bit lucky there. Jameson with a wry smile under his mouth. He's trying to, when they're trying to be incognito. Van der Dussen still on 2, and this one he tries to push away to the offside. No run. He's 2 from 18. That number is making it look all the more difficult. But let's see what the Hawkeye said. No, it's missing comfortably. No stress at all for Rassie van der Dussen.
Yeah, that's the advantage with Kyle Jameson bowling. Most of his deliveries will be going over the stump the moment it's on a length or back of a length, just with his height and the bounce in this pitch.
Jameson in again to Rassie van der Dussen. My word, Rassie van der Dussen certainly doesn't look comfortable. This one cut off at backward point, or rather gully / backward point region. There's no run for him there. Rassie van der Dussen doesn't look all that comfortable, does he? He seems like he's just fending at the ball or just pushing at it, prodding at it.
Yeah, he is looking a bit tentative. He isn't committing fully to the ball. It might be that one at the beginning of the over that swung back in that has him a bit in 2 minds.
Certainly weighs on the mind of the batter. This one is short and wide, and Van der Dussen leaves that one, goes through to Blundell. You might have, in a shorter format game, you might have just thought about the ramp up and over the slip cordon, perhaps, in that region, but Van der Dussen still on 2 from 20. South Africa 26 for 2 balls in the 16th. Lots of 2s.
Yeah, no, it's been very good bowling by New Zealand, not giving anything away, no freebies to put away to the boundary, keeping the pressure on all the time, making it very difficult for the batters.
Yeah, the swing doesn't help at all. Jameson wide of the wicket here. He comes very wide of the crease into the hips of Van der Dussen, and Van der Dussen finally breaks the 2 duck. He's on 3 from his 21 deliveries. 1 ball remaining in Jameson's fourth. It's got 1 for 7. The wicket of Sorrel Ervier. Yeah, that was somewhat against the run of play, that dismissal. But a wicket is a wicket, and you can't complain when you get them.
Definitely not. And Jameson has been full of it, full of wickets at the start of his career.
Jameson in to Markram. He just leaves that one. 16 gone. 27 for 2 in Markram on 11. We've got about 6 minutes left in our commentary stint here before the change. It's going to be the same team that brought you the first 40 minutes. It'll be Mpho Mbutlane and Akona and Anis, who were 2 Gqeberha gentlemen. Good to have the coastal team joining in. We have some guys that were that are in Cape Town, and now we have in Gqeberha. So we're spreading out. We're everywhere and nowhere at the same time, because we're all at home because of the new ball from Matt Henry. It's driven out into the covers. They'll get probably just the one here, and Van Edison now on 4. No, we're all at home because it's the middle of the night in South Africa. But we are absolutely privileged to bring you every single moment of this test series. You can tweet at us, talk to us, ask us questions, what is going on, and we'll be able to share some of your thoughts with you. We'll leave it up to the team coming on next in about 5 to read all the tweets. That one's come back. My word, it's hit Aiden Markram. There's a big shout from Matt Henry. Umpire says no. I think the umpires are going to be busy here, Werner. Hands on heads from Matt Henry. He's not sure how that wasn't out.
Yeah, but that one did seem a bit high. It came back wow, but it seemed to hit him at on top of the back pad. I think it would have gone over the off stump, but we'll see if they decide to review this one.
I'm gonna play a bit of devil's advocate here. If it seems it spins, so have we missed out with Keshav Maharaj, or do we think Aiden Markram and Dean Alves? But let's put it in inverted commas. I think bowling, part-time bowlers essentially. It looks like they have gone upstairs for it. So let's just have a look here. We'll come back to the spin question. Yeah, this one jagged back in, and Aiden Markram could be in trouble here. No shot offered, but I don't know. Like you said, height may be his saving grace. It's red, and orange. So Aiden Markram, by the skin of his teeth. Goodness me, a kitten's whisker there. It would have just shaved the off stump and middle stump adjoining bail. Good call by the umpire. If you're a South African, if you're a New Zealander, that should have been out. Should have been out, umpy. Come on.
But on first look, on first view, it did seem a little bit high. But it did come in a long way. So it really is no easy work for the batters out there. The ball is moving all over the place. They're not getting any easy deliveries to put away, so the pressure keeps piling on.
Markram now. This one nips away from the South African right-hander. And that 136. South Africa going at less than 2 to the over. So really just a measured approach after the 2 early wickets. New Zealand now have lost 2 of their reviews. And do you think that'll impact the way they make the decision? I mean, South Africa have a howler in terms of a record. This one snipping, swinging away quite a lot. It was taken in front of first slip there. Do you think? I mean, South Africa has a horrible record with reviews of late.
Yeah, we do. I think a lot of it was down to Quinny. I don't think he has been the most reliable behind the stumps when it comes to reviews. But I do think that New Zealand only lost 1 out of 2 because his last one was umpire's call, right? So
it was umpire's call,
they should be
correct.
fine.
That
So
one's
I
just
think they
slashed
only
away
lost the first
wide
one.
of gully, and that'll go for 4. South Africa finally breaking that boundary drought. It was slashed away by Markram, beating gully on the right-hand side on the bounce. But a boundary is a boundary. Lovely shot.
Yeah, I think they'll take it at this time. A bit ungainly, probably not quite where he meant it to go. But still, any runs at this this stage they'll take with all the pressure being added. So good for Markram to get that boundary. Not the way he would have wanted it, but he'll take it for now.
He goes to 15 from 40, and the next ball just beats him on the outside edge of his bat. 17 gone, 32 for 2. And Markram on 15 from 41. Rassie van der Dussen 4 from 22. Matt Henry 6 overs, 1 for 14. He picked up South Africa's skipper, Dean Elgar, early this morning with South Africa score just on 1. And South Africa 32 for 2. It's been tough going. We haven't taken any wickets at all, which is good. It's now up to the team of Akona, Mpho, and Anis, who will be taking you through the next period of play. After this over, we'll change things out.
Yeah, it's important last little session here up to lunch. These two would really like to go through there unscathed from here. They don't want to lose any more wickets.
First one's defended by Van der Dussen. There's nothing on offer in terms of a run there. The wicket is not as green as I think we all would have imagined. I seem to remember a Bangladesh New Zealand game where the strip was indistinguishable from the outfield, but it's not as bad. There is some color variation.
Yeah, no, it seems to be rolled in very nicely. The pitch looks nice and hard, so there is some early movement. Hopefully, it'll flatten out a little bit as the match progresses.
Jameson into Van der Dussen. My word, a lovely delivery again. Beat him all ends up, but not able to take the edge. Delectable bowling.
It really is. It has been a real team effort. No bowler has let up. They've really bowled in partnerships here. Both Henry and that close to the edge. Both bowlers continuing to ask a lot of questions here.
No easy feat here, batting in these conditions with, like you said, these Kiwi bowlers hunting in packs. Jameson wide of the crease this time, and it's also a wildish delivery. Can't lure Van der Dussen into a cut stroke. He just walks down the wicket and gardens out the divot just made by Jameson. But like the previous team said, it's good to see fans in the grounds for New Zealand. It's been a kind of drawbridge type mentality from the New Zealand authorities. You just close the door and don't let anybody else in. But wonderful to see some fans enjoying the sun at the Hagley Oval. This one's in to Van der Dussen. It swings through the air into the pads, and he's able to just get it away from his pads there, but no run there. 32 for 2. 2 balls remaining in the 18th, and 2 balls remaining in our stint.
It's been a tough 10-day quarantine for the Proteas, but at least now they get to enjoy a bit more freedom. They're allowed to go out now and enjoy themselves a little bit more, so they'll be happy about that.
Yeah, it'll help with confidence in terms of this one coming into Rassie van der Dussen, just defends it. Confidence in terms of going out there and not having to worry about 150 different protocols, and maybe feeling a little bit more at ease, and then thus more able to focus on their cricket. But it's not easy going when the ball's jagging around like it is. I certainly wouldn't want to be batting in these conditions. 1 ball in Jameson's 5th and 1 ball in our commentary stint. He comes right on over the wicket, pulled away to the onside. It's going to beat the man at fine leg. It's going to race away to the boundary. We finished with a boundary. South Africa 18 gone, 36 for 2, and time now for Mpho, Anis, and Akona to take you through the next passage.
Thank you very much, Dave. And Werner, well, good first session for you. See you on the other side. Let me just add Anis Mohammed. We're just waiting for Akona to join us while we wait for that change of innings to come through. Anis, this is the final 40 overs.
Would have
40 minutes for Aston, not final 40 overs.
Jamison in good. Henry in good length. Short of a length. Well left by Aiden Markram, just going over off stump. This is a very important passage right now. If South Africa don't want to lose another wicket, and New Zealand want to get a couple, hopefully the Proteas can be a bit stoic and just bat out until lunch.
Yeah, well, that's what it's been. It's been attritional this morning. New Zealand's been ahead. South Africa been
holding Henry on. In again. Outside off. Markram flashes outside off, and there is a neck. Pilfer caught behind. Markram looks confused, and they're going to go upstairs.
I don't think Aiden thinks he hit that.
He looks so confused. Well, welcome back.
Hey guys, it's a nick. It's a nick.
Oh.
You come on and you take Aiden Markram's wicket.
Yes.
Just jinxed him.
How if he nicked it, how does he look so confused about it?
Absolute shocker.
Oh, he's
guys,
feeling guilty as hell.
okay, Anis, let's describe for the peeps, right? Aiden played this ball outside the off stump on his back foot, but at the moment of impact, both his feet were in the air. Both of them. Not just one, two.
Both of them.
So it's a horrible looking shot, and he edges it to Tom Blundell, and Matt Henry gets a second wicket. Just when we're talking about getting yourself to lunch, a wicket like this.
I jinxed him. Oh no! But that was insane. Well, not insane. It was a good. Well, it was a push shot. To be fair, it could have been left on length and on width, but he just ended up chasing it away from his body. And it seems like in our previous stint, I was going to say that New Zealand would, with the way Aiden Markram is batting now, he's always you always feel like you're in the game with him, because he is prone to a bit of a brain fade, and that's exactly what happened there. Just a ball that could have been left, and he chased after it. His hands just went away from his body, and he got quite a healthy edge, it seems. And but since both his feet were off the ground, apparently he didn't feel it.
What shot is that? He's got no base.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to be playing balls with both your feet in the air. You've got nothing to put your to anchor yourself with.
Basically, it's a nothing shot, because look at the previous over when Matt Henry was bowling. He flashed it one past gully, and this one was relatively bit. The length can't allow you to cut the ball, and it's in the air. His stance is open. I don't know where he was playing.
That's a T20 shot. That it's a limited overs cricket shot. That's what it is. That shot. But in comes Temba Bavuma, the limited overs captain, and this is got to be the majority of his innings coming in before the score of 50. So he's used to this. And him and Urasi have to do a rebuilding job. At the moment, he's now just doing some gardening, just to make sure that the pitch is clear.
So just before that ball, remember you can tweet into us at One World SR, at Guerilla SA, and also on YouTube. DJ Softer, hello. CM Hamza, hello. Daniel Kiwi, Vijay Patel, hello.
Henry in, outside off, good length, well left by Temba Bavuma, not interested at all. And now they're showing how Aiden Markram was set up in this by Henry. The first ball coming back and he going away, and he left. And the second ball they got the wicket was a bit shorter, a touch closer, moving away. And Aiden threw the bat at it, threw his hands, and it's flashing hard in the edge. This one, short of a length, moving away from Temba Bavuma, beats him outside off. This time he did commit to a shot, but it didn't connect to anything. A great ball from Henry. Pitched on middle and off, and just beating off off stump and the outside edge.
Matt Henry's now
Great
getting
ball.
not that prodigious swing that he got in that first spell. It's not too much. It's just enough. And I think that's what undid Aiden, and that last ball to Timber was incredible.
This one also a bit short of a length. Well, it seems short of a length because Temba Bavuma is so short. Temba Bavuma on his tippy toes, back foot defense to the offside, and they scamper through for a single. The score moves on to 38 for 3.
Yeah, just some tough moments here
37
for
for
South
3,
Africa.
sorry.
Yes, so South Africa need to just get through this period. Akona, what are you looking to? What are you looking for from Temba and Rassi?
For me, I'm looking there for them to consolidate now. It's all about batting out overs, batting to lunch, and try and minimize the damage as possible.
And Henry in a good line on middle and off, and gets the outside edge of Rassi van der Dussen, taken at third slip.
Oh.
And another one down, South Africa 37 for 4. This was a Jaffa of a ball. Squared Rassi van der Dussen right up, and it was a great length. Or would have, if he didn't get the bat there, would have taken off stump. So yeah, he was committed. Found the outside edge and a great rolling take.
Yes,
South
Rassi
Africa in all sorts of bother.
Yes, Rassi trapped. Rassi was trapped in with his feet in the toilet seat. He moved back. He tried to fend that off, and in fending that off, it looked like it surprised him a little bit. I think it might have been the pace because the bounce wasn't too much, and he edged that very quickly to that fielder at third slip. That's Tim Southey. Tim Southey and Matt Henry strike again. Remember, they got the first wicket of Dean Elgar. So they come back again. Matt Henry, 3 for 15. An incredible second spell for him. He's opening up this morning session as the man with only 2 test matches to his name, or 6 test matches to his name, I beg your pardon. Zubair Hamza walks in at the crease.
And a man with an axe to grind, with something to prove, in with Temba Bavuma. I think Zubair Hamza right now, I don't think he himself thought he was going to play today. So I think he's going to try to make the most of this opportunity. But that was a fantastic over from him. Insane. 6 matches for Zubair Hamza, average of 18. 181 runs, 150, highest score of 62. As Jamison continues to Temba Bavuma, well left, outside off. Ball coming in, just going on with the arm. And Temba Bavuma leaves it alone on length.
I must say, I do concur with what Paul said earlier on about Matt Henry. He's not getting that swing he was getting with the new ball. The first time, when he came back, I think he's just getting enough movement. That Vernon Philander type of same movement.
Just getting enough. Yeah. Just getting enough movement of the wicket and in the air, just to keep the South Africans honest. And they're putting in a short leg for Temba Bavuma. Yeah. Will Young, not the singer, taking the helmet today. Temba Bavuma facing up to Jamison. Jamison running in past the umpire now. Full on leg stump and worked away by Temba Bavuma straight, but it is just a single down to fine leg. Jamison just bowling a bit too straight and allowing Temba Bavuma to work him away. The score moves on to 38 for 4.
Really just disappointing right now from a South African perspective, who always just want to land the first punch. They've said that throughout the summer, we want to land the first punch, and haven't been able to do that as this innings has gone on. These balls aren't that great, but South Africa just nicking off.
Oh, this one, Jamison into Zubair Hamza for his first ball and cuts him in half. and gets an edge, I think. Yes, gets an edge down to fine leg for a single.
I'm
Oh yeah,
afraid it's the same.
Karaminov inside edge. Yeah. Whoa.
I'm afraid it's the same Achilles. We've been having the batting collapse.
Yeah. This South African team in the last 9 Test matches have only scored only three centuries. So it's it is a glaring weakness as Temba Bavuma faces Jamison, as this one is outside off stump, left alone, not much movement there. Bowling a heavy ball, it seems. So since the 1st of January 2021, and the South African team have only scored 3 centuries. One of them by Quinton de Kock, one of them by Aiden Markram, and one of them by Dean Elgar.
It's good to see Zubair Hamza back in the side. South Africa playing that extra batter. So it's a good thing that we're playing that extra batter. It's just that we're looking very England-like, similar to what Wandering Biku says, who says, when does South Africa start playing like England?
Jamison in again to Temba Bavuma. This one short of a length, in which pops up and is left alone by Temba, again on length. If they want to trap anything Jamison bowls off a good length, it's going to be too high for Temba Bavuma. So he needs to pitch it up. But then he risks straying too straight and allowing Temba when over pitching. As Temba faces up again. Jamison in again. This one a bit straighter and worked, defended, just dropping, playing with soft hands, and just the ball just dribbling to Young at short leg.
I think we're having trouble. All our batters today getting outside of stump. They're chasing the ball. All the dismissals are similar.
Yes, it's just being tentative. I kind of feel like they're very tentative, and so like the India series. Remember against India, we started similar to this, where we just couldn't do anything on day one, and India put down 300 runs. But after that, South Africa won every single day of cricket after that. So let's hope that happens, and they can turn it around after lunch.
As Henry in again to Zubair Hamza, who leaves this one outside off stump. Score remains 39 for 4 after 20.1 overs. Henry's bowling very well in that channel, and as Akona was saying, all the dismissals are similar. New Zealand, it's like New Zealand aren't bowling South Africa out, except that one to Rassi, as Henry comes in again. This one on off stump again. Zubair Hamza finds the outside edge of Zubair Hamza, but this one drops well short because he played with soft hands and dribbles down to the slips for no run, which was an absolute peach. The shot selection from Dean Elgar from Aiden Markram was shocking, as Henry comes in again, and this one is straight and appeal for LBW, and the umpire is unmoved.
Yeah, he's really testing Zubair Hamza's off stump. I'm loving how this New Zealand team have just looked to test the South Africans' defenses, and they've come up trumps this time, as South Africa just keep on edging those balls.
And this time, unfortunately, no short leg for Zubair Hamza. That would have been a dolly as the next ball, and this one squares Zubair Hamza up, but luckily he gets enough bat on it for it to dribble straight to the offside for no run.
Must say, Matt Tanger has been relentless into that off stump. It's been impressive. Autonomous science for South Africa.
Yes. Matt Henry can actually ramp it up if we keep as Henry comes in again. This one tucks Zubair Hamza up again, but works it down to the leg side, and there's some work to do for square leg. South Africa he comes through for the single. The score is 40 for 4 with 1 ball remaining in the 21st over. We having the the reference to Bernard Philander with Matt Henry, but Matt Henry is at least a yard quicker, and that makes a very big difference in Test cricket. As Henry comes in for the final ball of the over, and this one is well defended by Temba Bavuma.
Yes.
Compared to, he's bowling at 138 at that with that line and that same movement where Bernard Philander was bowling at the mid 120s, maybe the 130s if it was a quickish pitch.
So Matt Henry's the quicker of the three New Zealand bowlers today, and he's showing it. You know, obviously Neil Wagner's going to come in with some chin music. It's going to be quite interesting to see how they manage that going forward. But Jagannath says Rassi should focus on white ball format and enough of Markram, get him out the firing line on YouTube.
I think, you know what, even though the scheme isn't going 100, Rassi's been stranded a couple of times when he looked very, very good, or there wasn't enough runs in a chase. So we can't just dump Rassi. Oh, and in comes Neil Wagner for his first ball. His pants are very dirty. Been doing lots of work apparently down in the boundary, and this one is worked off Zubair Hamza's hips down to fine leg for a single. 41 for 4 after 21. New Zealand are on top in this session.
Yes, well, if you've taken 4 wickets in a season,
they're well on top for this session.
Good toss to win.
As we know, South Africa starts sessions poorly and they start series poorly as Temba Bavuma faces up to Neil Wagner, right? Left arm over the wicket. This one outside off when Temba Bavuma watches it all the way as he leaves. No fancy footwork from him, just leaving the ball, watching it go all the way to the keeper. Textbook.
Yes. And it's horrible that Temba's in the 19th over. It's like it's the worst start you could possibly ask for.
As Wagner comes in again for his third ball. This one a bit fuller and straighter, and Temba Bavuma plays it straight to the fielder. No run. Score remains 41 for 4 after 21.3. Temba Bavuma, he shouldn't be in right now. In an ideal world, the top 3 should have been taking the shine off the ball still, and maybe be one down for one down before lunch. But as we say, South Africa starts series poor. Wagner in again for his fourth ball. This one wide outside off stump, and Temba Bavuma has no qualms about letting this one go. Neil Wagner blaming his stats. Did he lose his stats?
Jagannath also says last option would be to play Markram at 5 and play Hamza at 3 in the second innings. If he fails, get Rickleton into the next match.
I agree. I would have
played Hamza at 3.
Yeah.
Already Aiden bat at 4. And just
this
drop
one
down number 1.
On middle and leg going across Temba Bavuma. Temba Bavuma takes a step forward and plays a solid forward defense. And there is no run. 41 for 4. The score remains after 21.5. Rickleton, we're saying this now in hindsight that Rickleton should have been here. But as I was saying, sorry, I didn't get to make my point. As Wagner comes in, and this one wide outside off stump again, and is left alone. I was happy. that they moved Markram to 3 because I thought that maybe that he'd have some more protection there since he's not in form. However, him coming in early didn't help. It just didn't help him much. As we pan through the crowd, 41 for 4 after 22 overs. South Africa going at 1.86 and over.
Look, I think it's just something that needs to happen. I think Aiden just needs to go back and reassess and think about it, which is why I thought maybe not having him on this tour would have been the best thing. But you
Yeah.
want to take a big squad,
Yeah.
to New Zealand, and so he's gonna be there. It's just you just want him to recalibrate and think about how he approaches his batting while giving other people a chance.
As Henry comes in, and this one is outside off and nips back, and Zubair Hamza leaves on length, going over the stumps, watching it all the way. Oh, he's trusting the bounce. That's something that as Henry comes in again for the next ball, and this one tucks Hamza up, and it dribbles away to the leg side for no run. Hamza does not look comfortable. Anything
Yes,
that's
but
straight can come. Anything that's coming back in at him. It doesn't look comfortable at all. It's like he's never faced an in swing in his life. As Henry comes in for the third ball, outside off stump, moving away this time and left alone. He looked a lot more comfortable there with the ball moving away from him.
I, for one, do agree with what Paul said about Aiden Malcolm. He needed to go back to first-class cricket and just again find himself. And then I'm for.
Sorry, as Henry comes in for the fourth ball of the over. This one outside off again and well left by Hamza. I don't even think he should have gone back to first-class cricket. You should have gone straight to the high performance center and worked on everything with Neil McKenzie to start with.
This is so important as well, Anis, for Zubair. This is a really good way for him to stake a claim.
Yes.
And because a lot of people are saying, obviously, he hasn't had the best of runs since he's last got out of the Proteas team, averages 13 domestic cricket. So it's one of those situations where it's an opportunity for him to, do something, do an Usman Khawaja, do something that's undroppable, that makes you undroppable.
As Henry comes in for the fifth ball of the over and well defended by Zubair Hamza. That's the end of the over. Score is 41 for 4 after 23. But that's why I said as he was walking to the wicket, this is make or break for him, because as I was saying, he didn't think he probably wasn't in the plans for him to play today. So he's got to make the most of it, and he's got to take this opportunity.
Definitely.
And he's got the talent.
Another question I pose to you guys: where is the batting coach?
Who is South Africa's batting coach at the moment? I don't think there is one. As Wagner comes in to Themba Bavuma, this one a touch fuller, coming back into off, bringing the ball back into Themba Bavuma on off stump, and there is a poor defensive, and that one squirts out to the offside after an inside edge on pitch pad.
Yes. So the head coach takes that responsibility of the batting coach, but they do have Justin Salmons with the team as a consultant. I don't know if he's on leave now, but I think he's still with the team.
As Wagner comes in outside off and left alone by Themba Bavuma. I don't think that Mark
Is it permanent?
So Justin Salmons, he's not permanent, but he's been with the team since the World Cup. He used to be the batting consultant, coach for the Lions 2 seasons ago, and he was supposed to be with Northwest this year, but he's now been with the Proteas the entire time.
As Wagner comes in for the third ball of the over, this one wide outside off stump, and Themba Bavuma leaves the ball alone. This is just allowing Themba Bavuma to get more and more comfortable. Every third ball being that wide, because there's 2 balls that if you watch the next 2 balls, Wagner's going to keep it straight, and then he's going to throw a wide one out, trying to tame Themba Bavuma as he comes in for the 4th ball. And this one is a little bit straighter, but still wide, and allowing Themba Bavuma to lead. So I was proved wrong first ball. Thank you, Neil.
No, but he wants to surprise him with the one that jags back in. So he's gonna bowl it wide, and Tim's not gonna play at that, and he's gonna trip. But I think he just needs to make Timber get the ball the line a little bit closer to the batter, but still going with the angle because he's left arm over.
Yeah. As he comes in for the fifth ball of the over. Past the umpire now, as this one is wide outside off stump. And I can see the plan happening. He's trying to set Timber up. This next one might be a lot straighter.
I don't know,
but that's what it is.
Guys, if you check the bowling speeds, the only guy who's quick here is Matt Henry.
Yeah.
Wagner is bowling 126.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So essentially, Wagner's your Duan Olivier here.
Yeah, but
Yes.
and this one is straighter and well played by Timber Bafuma. That's the end of the over. 41 for 4. That's what he's trying to set him up.
No, but Neil's big weapon is that short ball. So he's been bowling it full outside the off stump for this over, trying to see if he can't get some swing. It's early on, but I do think there might be a point in time where they do start bowling short to these two batters, and he's going to be the enforcer. He's always been the enforcer for this team. But then you've also got Matt Henry, who bowls very quickly. You've also got Kyle Jamieson, who comes in from a tall height. That's your Marco Jansen. Tim Southee's your swing bowler. That's similar to what Clinton Steeman's going to bring. And obviously, Kagiso is your wicket taker, and he's the X factor. He's more Trent Bolt than Matt Henry. And it's going to be quite interesting to see how Kagiso bowls on these pitches. I would have loved to see us bowl first, but it isn't to be.
In the bowling change, Colin de Gronholm is going to be replacing Matt Henry after a great spell. Here we go. First ball of this over, and this one is outside off, swinging away 120. He's bowling a banana. So there's quite a bit of prodigious swing for de Gronholm. So he's probably going to be the holding bowler, trying to keep it tight with the ball moving and maybe sneak a wicket if there is a bit of a brain fade from any of these batsmen. Zubair Hamza facing de Gronholm in. Second ball, this one on off stump, swinging away again, outside off, and Zubair Hamza leaves it alone. Score remains 41 for 4.
Do we know the first innings batting's first here in this ground?
Not really. We can check that for you.
This one outside off again, well left by Zubair Hamza. No run.
Because of the Bangladesh, I think the Bangladeshi played in this ground. And they scored heavily also.
Yes, they did. I think New Zealand scored 500 here batting first.
Yes.
I'm sorry, guys. I just lost a bit of signal here. My laptop just decided to hate me.
Okay, that's okay. Mine's also going to hit me soon, as we've got 2 balls left in this 20th. Okay, 2 balls left in the 25th over. Anis, handing over to you.
Okay, great. I missed that last ball.
So de Gronholm getting a little bit of leg swing into Hamza. He plays this one on the front foot as a full ball and off stump, defended back to the bowler. No run. I'll close out this over, and then when you're ready, we can take it off. We've only got 8 minutes left until lunch, so you've done a great job so far, Anis. Hamza with 3 slips to de Gronholm, who bowls a really lovely ball, does de Gronholm outside the off stump, a little bit of swing. Hamza letting that go through, 41 for 4. It's going to be interesting, guys, to see what Zubair Hamza has learned in his time outside the game, and how he applies it, because this game of cricket is a lot more failure than success. And he has seen the back end of failure coming in as a youngster, thinking he could make it in. He just couldn't get the runs, and he went back to work on his game. And so now it's going to be interesting to see what a little bit more mature Zubair Hamza comes in. 3 for 19 right now against some tough bowling is going to be isn't what he wants, but the fact that he's still out there is really important.
Look, the same thing happened to Hashim Amla. And there's no way I'm comparing Zubair Hamza to Hashim Amla because that would be unfair. But Hash got dropped after a couple of tests as well, and then came back and then was never dropped again. So is Zubair Hamza going to make a name for himself? And the same thing happened with Ashwell Prince. Also got dropped and then came back as Wagner comes in to Temba Bavuma. This one outside off. Temba flashes and misses. Going for booming driver. I think Temba's had enough of this. He had a bit of a brain fart.
Only 6 minutes left before lunch.
Yeah. He should be tucking that bat as close to his body as possible and not wafting at anything.
Yeah. So average first inning score at Hagley Oval is 308.
As Wagner comes in for the second ball of this over, this one full outside off, and Temba Bavuma reaching for it again. He's going to be very upset with himself. He should be admonishing himself after that. He chased another wide one.
So at this oval, matches won by the team batting first are 3 of the 9, and the team bowling first is 5. So we're already behind it. Behind
Wagner
the 8
comes in, and this one is a bit straighter, coming back, and Temba Bavuma plays at it, but leaves it at the same time, if that makes sense. Just stuck his bat out, but I think it's a bit late.
He had a prod at it.
Yeah, he had a prod at it, but missed everything. He was late on it. This is in the Jack Russell vein of leaving the cricket ball outside off stump. As Neil Wagner comes in for the 4th ball of the over. Straighter. And this one finds the outside edge, but falls safe between a 3rd and a 2nd slip. And no run. So got one to come back and got the outside edge of Temba Bavuma's bat. The score remained, but luckily fell safe. Luckily for South Africa, fell safe. 41 for 4. I think that lunch is calling Temba.
We've got a comment on YouTube. Dan DeCasha says 308 seems 308. Wow, seems high. Batting looks really hard. It does, and I do think it's like the New Zealanders playing against some teams from the subcontinent who don't know how to bowl on pitches like this and don't put them under pressure, because they scored 650 against Pakistan in 2011, and that's the highest total. On the ground.
Wagner comes in, and this one is a lot straighter, and Temba Bavuma gets behind it and defends it well, straight back to the bowler for no run. And this is the last ball of the over. Temba Bavuma taking his guard. Wagner running in past the umpire now, as this one is outside off, and Temba Bavuma plays a glorious drive down the ground. I think mid-off got a glove to it, and it will cut it off as they come back for 3, and the score moves for 3 as the score moves on to 43 for 4 after 26.
2.
Temba Bavuma breaking out the drive, looking compact and classy. The ball was a bit closer to him, and he played it late, and he got the full face of the bat through down to mid for the 2.
It's going to be very important for South Africa for next session to lose at least 1 wicket to get a decent score here.
Yeah, I think that this test series has been built up as a battle of the bowlers, and so far it looks like that's what it's going to be like. I'm just saying that to make myself feel better. As the Grandhome comes in, this one down the leg side, and there is no run.
We've got 3 minutes until lunch, so most likely will be this Colin over.
Yeah, the last over before lunch, we think. And as the Grandhome comes in again, past the umpire, straight on middle and off, straightening up a bit, and this one is punched down to mid on for no run. Mid off, so mid on for no run. Zubair Hamza on strike. Score remains 43 for 4.
Pirate Batshaw says, "Ahoy, dudes!" Hi, Pirate. Thank you for joining us for like the final 2 minutes
5
until
minutes.
lunch. Just to let everybody know, we'll be back at 20 to 3. We will not be playing any lunchtime programming, as I think I'll try and move us to the archives if possible. But the team after lunch will be taking you through. So have a break, 40 minutes, come back, and we'll be back with the team, bringing you the post-lunch session.
The Gronholm in. This one is straight and it is well defended. Oh, onto the next ball already. And the Gronholm in again. And this one is straighter and a bit shorter. And Zubair Hamza keeps this one out and defends it back to the bowler for no run. Score remains 43 for 4 after 26.4. 2 overs left. A shot of the South African bench having in-depth discussions about how to play swing bowling, I guess. And Lungi not looking too happy there, but he's back as the Gronholm comes in. This one strays onto leg stump, and Zubair Hamza works him down to fine leg for a single. 44 for 4. Wow. After 26.5 overs. South Africa going at 1.64 and
From the one over left now.
final ball of the session, we think, as Kimba Bavuma is on strike. The Gronholm running in. Passing the umpire now. This one is straight on middle and leg and work to mid on for a single. And that is they're going to take.
No, it's not. We've got one more over.
One more over. Okay.
Yes, it just finished at 1:59 our time. So
Okay. One more over it is.
Yep.
Conway geeing up his teammates.
It's been a disappointing first session for South Africa.
I think there's going to be some harsh words from the captain again to gee up the guys as Wagner comes in for the last over before lunch. And this one, short the first bouncer, and Zubair Hamza deals with it how it should be, ducks underneath it, and it is taken by the keeper. No run there. Score remains 44 for 4. And as Will Young, not the singer, comes back in for a bit of short leg duty. Zubair Hamza on strike. In comes Wagner. This one a bit fuller, outside off stump and left by Zubair Hamza. So the mindset now should be to make it through this over to get to lunch unscathed.
Near Wagner will probably give him one bouncer, just a surprise ball.
His
Definitely
first one
this
was the
over.
surprise ball. Definitely. He's going to set him up. I think the last ball before lunch is going to be the short one at his nose. New Zealand have 3 slips and a gully, and now a leg slip has come into play. As Wagner comes in. This one is full outside off stump. The double bluff from Wagner as Hamza leaves outside off.
Yeah.
No run.
Definitely it's coming. Definitely it's coming. There's a short.
You just have that sense.
Yes, it's coming.
As Wagner get at the top of his mark. Where Hamza on strike as Wagner runs in past the umpire now. This one, short of a length, and Zubair Hamza leaves well and just drops his hands, and this one goes straight to the keeper for no run. That wasn't the short one. I think there's one he's going to try to ping him on the badge. Two more balls in this over, the final one before the session. As Wagner comes in, outside off, and left alone by Zubair Hamza. We're still waiting for the short one, Akona. He's gonna
Maybe
put
it's a
people
double
up there.
glove.
The
it's a double
triple
glove.
glove, the double glove. Nah, they're gonna send that leg slip down to deep square leg, and then we're gonna then he's gonna bowl a Yorker as Wagner comes in for the last ball of the session. And this one outside off, left alone by Zubair Hamza, and the umpire calls lunch, and that's the end of the session. New Zealand are on top, having taken 4 wickets. South Africa 44 for 4 at the end of this session. There's got a lot of work to do, and a lot of words that need to be said in the dressing room.
It's been a
Got-
pretty
yeah,
disappointing session for South Africa. Lost 4 wickets, all of them caught behind outside of stump. There's a lot of soul searching to be happened there.
yeah.
But for now,
But
again, South Africa starting on the back foot in the 2-match series. We're in trouble.
this is par for the course, it seems. We will be taking a break now for lunch. During the lunch break, we will be back at 2 in about 40 minutes. See everyone then. Until then, bye-bye, everyone.
easy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the other's making runs. I know as soon as I wake up, if it's my lucky day, if the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, it's all I need to know. And there's cricket on my radio.
Welcome back to this One World Sports Radio broadcast of the first test between South Africa and New Zealand from Hagley Oval in Christchurch in Canterbury. My name is David Midgley, and alongside me for this next passage of play is Anis Mohammed. Good afternoon, Anis. You're from New Zealand.
Yeah.
You're in South Africa. It's middle of the night still.
Good morning, Dave.
Yeah,
it was an interesting passage. Yeah, it was a great, enthralling passage of play. Disappointing for South Africa, great for New Zealand. And hopefully the South Africans can put up a better performance for this next session. Is holding times.
What have you made so far of the batting, Anis? I mean, it's not as though the South Africans have batted atrociously, but certainly the conditions have assisted the bowlers early on here.
That's true. However, I do feel that Aiden gave his wicket away. Rasif Aditison got a jaffa, and Dean Alga early on in his innings, not quite sure where his off stump is, always making things look more difficult than it is. This time got the outside edge. Yeah, it's been a tough morning for the batters, but we know that there is class, and now they've just got to rebuild over this next the next couple of sessions, and they're going at 1.5 and over, and that's fine. It's day one, and they have a lot of work to do, so they just need to keep grinding away and grinding away. As Hashim Amla once said that the bowlers can't bowl all day; they're going to get tired. And the moment they do and get a bit loose, that's when you've got to take advantage.
Yeah, it's been tough going, like you said, but perhaps there's some shift in fortune for the South Africans here in the post-lunch session. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR, alternatively at Guerilla SA, that's GERILLASA. And Anis Mohammed will be the man reading your tweets out because he's a wizard in terms of keeping an eye on those things. Most of us are running at about 5% brain capacity at this time of the day, but I can assure you that the team that follow us are ready and fresh and will be sharp to bring you the closing portions of this day's play. But South Africa with Themba Bavuma and Zubair Hamza at the wicket. What have you made so far of Zubair's stay at the crease?
He's looked very tentative, but that's to be expected with him coming back into the team. He does have a point to prove, and as I said to him before, the same thing happened to guys like Ashwell Prince and Hashim Amla, and they took those chances with both hands. Also, interesting thing. The question was asked during the first session: when was the last time South Africa had two left-handed openers? And if I'm not mistaken, Graham Smith and Ashwell Prince together.
Gary Kirsten is also another pairing that we've had with Graham Smith left at the top. I believe Graham and Dean as well may have opened.
Graham and Dean, yeah.
So it's not a foreign concept to South African openers having two left-handers. But what a glorious day it's turned out to be at the Hagley Oval in Christchurch. You can see the overhead shot there, and Nice is just marvelous weather.
Sun. Yeah, it's the hopefully the sun's going to bake down on it and make it a bit easier to bat. Not too easy though, but as Varun said in the last session, we're also with the sun baking down on it, might quicken the pitch up. So we are looking, but I think the best day for batting would have been day 3, but apparently the forecast, it does not look good for day 3 with something like 90% chance of rain. So South Africa might miss out on the best batting day, or
Yes.
New Zealand rather.
Not looking all that much better for those of us who are in Johannesburg. It's really looking like it's going to turn out to be quite a grim day today, but we'll leave that to our resident weatherman, Simon here. Zubair Hamza, he's on 4, and he'll be at the non-strikers. And Tim Southey will begin the first over post-lunch, and he goes now to Timbo Bavuma. 3 slips, gully backward point. This one's into the pads of Timbo, who just defends that no run. So Bavuma's on 4 from 28, and Hamza on 4 from 30. A patient knock from both of these two, and you have to be that almost not dogged determination, because I feel like that's a overused description, but you almost need to be defiant in your arrogant defiance. It's almost I'm gonna be here, and you're gonna really have to bowl a peach to get rid of me. Sally in again, and this one's on the hips of Bavume, just tucks this way down to fine leg, and they'll think about 2, and they don't get that opportunity.
Especially with these two rebuilding now, they're going to have to back the time. And I remember Dean Algo saying in the pre-match interview that that's what Sorrel Avia was good at batting time. But now these two need to put great value on their wickets and need to bat out for as long as possible.
South Africa would love to have these two together at the close of play today, but the New Zealanders won't want to give them too much comfort. This one's driven back up the wicket. It's a lovely shot by Zubair Hamza, and that'll run away to the boundary for 4. What a shot off the lunch.
Class. Just as we were saying before he placed that ball, that it was a bit tentative, and he plays an absolute gem of a straight drive, straight down the ground. Perfect balance, perfect timing, and it runs away for 4.
Yeah, full face of the blade there from Zubair Hamza. To be fair, it was a little bit of a half volley there from Southey, but you'll take them when they come. He faces Southey now, halfway through Southey's 8th, and it's into the pads. It's about a leg stump type length, leg stump line delivery. They just tuck it onto the onside for 1.
You still have to put those balls away. You still have to put those balls away, though. And that there was a
50 as well.
Shot.
That's South Africa's 50. Yeah. I'm hoping it's not 55 for 5, because we've had 22 for 2, 33 for 3, and 44 for 4. So I don't know. Atepo and Mpo are not superstitious. So we'll just leave that hanging out there. This one is driven through the covers. It's a lovely shot by Timba Bavuma. You would imagine that it'll be held up here in the outfield as they get through for 2, and that is exactly the case. There's obviously been a lot of rain around Christchurch in the last couple of weeks leading up to this, and that's why you saw, quite a
the ball slowing up.
The green tinge on the wicket, but also the ball not running away to the boundary. You really don't necessarily get value for your shots here. You have to muscle them, as Zubair Hamza did in the first ball he faced after the luncheon interval. So 3 slips now, crouching, awaiting a possible opportunity. Southey again on that leg stump. It's been caught.
It's gone.
52 for 5. I've called it. And South Africa have lost Temba Bavuma. It was a leg stump half volley. Just chipped it to the man at mid-wicket, close in. And South Africa have lost their 5th, and their limited overs captain is gone. It was a nothing shot, really. He just pushed at it. His contact point was way outside in front. And a simple catch in the end for Devon Conway.
First single-digit score for Timber Bavuma in 6 innings.
Dag nabbit. So that means what? South Africa out for 100.
No, I'm 150. Marco Jansen is going to play a blinder now. Marco Jansen, the Calverain. Oh,
If you're a New Zealand fan,
Carl's
you must
due.
be loving this. Everybody is due at this point. 52 for 5, 29 overs gone. Temba Bavuma's gone for 7. Hamza remains on 9 from 32. And South Africa's wicketkeeper walks to the wicket.
Temba
Verena.
will be a bit disappointed in that. I think he got it a bit too early. And he was just beaten in the airspace by Saudi. Latched on it too early, eyes lit up, and played it straight to the man. A bit disappointing way to go for Timber. As I was saying, put value on your wickets, and then he goes and he plays a shot, and they get him out.
Anis, I want to ask a question. How many wickets have you been on air for?
Oh God, it's my fourth.
So 4 to 5. 4 to 5.
4 to 5, yeah.
I said, you get a test debut and then you just throw it all away. I mean, come on.
I've taken
Don't be that guy.
I've taken a forfeit. So I don't feel bad. I've done it right, except for the wrong team.
4 before lunch.
Oh,
You forgot that we were betting.
yeah. Came in. They were like, oh, it was insane.
Kyle Jamieson to begin his 7th. He's into Zubair Hamza just defends this one into the covers. No run.
Oh,
I actually want
Jamison.
to give you a bit of a grief. Yeah, a small technical thing, and I'm sure I'll get an argument or two from our fellow commentators. But you said you were making your test debut. You're not making your test debut because you made your test match rugby debut with us before.
Oh, that's
already.
true.
So
That's
test
true.
rugby is
That's true.
still test
counts,
match.
it
It,
counts,
doesn't say
yes.
which sport. Yeah.
Okay. I'm suitably chastened. I apologize.
This one is low into the body of Zubair Hamza. Just defends it. This pitch is getting a little bit skiddy, looking like it after lunch, but I imagine it won't be that way going forward. I think there's still a bit of grip and nip in this wicket. Are you of the view that if it seems it's going to spin?
Well, if the best spinner to ever do it, best leg spinner to ever do it, Shane Warne said so. It must be true, because he was of the same opinion. And
Back foot
it's been
defense now from Zubair Hamza, and no run there.
It's been proven to be true. So I just hope that our part-timers, Dean and Aiden, can pull one out for us and do the holding job that they need to do.
Just 18 degrees at Hagley Oval today, so not the most pleasant day to be fielding. Now Jameson comes in and they go through to Blundell. Yeah, it's not the most ideal day to be fielding, but heavens, when the score's 52 for 5 after you won the toss and you decide to have a field, not bad.
Definitely not. And New Zealand are all over South Africa like a bad rash. But as you said, Zubair Hamza has been very, very watchful, and that's a good thing to see. We know that Kyle Verena has all the talent in the world, and he is due. Oh,
It needs to come right on that 50 domestic average. Hamza facing up to Kyle Jamieson now, and this is again on the back foot, and he just defends. He's flat-footed there, is Zubair Hamza, not having to get up onto his toes. Yeah, not having to get onto his toes for that one, but just defends. 1.74 is what South Africa are going at the moment, and Anis Mohammed saying in this broadcast earlier, you were saying that. That's not too bad. It's not terrible. It's not great.
Yeah. Especially considering the match situation with South Africa being 52 for 5. They need to back time right now. And
Jameson in, and this one is just a defended square, 2 point, no run.
The longer they take it,
52
the better
for
they
5.
get.
Yeah, sorry.
No. The longer, the deeper they take it, the better their chances are. Of getting a reasonable score. We're putting 300 out of our minds right now, so maybe 150, and then see if we can keep restrict New Zealand to something decent.
I think a score of 230 might 220 anywhere between 200 and 250 at a push. I think might be an interesting score on this wicket. They always say don't judge a wicket until both teams are batted on it.
Seems better, yeah.
And if we lose a day to rain, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that's about par for the South African batting lineup. 250, just over 200, between 200 and 250 is about par for this batting lineup. That's well.
Southie for the start of the 31st, dot ball outside the off stump, no run.
As I was saying, in the last 9 tests since the 1st of January 2021, they've only 3 South African batters have gotten 100. So yeah, it's been tough going for this batting lineup.
Well, it was something that I picked up in that I shared a video into our WhatsApp group from a fellow journalist or fellow cricketing broadcaster as Southie comes right on over the wicket, and this one's really a leg stump long hop and just worked away onto the onside. They'll get 1, I think about 2, but cut off there in the end. And he talks about how Test batting has the averages against pace have really sharply declined, and it's not only the guys who were struggling here and there, but it's guys like Steve Smith whose averages against pace have really just come down a lot in the last 2 years.
Yeah, it's also quite interesting that
this one's caught the edge. It's dropped short, I think, of Gully. It's taken a deflection of Gully. That'll run down to the third man boundary. It's going to hold up, though, as the collection work is done, and they get 2 for it. That could have been a chance again.
But maybe that's the chance that Zubair Hamza needs. Just prodding.
He's pushing at it.
Pushing at it away from his body, playing well in front of his pad. And
drop chance, do you think?
Yep. Yeah, I think that carries.
That's a hard take.
You got to take those because if it was the South African team, we would have said if it was South African,
would have said he should have taken it. Sure.
Yeah.
Left alone outside the off stump. 2 balls to come. 55 now for 5, and we have had 22 for 2, 33 for 3, 44 for 4, and 55 for 5.
Oh no!
I'm not going to say anything.
No.
Say anything about the next one because I call this one. The contact point is the problem for me. Zubair Hamza's playing far too far out in front of himself, and he's almost expecting it to come onto the bat more than it is. It's not necessarily going to fly onto the bat. It's not going to hit the bat hard.
Yeah.
You have to be patient and better Newlands type innings.
Even though the pitch is green, it seems to be holding up because that's what got Kemba. So I think that nearly got Zubair Hamza as well. And like you said, the contact point is well in front of himself instead of playing it under his eyes and playing it late. But maybe that is something that needs to be looked at. But he's looking compact and he's looking technically right. Little shuffle. Just a bit of a worry that he's playing around his front pad.
3 slips a Gully, backward point, mid off on the offside, and this one's into the right-handed Zubair Hamza, who just defends it manfully. 31 gone, 55 for 5, and there's ones all round with Varane on 1 and Hamza on 11. And 31 overs gone, 1.77 run rate. So look,
a lot of ones.
If there's duplicate numbers, because obviously the 3 in the overs is an anomaly, but the scorecard at the bottom of our screens is 55 for 5, 31 gone, 1.77. There's just lots of double numbers, which is wonderful to see. Matt Henry's just ripped the South Africans apart. 3 for 16 in his 9. Tim Southee 1 for 20. The other wicket taker in Kyle Jamieson 1 for 13 in his 7. Colin de Grandhomme just the 2 overs. I'd love to see a little bit more of him.
And that is
it looks like Kyle Jamieson will continue. He does so. It's almost a slow Yorker there to Kyle Verreynne, able to squeeze that out.
Digs it out well. Digs it up very well. I think Kyle needs to hang around and play. he needs to play the innings of his life at the moment. But I still say that he just needs to hang around. The longer
Cometh
he's
the
there, the
man,
better he's
cometh
going.
the hour. What do you think?
Exactly. Exactly. The longer these two are there, the better their chances are. I know
Jameson in again on the back foot now. He defends, just goes into the wicket and point does the fielding. There's a bit
I
of
know
applause
there's the
there.
point. There's the point of view of, well, a ball's got your name on it, you might as well go for it. But I much prefer to say the longer you're there, the better you see it, and the longer you're there, the more acclimatized you are to the conditions, and the better your chances are of getting run. And the
Yeah.
longer you're there, the more chances are that the bowler's going to get tired.
Yeah, you just got to be patient and maybe, like you said, they can't bowl all day. This one's down the leg side, and Verena's going to get just the one that goes down to fine leg. Fielding is been good from the New Zealanders. They've taken their catches when they can, barring that one difficult chance to Gully. 56 now for 5, halfway through the 32nd.
Do you think that the lack of patience, or the perceived lack of patience from the players, is due to T20 or the influence of T20?
I don't think I'll give you an answer after this one. Jameson in again to Hamza, just defends us no run. I don't think it's necessarily to T20. I think, if that were the case, we would have seen, batters not, we would see scores like this as a far more common occurrence where it's not
Yeah.
necessarily the case. I do think, however, the South Africans, remember, they would have gone to New Zealand, they would have quarantined, they would have not been able to do much, and then they would have gone straight into training. Jameson in now for his 5th, and defended no run. So I wonder if it's just that eagerness to play, or if it's the South African adage of lose the first test and then come back in the second.
Yeah, that's a very South African thing. As I was saying in the first stint, the one of the 4 games that after this fall.
Yeah, there's just a bit of a challenge around the reflection from the St. John's ambulance that is a golf cart, essentially. Jameson in, and this one punched off the back foot, and they'll get 1 for it. 57 for 5 at the end of 32. Verena on 1, Hamza on 12, Jameson 1 for 14 from his 8. You were saying?
As I was saying, of the 4 games that New Zealand have won against South Africa, test matches, the one in 1994 was the first time in over 100 years that a team came back from losing the first test to winning the series. So before that game, it was only done once, and that was in 18 something. So so it's become a traditional South African way of playing, of not pitching up for the first test. And
you can't do that in a 2-match test series.
No, you can't. Exactly. So how many times has that come back to bite the Proteas? Especially with you look at their away record previously.
Southie to Hamza, just defended no run. South Africa had a really good away record under Graham Smith. I think from 2007 onwards, 2006-07, after the Sri Lanka howler.
Yeah, they were unbeaten, but they weren't winning. They were drawing, and they were drawing at home as well. So we had
Southie now at the top of his mark. He's running into ball to Zubair Hamza, right arm over the wicket to Hamza, and he just defends no run.
But even that team wasn't winning away. They were drawing a lot of games, but they won crucial ones. They beat England at home. They beat Australia at home. But then they be in SA, and then they lose those test series by not pitching up for the first test. So
African time, we're always late. We're always late. So we're late to win the first test match. So the first one doesn't count. It's just a warm-up internal game. Southie to Hamza goes right arm over the wicket. That's hooked high into the sky, but it gets over the square leg fielder. It's going to race away to the boundary for 4, and South Africa would feel a bit of a sigh of relief there as Hamza goes to 16. It's a lovely shot.
Hamza he didn't look that comfortable, and
he didn't get it off his nose.
Yeah, he didn't get a chance to roll his wrist to keep it down, but there wasn't anyone back there anyway, so he was a good shot.
Yeah, South Africans struggling. We saw that in the previous series where they lost on Boxing Day, and then won the next two to win the series.
Yeah.
Southie to Hamza, and this is a fuller this time, and he just drives out into the covers. No run on offer for him there.
I'm already looking at the weather forecast for the next couple of days.
What does Christchurch weather look like for the next couple of days?
I'm checking now.
Carl Jameson just getting a bit of refreshment from the team physio. He's going to want to keep fit for this. I'm looking forward to seeing him bowl to Marco Jansen. But
that's good.
Zubair Hamza was 1 away from 50 deliveries, and there's his 50th delivery. Just swings out the way through to Tom Blundell, and there's a smile behind the stumps from first slip there. So 61 for 5, and South Africa still not out of the weeds yet.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be raining on Saturday and Sunday, and then Monday it's clearing. So we might lose 2 days. Or we're going to lose time over 2 days. So this now we're hoping for rain.
That's bad. I suppose when you're 61 for 5 on day 1. Here we go. Southie to Hamza. It's very full, this one. Hamza's able to squeeze it out to Miran. 33 gone, 61 for 5. Don't forget you can tweet us at OneWorldSR, at Guerilla SA, GUERILLASA. And you may as well hashtag it NZVRSA or SA. Yeah, NZ versus SA. Tell us your thoughts. Wake up. Good morning. It's very early. Anise and I are going to bed after this. We're not.
Oh yeah.
Not waking up. There's no waking up to get going. Our wonderful commentary team have divided the slots accordingly. So we're done for the day at the end of our start here. We still got 15 minutes, so we're not in a rush to get to bed. South Africa batting in tough conditions. This one just nips back in from Jameson through to Blundell, no run.
I just hope I don't take a 5-for.
No. You want away, and then you keep the match ball as well.
Yeah. I'll never be called back to commentate again.
No, yeah, banned for life. The broadcaster seems to be obsessed with this gentleman's green hat. I wonder what the obsession is, but this gentleman in the crowd has got a green hat of some kind. Why did the crease comes, Jameson? You just see he uses the crease nicely there. Just not afraid to use the space given to him, and it's just defended off the back foot. No run. But what do you think he's trying to achieve with going wide of the wicket or tight to the stumps?
Just trying to change the angle, and maybe try to surprise the batter. Because I think it was Jamison that got timber. I'd love
this
to
one's
see
a leg stump delivery, foolish, but hit straight to the man at square leg. So Varane is not able to get anything.
I'd love to see if he went wide of the crease for that, and that just upset Timber's rhythm a bit. I wonder if the Hagley Oval's got very, very interesting in them. It's the Port Hills end, and the Botanic Garden.
So very New Zealand. I feel like it should be Gandalf and Sam Wyskanji. That one's about a 9th stump line outside the off stump, and Verena leaves it. I feel like that's also a missed opportunity for them. It's also a missed opportunity is the Mangong over Bloemfontein not Hobbit end and
Mm,
I don't
because
know.
of Tolkien being born there.
Sauron end. Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
that's also, Saruman. Sorry, Saruman. Yeah.
I would have
Or
put.
Sauron, I don't know.
If they were gonna go that way on the one end, I would have just like put a little tower with the red light, and then
Rohan.
yeah, and
Next
like
one
the
just
eye of Sauron.
defended. Yeah, that next one was just defended to mid-on, and there's no run there. So we will tell you if the score changes. Don't worry. We're just gonna have a bit of fun.
That would be how you, if there's a run out or umpire's decision, if the eye shines red, you're out.
It's actually not a bad idea. I don't know why they don't lean into it a little bit more. Maybe a bit of fun for the Artec Knights to think about. Verena is still on 1 from 10. It's no easy going here. Your strike rates are through the floor at the moment. But 34 gone. He just leaves that one outside the off stump. 61 for 5. Verena on 1 from 11. A bit of a Nelson there for him. And Hamza on 16 from 51. Jameson's bowled 9 now. He's got 1 for 14. And it looks like Matt Henry may be coming back here. If not Tim Southey. I'd left my specs before lunch.
Yeah.
So. It's Tim Southey. There we go. I took my specs off after my contest, and then I promptly forgot them next to my bed. No problem. I'll
squint through it.
Yeah. No, I mean my vision's not that appalling. It's just when you don't have things on full HD, that's why you won't be able to see clearly immediately. Sally now to Hamza, just drives that hard. And it's beaten the man at mid off. It's going to rollick its way down to the boundary, and he does get a boundary
shot.
4 runs, 65 for 5.
Leaned into it, actually hitting it on the up, which was quite good. And just here was a situation where he waited for the ball to come onto the bat, like you were saying, and it actually made it, and it was just a push.
You see that contact point versus the one that went to gully. He's played that right under the aisle. Hopefully they'll show that a little bit again. But he's now facing up to Southey. Again, another drive comes out, this time to mid-on, but the timing wasn't quite there for him. But if you could see a side-on image or a side-on replay of that, you'll see that Zubair Hamza is playing that right under his eyes. The previous boundary. It was much more patient in terms of the hands coming through the shot. He does drive well, does Zubair Hamza.
Yeah, he's a lot more comfortable on the front foot.
Western Province native. This one is a bouncer through to Blundell as Hamza just ducks under it. So the wickets to have fallen. It was first South Africa's captain with a score on 1. Dinago nicked it to third slip. Then it was Sarel Ervia who had to go back into the hut. And then Ed Markram and Rassie van der Dussen following not long after. Themba Bavuma chipping 1 to mid-wicket. And so South Africa are 5 down on day 1. Half of their wickets are gone, and they don't even have 100 runs on the board. Southey halfway through his 11th. And that just befuddles Zubair Hamza, but no run is available there.
65. How often
Yes.
South Africa in this situation during the first test of a series?
Now, let me ask you this question. Isn't this the type of situation Cavarena normally finds himself in at Western Province?
Yes, correct.
And then he goes on to make
double hundreds.
Well, that would be lovely if him and Zubair could put a 300 together. This one nips away and take a nail in front of second slip there by Blundell. Good bit of bowling. No run though, left alone.
Well, both of them are from play for Western Province, and Zubair Hamza is his captain. And so they should have a lot of experience batting together, and maybe they've been in this situation before. They surely have. Western Province, they draw a lot of games.
You would expect that to be the case. Although Province are having a rollicking time there at the CSA T20 in your neck of the woods in Gqeberha. Southey now to Hamza, just pushes this square of the wicket on the onside. The Fielder cleans up the extras, and it's 66 for 5, and I'm shutting my mouth until the score changes.
I'm actually in the 4-day competition. I'm really actually just a bit disappointed in how Boerland just collapsed. Like the way that on paper they've got one of the better batting lineups in the country, and like the Lions ripped them apart, and it was very weird to see that batting lineup on paper being just decimated.
Yeah,
But
the form book is nothing to look at. A team can be great on paper and then have a howler, or can be severe underdogs. Jameson now to Hamza. He just works that onto the onside. My initial thought there, as that goes down to fine leg, it was leg bias, perhaps. No. And
I think
yeah,
that's better. 67 for 5. We broke it.
We've dodged it. We finally dodged the bullet. First ball is that 35th. Yeah.
Yeah, so 1 ticket. There we go.
Jameson, he's really steaming in here. He's got forward square leg, mid on, mid off, backward point, 3 slips and a gully. And to Verena, just defends no run.
I think that another thing that's quite concerning is that tracks that they're playing on in the first class competition don't resemble anything like the tracks that are prepared for the test match. I mean, we had a game in Nabeja where it was a snake pit, and everyone was saying like they've never seen the wicket at St. George's be like that for like years. Like once in a blue moon, it behaves like
Jameson into Verena, just defends that on his toes. Nothing there on offer. Yeah, so you're saying it's kind of changed the traditional expectation when you go to St. George's. Normally it's like quite low and slow wickets. Am I right?
It's a bit slower, but it's also very but it's very abrasive. So what you will find is that, especially with the climate, there tends to be natural reverse swing. Don't need to use sandpaper or anything like that. The ball does reverse.
Next one's just left, no run.
The St. George's wicket normally plays pretty much like the wickets play in the West Indies.
Yes.
So there is pace on offer, but it does turn near the end. So batting fourth at St. George's is always a task.
Yeah, Tristan Stubbs has been an absolute revelation for the Warriors there in his home environment there at St. George's. And that one just beats the bat of Calvarena through to Blundell. Lovely delivery there from Kyle Jameson. He's still got one more in his 10th, but
did it beat the bat though?
I mean,
he was nowhere near it.
It looked a lot menacing than I think. In live action, it looked a lot more menacing. But you could probably park a Patco bus between those two. 3 slips, eagerly waiting, licking their proverbial chops. Verena now facing up to Jameson, just defends that one again. Good stuff. 36 gone, 67 for 5. 1 for Verena and 21 for Hamza.
The local broadcaster decided did a documentary about South Africa's series versus India, and they described the South African bowlers from the second test on as a bunch of vultures. I was like, what? Just picking at the carcass of the Indian batting lineup. I was like, that's insane. That's intense. You guys have
somebody pulled
far.
out the thesaurus for that one.
Like, that Mark Nicholas fellow.
Yeah, he's got some good similes. Southey to begin his 12th. It's a continuation as this one is pitched up and smacked away through the covers. Wonderfully driven, but it's not going to get the 4 that he so richly deserved, but they'll get 3 for it. wonderful running. They kind of canted the first one, but
Yeah.
that second one was run really hard, and so they were able to get through for 3.
It looked good. It looked good coming off, but if you break it down, he's still playing away from it. His hands are far away from his body, and he's reaching for it. I know I'm being
And he opened the blade
yeah.
to maybe play it a little bit squarer than he would have liked on a wicket with more pace. This one into Calvarena, it made him look a little bit uncomfortable there.
Carl's got to focus. I know I sound like I'm being really hard on Zubair Hamza, but he needs to. But he's back in the team for a reason. He was picked over the youngster Ryan Rickleton, who is in amazing form.
No, I mean, to Zubair Hamza's credit, he has come off 100 in the SAA series. Southie now to Verena, and just defended again. No, he scored 125 in that. I believe it was the third unofficial test in Bloemfontein, Mango Oval.
Yep.
But like you said, it's difficult when there's another guy who's vying for that spot who's also scoring. At free will.
Yeah, but the track in Bloemfontein is an absolute road, though.
Funnily enough, not the first one. Yes, when they scored 500, that was was actually the N1 that was just diverting through Southie to Verena. It just swings away and taken by Blundell as he runs past third slip. Excuse me, but the other two were an interesting one because there was a slope during the second game, and the third one there was a little bit of spice to it. But I think once you weathered the first hour of play, it was booking for bed and breakfast type stuff.
I think it's just that they have to really just knuckle down now, and like I said, bat long.
This one's a squeeze between third slip and gully, and they'll get some runs here. Good bit of work there to use the soft hands, and they'll get 1. And Varane is finally on to 2. We'll make way for Ken the Legend Borland, and his partner in crime, Werner Rasmus, will take over at the end of this over. And it looks like we've been joined already.
Hey!
Werner, welcome. Hello. Southie, to wrap up our commentary stint. This one's gone down the leg side and would traditionally be a one-day wide, but there's nothing from it. 37 gone, 71 for 5 is where South Africa found themselves. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR, at GUERILLASA. I'll hand over to the capable Ken Borland and Werner Erasmus. They're going to take you through the next 40 minutes. Thank you, Anis, and we'll see you soon.
Cheers, guys. Good luck. Don't take any wickets.
Thank you very much, Dave and Anis, and welcome, Werner, and a very good morning to everyone. As Carl Jamieson is into Carl Verane, who has slashed this away through backward point, and that's a wonderful shot for his first boundary. Takes him to 6, and South Africa 75 for 5.
Yeah, that should get his innings kick started, make him feel a little bit better. He's been scratching around a bit for 2 of 20 balls. That takes him up to 6, so that will make him feel a lot better. Hamza has looked good so far in his innings. He's played some wonderful drives.
Yeah, only the 8th boundary all day for South Africa. We're into the 58th over of the day, which shows you how well the New Zealand attack have been burning. Jamieson in the game to Verane. Fuller, he comes forward and pushes this to mid-off. No run. Yeah, Werner, this Black Caps bowling attack today, there's scarcely been a bad ball, has there?
No, they've been very, very accurate. They haven't relented at all. All the bowlers working in partnerships, keeping the pressure on. See, we've been joined.
Yeah,
good morning. Hey. No, it's not a good morning, it seems. We're 5 wickets down. I woke up to find us in a bit of a pickle, but what can you do?
Jamieson is in the game, angling into Verane sharply. but he defends well out to backward point, no run.
Okay, I'm synced up with you now, Ken.
Yeah, Kyle Jamieson has been very testing today with his ability to move the ball both ways, certainly making life tough for the batsman.
It looked to me like there was quite a bit of movement through the air as well, still, even in this later stage of the innings.
Absolutely, Otto. As Jamison's in the game, that good fuller length, and Varane again is defending to mid-off, no run. Yeah, swing through the air and movement off the pitch today.
Who's got the commentary on in the background? Is that the producer or is it one of us? Is it my background? No, it can't be. I don't have the.
Apologies.
I don't have the sound on at all.
Maya Cooper.
Ah, okay. Here we go.
There we go. All better now.
As Jamison in again, right from over the wicket to Verena. Full Verena driving to the onside and gets a leading edge to mid-off, no run. Otto, have you been impressed by the New Zealand bowling attack today?
Well, I woke up about 20 minutes ago, so I haven't seen much of the match yet.
Sorry,
so
that's a very unfair question.
I'm looking forward to seeing us bowl on this wicket. I hope we can do the same to them. That's all I can say for now.
Absolutely, as Jamison is in the game. Back of a length, Verena has turned this away off his hips behind square on the leg side, and they'll go through for a single. He goes to 7, and South Africa in the 38th over on 76 for 5. And I fancy for the first time in the innings, they're up to 2 runs and over.
Hey, well done. So that's a win.
Yeah.
We'll take that as a positive.
It's been really tough going so far. With it really has been very tough going. They've been on the spot, the New Zealand bowlers, and our batters have found it tough. We really need Verena and Hamza, the two Cobras and Viepia partners to really put up a big partnership here to get us out of the fire.
Yeah, I know people have been saying that the South African batsmen maybe should have been more attacking to try and break the stranglehold, but it's been so difficult against the New Zealand attack, which has given them so little to attack.
And Matt Henry is going to continue now for New Zealand, and he's got the 3 wickets for bowling his 10th over, 4 maidens, 16 runs and 3 wickets. He goes over the wicket to Verena, who just defends this one out to the offside for no runs. 3 slips in, a gully. Man running in there from what looked like a cover position. So we'll get the rest of the fielding positions for you as soon as we can. And so Matt Henry, excellent bowling figures so far. Looking really good for New Zealand. Economy of just over 1.5. This one to Verena, also defended back to the bowler on the offside for no run. So as you said, not many bad deliveries to work with for the South African batters.
Yeah, and Matt Henry, Otto, you were saying looking forward to the South Africans bowling on this pitch. He does have the most pace of this New Zealand attack.
This one outside off stump again and just defended by Verena to point for no run. So there is a man there at point, and then it looks like an extra cover as well.
And I just think that extra pace maybe has helped Matt Henry a bit today. Things happening quicker off the pitch, not allowing the batsmen to adjust. And South Africa, with the likes of Rabada and Marco Jansen and Duan Olivia, hopefully can take advantage of that as well.
Henry right arm over short and pulled by Verena down to fine leg for at least a single. And the score moves on to 78 for 5. 77 for 5, it seems. Yes, 77 for 5. Verreynne moves on to 8. Hamza is now on strike. He's on 24. And Matt Henry's conceded his 17th run. He's got 2 balls to go in his 10th over. 2 balls to go in the 39th over, excuse me. Henry over the wicket to the right-handed Hamza, defended well by Hamza. Gets nicely in behind that delivery. Outside off stump, no run. Still the 3 slips in there for Henry to Hamza as well. And then it looks like they've got a shortish extra cover or a wide mid-off in there too. Henry comes in again past the umpire. Hamza just defends this one again, straight back to the bowler. It was full, outside off stump. It looks like Henry thought he had a chance of a catch there. But that's the end of the 39th over, 77 for 5. Let's see a replay here, as this ball was quite full. And yes, it was just bunted by Hamza back to the bowler, stuck out his right hand and couldn't grab a hold of it. So he's disappointed there. That's a difficult chance, but a drop catch. So Hamza dropped on 24.
Definite opportunity there. With Hamza looking good, he'll definitely need to take all of this opportunity now and really settle in.
Yeah, he's got a life on 24. So let's make a note of that and see where we end up with him.
Yeah, it's interesting. Henry looking so effective today. His career has been stop-start with injuries, and his overall test stats are actually not very good. So it's good to see him running in with real pace and aggression and in good areas today.
And Neil Wagner is back into the attack. He's bowling his 5th over. He doesn't have a wicket yet, but he's conceded very few runs. It looks like only 3 runs that he's conceded. Just check that. That first delivery to Kyle Verreynne just defended out to the onside for no run.
Yeah.
No, he's bowling his 5th over is Wagner, and he's conceded only 3.
Now, Wagner has been quite miserly, but he has bowled quite a few wide deliveries in his first spell, so he didn't make the batter play quite a lot.
Again, Wagner into Verreynne, defends this one back of a length, a bit short. And Verreynne just jumps up and defends this one down to the offside for no run.
Kyle Verreynne will have a point to prove here. He knows Ryan Rickleton is in the squad and has been doing very well domestically, has been scoring a lot of runs, and is the backup keeper in the squad.
Wagner, of course, left-hander over the wicket to Verreynne. This one is defended out to extra cover. The man at mid-off has to run around and fetch that, and they get a single. The score moves to 78 for 5 in the 40th over. 3 balls to go in the 40th over. And Hamza now on strike. Verreynne moves on to 9. And Hamza is there on 24. And he's taken up 62 deliveries so far to reach that score. Verreynne on 9 of 33. Hamza, the right-hander, facing Wagner, left hand over the wicket, left alone, short outside off stump. Hamza just sways out of the way, and it goes through to the keeper for no run. 3 slips still in.
What have you made of the composition of the side, Odu, with them leaving out Keshav Maharaj, bringing in Hamza?
Well, our batting has been a problem. It seems it still is. So, going in with that extra batsman and leaving out the spinner is probably a good call on these New Zealand wickets, as Wagner comes to Hamza outside off stump left alone. Ball pitching on about a 4th stump line and just leaving the right-hander, but Hamza also leaving that one well alone. So I don't like the fact that we're playing without a spinner, but looking at the conditions, I don't think this will be a place where Maharaj would have been effective. Wagner in again to Hamza and left alone once again, left on the line there, going across the right-hander and through to the keeper for no run. End of the 40th over, and the score is 78 for 5. Wagner has now conceded 4 runs after bowling 5 overs. Verreynne on 9 and Hamza on 24. And Verreynne will be on strike the beginning of this next over, beginning of the 41st over.
Yeah,
so we'll have to lean on our batters in the second innings, it seems, or our bowlers will have to dig us out of another hole yet again.
Yeah, they've been very good at that, and we're going to rely on them. And the debutant, Glenton Stearman, who's come in for Ngidi today, who has a bit of a back strain, is going to be very important to hit the ground running.
So Henry continues to Verreynne, and this one is just defended down into the ground. It evades all the fielders backward of square on the offside through to the boundary at third man for a 4. So that's another controlled shot, shall we say. Let's look at the replay here. No, I think that was a streaky shot by Verreynne. He just tried to get in behind that ball and defend it, and got a thick outside edge in between Gully and the slip cordon for a 4. The score now is 82 for 5 after the first delivery of the 41st one. This one is whooping through the air a little bit. It starts its line on middle stump, swings away. Verreynne defends this to Gully for no run. He's on 13 now. It looks like it's a really tricky batting conditions at the moment for the South Africans.
Yeah, it's definitely
I think I can start to see now why they lost 5 wickets. Verreynne gets a thick inside edge as he plays this one away from his body, outside off stump, inside edge, and there's no run down to mid-on.
Matt Henry in particular has been very impressive so far. With his extra speed and control today, is making a lethal combination.
Oh no, he's looking really sharp. He comes in right arm over the wicket, defended once again by Verreynne, into the ground this time, out to cover for no run. 82 for 5, still the score, 2 balls to go in the 41st.
Verreynne still struggling a bit here. 13 of 37 balls. He's been a bit streaky. He's still yet to get his feet really moving here.
And this one is just played out to extra cover, and they go through for a single. That's that's 1 ball to go in the 41st over. 83 for 5 is the score, and Hamza will be on strike. Verreynne moves on to 14.
These two are going to have to see what they can salvage from here. We're not yet at 100 runs, and the Proteas are already 5 wickets down. I have to look at what is the best case scenario from here. Take it ball by ball.
Oh yes, Hamza faces Henry and defends this one on middle stump to the onside for no run. 41 overs gone, 83 for 5. So they will definitely need to try and bat through to the end of the day, I would say, because there's no point in trying to think about runs at this moment. If they can bat through to the end of the day, they might both be on 50 or close to 60 or 70 runs anyway, just to get South Africa back into this match. Because if New Zealand take another 2 wickets here before tea, they will be firmly in control, and it'll be very difficult for South Africa to post any meaningful kind of score. Wagner continues, and this one is left alone by Verreynne through to the keeper for no run, going across the right-hander, pitching on about off stump, and just continuing on with the line there. And there is no run for start of the 42nd over, 83 for 5.
Yeah, there's not a lot of batting still to come. After this, it's Marco Jansen, who we want to see becoming a bit of an all-rounder. He has contributed a bit with the bat, but we'd like to see more from him.
Wagner into Verreynne, and this time Verreynne once again plays a bit away from his body, but he tries to get outside the line, tries to get in behind the ball, and just defends it down to mid-off for no run. 3 slips and a gully still in there, as far as I can tell. Yeah, I mean that's the role that Marco Jansen has to play is more like a frustration, helping the tail to wag. You don't want him to be scoring the bulk of the runs. Wagner into Verreynne. This time he does get in nicely behind this one, plays it out to wide of mid-off for a single, and the score goes to 84 for 5.
Yeah, Jansen's role would be more to bat with an in batter, if he does come to the crease. So if another wicket does fall, we'll have to obviously make a bigger partnership there again, because as you said, we don't want him to be the one that is guiding the tail. We want him to bat with the in batter.
Yeah, no, that's true. This one is short and on off stump by Wagner to Hamza, left alone, no run, 84 for 5 still. Now, so these two are our last out and out recognized batsmen in the team today. And so far they're looking very circumspect, very careful out there. Wagner comes to Hamza, and this one is short, ducked underneath it by Hamza, goes over middle and off stump for no run. So it does look like they are trying to play that classic test innings where they're just fighting to keep their wickets and not trying anything flash at this point. So that's good to see.
Yeah, and at the same time, the New Zealanders aren't giving any easy boundary balls, so their going has been tough. It's not like they can just easily put the pressure back on the bowlers, because they're not getting anything to work with.
This one on leg stump is just pushed down to mid-on by Hamza, and they scamper through for a quick single. It's the end of the 42nd over, and the score now is 85 for 5.
Yeah, the run rate's currently just over 2 and over, but the bigger problem is the 5 wickets that are down already. As I said earlier, Matt Henry has looked the most potent of all the bowlers, but they've really bowled in partnerships, keeping the pressure on. Hamza and Verreynne still looking to get things going, to get the partnership rolling here. They've both faced over 40 deliveries now, so that is a start. Hopefully they can bowl from here.
Yes, they looking the part of the test batsman. Nothing fancy, very, very boring, not much happening. As Henry continues now, right arm over the wicket to Hamza, who defends this one on middle and leg stump to mid-on for no run. Still 3 slips in. There's a man there at a wide-ish mid-on or a short mid-wicket kind of area. He's got somebody there with him. We'll see what other fielding positions we can pick up here. They're not giving us a lot of wide shots of the ground. So we'll check if we can get a hold of that. Henry into Hamza, and this is a fumble by the wicket keeper. Verreynne wants a single, and he's sent back by Hamza. He's 2/3 of the way down the pitch as the keeper there ran to find leg to clean up that fumble.
Yeah, there was definitely a single. I think there was a single there. It was Verreynne's score when he was almost all the way to Hamza. If Hamza set off when Verreynne called him through, he would have made it easily.
Yeah, I don't know. Hamza may be ball watching a bit there. As Henry comes into him again, this one outside off stump, defended to point, and there's no run. 3 balls to go in the 43rd over, 85 for 5. So he was watching the keeper run after the ball. I don't think he realized that Verreynne had a plan to come through for a single there.
Yeah, Communication is very important, especially now. You can't afford a run out when you're in this desperate situation.
This one is down the leg side, just left alone by Hamza, and there's no run. 85 for 5. Well, I mean, if that resulted in a run out, it would have been disastrous. Let's just see.
Yeah, it definitely would have been.
Still the 3 slips there. And Hamza flashes at this one, goes through to the keeper, and it's an edge. That's the 6th wicket down. Hamza falls. He goes for 25. And South Africa 85 for 6. Tried to flash at that one, played a bit away from his body, got the outside edge. It was short and wide outside off stump. And Hamza just falling into the trap there. Caught by Blundell off the bowling of Henry for 25.
Yeah, very loose shot there from Hamza. Nothing shot really. It was really in between. He just had a poke at it. He wouldn't have gotten any runs for it, even if he was able to middle that ball. So he'll be disappointed. You can see him trudging up very slowly for 25 of 74 deliveries. After doing all the hard work of getting in and getting some nice boundaries and starting to build a partnership with Kyle Verreynne, the Proteas will have to start all over again with Marco Jansen, who will be the next guy in.
Oh, that is a horrible shot there by Hamza. He's going to replay that in his head throughout the rest of the day. And hopefully he won't be in the field, but he probably will be in the field before the end of the day, by the looks of it.
Yeah.
And as I said before, hopefully we can do the same thing to them.
Yeah, we're going to need that from the bowlers. I think both Hamza and Markram will be furious at themselves. Markram played a almost similar shot to Hamza. In his case, he just had both feet off the ground as well, tried to force it through the offside. Hamza just had more of a loose waft, no real purpose behind that shot. And yeah, you'll be extremely disappointed. And that leaves us in an even more desperate situation right now. With Verreynne having to rebuild now with Jansen. A lot of hard work to do. Still not even gotten to the 100 mark as yet. So the Proteas are in a bit of a hopeless situation and need to dig themselves out of a hole here.
Yeah, this is probably more like a mine shaft or a well that we're in. But yeah, no, that was very disappointing by Hamza. No reason to play that shot at all. So we have a bit of a break here. Just see if I can bring up the scorecard. Have you got the scorecard there, Werner? And then we can just run through that quickly.
Yes, let me quickly get that scorecard up and running so that we can see. Okay, we're currently 85 for 6 after 42.5 overs. The guys to go was first Dean Algar, 1 of 9 balls, bowled by Matt Henry, caught by Tim Salvi. Second guy to go was Sarel Arvier, 10 of 30 balls, bowled by Jameson, caught Mitchell. Then it was Aiden Markram with a loose shot outside off. Bowled by Henry, caught Blando for 15 of 43 deliveries. Rassie van der Dussen, he went for in the same over of Matt Henry's 8 of 29 deliveries. He was caught by Tim Salvi as well. Themba Bavuma, he played a loose shot off his legs, just chipping that one to mid-wicket, playing a bit early off Salvi, caught by Conway for 7 of 31 deliveries. And the latest batter to go is Hamza. He was bowled by Henry, caught Blando for 25 of 74 deliveries.
Oh, thanks for that. Very depressing reading. Matt Henry with 4 wickets in 11.5 overs. He's bowled so far. Southey, 12 overs and 1 wicket for him as Henry bowls the final delivery of his 12th over, and it's defended by Marco Jansen for no run. And that's the end of the 43rd over, 85 for 6. Yes, folks, if you just joined us, I kid you not, South Africa are 6 down. And Marco Jansen is at the crease with Carl Verreynne, who's on 15. And Jansen surviving his first delivery there.
Yeah, it's been a real struggle here today. Henry now with 4 wickets, been the outstanding bowler today. He's really revved up the pace to the low 140s. He's gotten bounce, he's gotten movements both ways off the deck, and he's really asked questions of our batters.
Yeah, so let's have a look at some tweets as well at the end of this over. It's going to be Wagner to continue left-handed over the wicket to Carl Verreynne. 3 slips in, and this one is full outside off stump. Attempted drive there by Verreynne as Wagner goes down in his follow-through for no run. No run there to extra cover. 85 for 6 is the score. Start of the 44th over. So it seems like Wagner just going over his front leg there and falling to the ground in his follow-through. But he's not hurt. He's up again and back to his mark. He comes
Wagner's
in now.
a real fighter.
Left arm over the wicket, and Verreynne defends this one on leg stump out to mid-wicket for no run.
And Wagner has had
So
never
thank
said
you
die.
very much for... yeah, go for it.
Sorry, no, as in Wagner's had never say die attitude. He'll keep running in all day.
And we see Jamieson here having a look at Marco Jansen's bat, and they seem to be pretty much the same height, these two players. Interesting there. Verreynne facing Wagner, and this one is outside off stump. Verreynne just tries to play a defensive drive type of shot there, out to wide of mid-off for no run. So Verreynne is there on 15. So if you are listening to us, thank you very, very much for doing so. You can tweet us at OneWorldSR. And we've got some tweets here that talking about Rassi's failures and such. We'll go through them in a bit. Wagner into Verreynne, leaves this one alone outside off stump, but I think these tweets might have been read already. Now, just talking about the recent form of Algar and Van der Dussen. So if you are listening, you can tweet us in at OneWorldSR. We'll try and get a hold of the YouTube comments and the Facebook comments there as well, if we can. So Verreynne facing the 5th delivery of the 44th over. Wagner over the wicket, and Verreynne tries a flash at that one outside off stump through to gully. No run. Tries that defensive back foot drive type of push shot. I think he should retire that and just try and defend it. That one bounced short of gully. Almost carried. Yeah.
It's a bit of a risky shot there from Verreynne. Manjunath Bangalore is saying Hamza has been glorious on the front foot so far. I agree.
No, that didn't
he
age
has
well.
Looked very good at the front foot until he got out.
Yeah, this one to Verreynne clipped off his pads to backward of square leg, and they're going to come back for the second run. So that's a good positive shot there off a rare bad ball from Neil Wagner. End of the 44th over, 87 now for 6. Wagner is on to 17, and Marco Jansen will face Matt Henry. I assume that Henry will continue. He's the superstar bowler for New Zealand so far, having had 4 wickets in the bag already for his team. And let's see if Marco Jansen can deal with these Kiwi bowlers. I just had a look at the replays of these dismissals, and there's definitely a few loose shots in there. Looked like Algar's wicket and a couple of the others were good deliveries, but some of those shots that the South Africans played to lose their wickets really don't look like they had any intent of staying at the crease for a long time. So we're a bit behind the live stream here at the moment. 87 for 6. Henry into Janssen, full on off stump, defended by Marco Janssen. Nicely in behind that, no run. Straight back to the bowler on the offside.
Big job on. Sorry, there's a very big job on the shoulders of young Marco Janssen here to help Verena form a good partnership when the rest of the batters haven't been able to do it.
Yeah, he faces Henry again. This one squares him up a bit. Two minds whether to play at that or not. It's short, and in the end, he leaves it through to the keeper for no run. So he had a bit of a nibble at that one as it came past, and just pulled his bat back after the ball passed him. Gives Marco Janssen a chance to have a look at the wicket close up. Henry into him again. This time he plays a defensive shot, and it misses the outside edge through to the keeper for no run. So not looking very convincing, Marco Janssen, at this point. That delivery by Henry really looped through the air. I can't believe how this ball is still moving after 40 overs. Well, with the run rate under 2, it wouldn't have had a lot of contact with bat or boundary ropes or anything like that. This one, again, a bit fuller. Marco Janssen defends this one, moves through the air, starts on about a middle stump, middle and off, and moves away from the outside edge of Marco Janssen, but he gets in behind this one this time, and there's no run. 87 for 6, 2 balls to go in the 45th over.
Yeah, not easy circumstances for Janssen to come in here with the ball still moving around, still moving off the pitch. Henry has gotten the most movement so far.
Defended by Marco Janssen, that last one, and no run there. 87 for 6. And this one was full on off stump and fielded by Matt Henry on his follow through as it went rolling down the wicket.
Henry has been in brisk, but not express pace so far. So that should excite our bowlers, especially somebody like Marco Janssen and Kagiso Rabada.
Henry into Janssen again. Good defensive shot there by Marco Janssen. End of the 45th over. No run. 87 for 6. Yeah, it's really interesting to see how this ball is still moving through the air. It's if the South African fielders and the South African bowlers can do the same, keep the ball in a good condition and keep it swinging like that, it's going to hopefully be tit for tat. So the batting scorecard there, Hamza top scoring on 25. And then the other people into double digits were Arvia and Markram, 10 and 15 respectively. And the rest is just a telephone number. And so Verena is now the second highest score of 17. And Janssen yet to get off the mark. Wagner goes into Verena, and Verena defends this one to backward point. There's no run. 3 slips a gully. That man at backward point is in there. So they're still able to attack, all-out attack here by New Zealand. They're still able to have those 3 slips in, and it looks like, it's just a bit of a confab there at gully. Mid-off is there as well. As Wagner comes in left arm over the wicket to Verena, leaves this one alone. It pitches wide outside off stump and goes through to the keeper for no run. Wagner yet to get a wicket, but he's only conceded 8 runs in his 8th over. Bowling his 8th over and only 8 runs conceded.
The luxury of taking wickets is the fact that you can keep attacking throughout.
Oh yes, no, that's it's a privilege that they've earned, the New Zealanders, to have 3 slips in the 46th over. Again, and this one pitches outside off stump going across Kyle Verena, and he leaves this well alone. And it's no run there, 87 for 6. Yeah, I mean, if you have the opposition 6 wickets down for almost no runs, You can definitely have your cake and eat it, and have those attacking fielders in there, taking every opportunity. And with the ball swinging away, with Matt Henry managing to swing the ball away from the outside edge of the right-hander like that. This one is on leg stump, short, and pulled by Kyle Verreynne to backward of square on the leg side, and they take a single. It's now 88 for 6. And Jansen will face Wagner for the first time. 2 balls to go in the 46th over.
Neil Wagner has been bowling a bit shorter in this spell of his. Earlier in the day, he really troubled Temba Bavuma, especially with a fuller length and bringing it back into the right-hander or angling it across him.
Hello, Ken. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Some technical difficulties there, but this time of day here in South Africa, it's just coming around to 4 o'clock in the morning. Wherever you're listening from, welcome. Let us know where you are and what time it is there. We are enjoying Test cricket here with some nice hot coffee here by me. Jansen is going to face Wagner now, and this one is left alone by Marco Jansen. As you were saying there, Werner, again, Wagner is bowling wide of the wickets, not getting the batsmen to play, not making them play.
Yeah, it's been interesting from him. It's been a bit of a mixed bag from Wagner.
So after this delivery, we'll have a commentary change. As Wagner goes into Marco Jansen, who just ducks underneath this one. They had the short square leg in there for that short delivery to the tall Marco Jansen. That's 46 overs gone. The score is 88 for 6. And thank you so much for listening. And I'll say goodbye and hand over to Tim and the rest of the gang. Have a good one, guys. Don't take wickets. We took only
Cheers,
one.
guys.
Bye.
How's it, Ken?
Hello, Tim.
You all right?
Yeah. Well, the scoreboard could be better, but it's been intriguing Test cricket, certainly. And all credit to New Zealand so far.
Yeah, bowling's been good. Apart from Wagner, as the guys pointed out, it's been quality bowling.
Matt Henry has gone up for a huge appeal here against Kyle Verreynne, and it's been given not out, but certainly asking the question here in New Zealand about a review. It did look pretty straight, and Tom Latham indicating that New Zealand are going to review.
I'm just checking. Am I supposed to still be on with you guys? It seems that I'm still in the studio.
I think you can just leave
You
if you
work
want
up
to,
and
or
stay if
if
you want.
to.
Oh, what else am I going to do?
It's now that you're up, and this might just be angling down the leg side if Kyle Verreynne is lucky, but he was very much stuck in the crease and trying to turn this away towards mid-wicket.
It's going to be...
Ultra edge to showing there could well be a little inside edge there that's going to save him.
I see.
That's certainly a faint one, but it might help him.
So I see that the two gents that are supposed to be on are not yet with us.
Wow,
so we'll help you out, Tim, as long as we can.
The wicket has been given. He's been given out on review, even though Ultra Edge seemed to suggest an edge there. It was hitting firmly into leg stump.
Yeah, I think the issue wasn't enough of a spike. It was very, very faint. I think that was the issue. When they want to change it, it needs to be a bit higher than that on the spike. But he might have got an edge. He might have, because it was so faint.
We saw in the South Africa-India series that very faint spikes were enough for the third umpire to rule there was an edge. So that's an interesting one. It's 5 wickets for Matt Henry, by the way. What a return to the New Zealand side he has had.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Carl Verreynne is gone for 18 or 52 balls. This is probably the best I've seen Matt Henry bowl for New Zealand. His test record suggests that he isn't much of a bowler, but before this test, he was averaging 46 with the ball. But he's really turned it on at this test match. Bowled really beautifully. Swinging the ball early. South Africans in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, 88 for 7 as Kagiso Rabada comes to the crease with a test average of 11.82, a best score of 40, which South Africa would give an arm and a leg for, I think, at the moment today, at 88 for 7.
Now, hopefully we can make it to 100. And Henry has got his 5-4 for New Zealand, so he'll be chuffed with that.
It's a career best.
Likes
his first 5-4 in test matches.
Yeah, and I was going to say, he likes playing South Africa because his average against South Africa is 22.
Sure, that's must be one of his best in his career. He's coming around the wicket now to the left-handed. He's around a full toss, but Rabada just pushes it without any timing to mid-on, no run.
I was just speaking to the New Zealand analyst that we had on our podcast just now. He said South Africa need to get to 170. They need somehow to get to 170 to get themselves back into the game. They're looking at tall orders at the moment.
No, 100%.
Yeah, Carl Verreynne was just very much stuck in the crease to that delivery from Matt Henry, which was not short by any means. And playing across the line to the leg side. In again to Rabada. This is angled down the leg side. Strikes him on the pad. No run.
So,
I think, carry on, Otto.
No, I was just about to say that there's not a lot of activity here on the social media channels. So carry on, Ken.
This is back of a length from Henry. Rabada spars at it and it's whistles through to wicketkeeper Blundell, and Rabada is out. He's got the edge, and Rabada is out for naught, having faced just 4 deliveries. 6 wickets now for Matt Henry. South Africa plunged to 88 for 8.
Not much Rabada could have done with that delivery. The wicket just held its line beautifully. That sort of 4th stump channel. Rabada played straight, but unfortunately for South Africa, got the edge.
I suppose if I'd wanted to be hypercritical, it's a bit like the Sarel Avia dismissal that he maybe could have left on height, on bounce, but it's so difficult when it's pretty much straight at the stumps.
Yeah, very, very difficult. Very challenging. And it's been very challenging for the entire South African batting order. It was certainly a good toss to win.
Very much so, Tim. Very much so. But I think South Africa will still be pretty disappointed with the way they've batted. I think conditions eased a bit after the lunch break. They were 4 down at lunch, and they've lost 4 already in this session. And a few of them have been to not great shots, to be fair. As the debutant, Clinton Stuurman, comes to the crease.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll be proud to be making his debut for South Africa. But I think he would rather be having the ball in his hand, being the first occasion that he represents South Africa, rather than the Willow.
Stuurman does have a first-class best of 86. It's his only first-class half-century, an average of 12.96 in first-class cricket. So I guess the best we can hope for is that he holds up an end, while Marco Jansen can hopefully accumulate some runs. Matt Henry in again, over the wicket now to Stearman. What a beauty! And he's got another one. Has he? It's a big appeal, and eventually the umpire puts his finger up. Stearman caught behind first ball on debut.
What a
Unplayable.
rip snorter. Absolutely unplayable. Yeah.
Yeah. The bottom one you could maybe leave. That one you can't leave. You cannot leave that. That's pitching on the middle stump, moving away, steering into the stumps, and you have to play that sort of delivery. Outstanding bowling from Matt Henry. Keeper didn't have to move, just got straight through to him. That's now
Henry
7 wickets for Matt Henry.
He took 2 wickets in an over earlier in the day when he dismissed Aidan Markram and Rassie van der Dussen. He's gone one better now. He has taken 3 wickets in this over, and it leaves South Africa on 88 for 9. They will be relieved that his over is over. He's got 7-22 in 14 overs.
Yes. A triple wicket maiden by Matt Henry in the 47th over. What a performance from Matt Henry for New Zealand. They'll be very happy with that. Well done to him. That's some quality bowling there. Maybe the first one could have been left alone, but certainly those last 2 were beautiful deliveries by Matt Henry.
It's also the best ever bowling figures for New Zealand against South Africa. The first man to take 7 wickets.
No, excuse me. No, excuse me. I mean, the first one was the LBW. So, yeah, none of those deliveries could have been left alone. All 3 of them were unplayable.
Neil Wagner is left arm over to Marco Jansen, who just pushes us to mid-on for no run.
This is Matt Henry's second game against South Africa. He's now got 12 wickets against them.
Jeez, that is amazing.
We
We see a replay here of Clinton Stearman. That ball just caught the shoulder of the bat ever so slightly, just enough to get the wicket.
Back of a length from Wagner, outside off stump though, and Jansen leaves it alone. So the previous best bowling figures for New Zealand against South Africa was 6 for 60 by John Reid, more famous for his batting than his bowling, certainly, in Dunedin in 1963-64. So a really special milestone for Matt Henry today.
And he was being right of the money from the first ball. It's been absolutely superb bowling.
Wagner in again. This is on leg stump. Jansen has turned it away through square leg, and there'll be at least 2 here, possibly 3, as the man from fine leg gets around to do the fielding. Jansen is off the mark with a couple of runs. South Africa go to 90 for 9.
And Lawson says 2 a.m. in the UK. Thought I'd doze off listening in, but too much happening. No. Thank you very much for that tweet. Yeah, indeed. Too much happening. 90 for 9. 1 wicket to go for New Zealand to have South Africa back in the hut for under 100.
And Wagner bowls the bouncer to Marco Jansen, who just gets underneath it. No dramas there.
Yeah, so never mind 170. We'll be lucky if we get to triple figures here.
Yeah, does look rather difficult. Of course, we know Jansen can bat. He's got 250s in his last 10 innings in first-class cricket. So we know he's got ability with the bat.
Wagner in again, outside off stump, beats him on the outside edge there. Jansen pushing forward.
Yeah, no, I think you need a little bit more than you need a lot of luck to stay in on this wicket, it looks like, especially against this attack. Whatever conditions might favour the bowlers still need to put the ball in the right place, and New Zealand have certainly done that, especially since I've been watching.
outside off stump from Wagner. No run. That's the end of the over. So 90 for 9 after 48 overs, and Matt Henry, the destroyer of the innings, is marching up confidently to bowl his next over, and it will be at last man Duan Olivier.
Well, I think these two will be licking their lips to try and suss out where the correct lengths are on this wicket, and try and do the same thing to New Zealand that they've done to us so far. But this has been an excellent display led by Matt Henry, but none of the New Zealand bowlers giving South Africa a chance to score runs, and they just keep on taking wickets. So this is excellent stuff from New Zealand, the reigning World Test champions.
The important thing
Showing
is,
today.
the important thing is the ball. There's still a lot of movement out there. This particular ball is nearly 50 years old. There's plenty of movement.
And some bonus runs for South Africa has a bit too much of that movement that Tim Dowlace was talking about in the news, wicketkeeper Blundell, and runs away through the slips for 4 byes. That one just dipped on Blundell, who took a nasty blow to the fingers when a ball misbehaved similarly a couple of overs ago.
This is the first short ball I've seen from Matt Henry, and the ball didn't get up at all.
So some variable bounce there as well.
And Henry in again to Olivier, beats him just outside off stump, pushing forward through the wicketkeeper Blundell.
So it looks like we might make it to 100 runs here. But New Zealand firmly in control. And this is exactly what you want if you win the toss and put the opposition in.
And again, Olivier pushing forward outside off stump, misses the ball, and again Blundell drops it as well. Perhaps his fingers are a bit injured at the moment from that earlier blow. But the ball is definitely swinging after the stumps here.
Now making it very difficult for the wicketkeeper, and dipped on him there a little bit as well.
The lowest
leg stump by Matt Henry, and Duan Olivier will get off the mark as he turns this behind square for a single. South Africa 95 for 9.
Just a little milestone for South Africa to aim towards. The lowest team innings score is 104 by Sri Lanka in 2019.
Goodness.
So,
well,
it's pretty nice of that.
Hopefully it was a low-scoring game, or did New Zealand come back and score 500?
I'm just checking for you now.
Thank you.
Henry in again, back of a length, and Janssen just defends from the crease, no run.
Okay, so that's our first point to aim at here for these two. They've got to get past 104, and then we'll be out of the history books, out of the top spot or the bottom spot in the history books for Christchurch.
As Matt Henry in again to Olivier, good line of length, but to Janssen rather nicely defended on the onside, no run. It's the end of the over. South Africa 95 for 9. One record that I think is almost certainly going to fall today is South Africa's lowest ever score against New Zealand. The lowest is 148 at the Wanderers in 1953-54. The lowest ever in New Zealand, would you believe, is 223 in Dunedin in 1963-64. That was the test when John Reid took 6 for 60. So I guess just a measure of how well South Africa have done against New Zealand previously, that those marks are so high.
Yeah, indeed. Just on that, Otto, you asked in that particular game where Sri Lanka made 104, New Zealand won by 423 runs. But the highest score was 236 in the match.
as Duan Olivier just defends stoutly this next delivery from Neil Wagner, who was going for the Yorker, and there was a bit of a shape back into the right-hander. He did well to keep that out.
Lovely shape there from Wagner. Wow. Really straightening there, looking as if it's going to pitch on off and hitting middle.
Olivier drives, edges, and it's taken low down by Tom Latham at third slip. And South Africa all out for 95. Neil Wagner gets his first wicket and the last wicket of the innings. And that's just over 20 minutes before tea on the first day. South Africa 100 out for 95.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But kudos to New Zealand. Well done. Let's see if our bowlers can match that. So shall I go through the scorecard for us here? So if you're a South African fan,
that would be
you're a
fantastic.
South African fan, cover your ears. Started off with Dean Elgar and Sarel Erwier. Elgar was the first to go, caught by Tim Southey off the bowling of Matt Henry. That was his first wicket. South Africa were 1 for 1. Second wicket to fall was Sarel Erwier. He was out for 10, caught by Mitchell off the bowling of Jameson. 10 runs off 30 balls. The wicket fell with the score on 20. The third wicket was Aidan Markram on score on 36. So South Africa went down to 36 for 3. Aidan Markram caught by Blundell, the wicket-keeper, off the bowling of Henry, 15 or 43 for Markram. And then the next wicket to fall, also in the 19th over, was Rassie van der Dussen. The score on 37. South Africa went down to 37 for 4. And Rassie was caught by Southey, bowled by Henry, caught in the slips for 8 runs off 29 balls. Lunch was taken with South Africa 4 down, and the next wicket to fall was Themba Bavuma, with South Africa's score on 52 for 5 when he got out. He was caught by Conway off the bowling of Southey for 7 runs off 31. That one he clipped to mid-wicket, to a shortish mid-wicket. And then the bit of a reconstruction by Hamza and Verreynne took the score to 85 when Zubair Hamza was caught by Blundell behind the wicket off the bowling of Henry for 25 of 74. That was the top score for South Africa in the innings. And then a short while later, with the score on 88, Carl Verreynne departed. South Africa's 7th wicket was LBW by Henry with his score on 18 or 52, which then saw Matt Henry take another 2 wickets in the same 47th over. Kagiso Rabada for a 4th ball duck, caught behind by Blundell off the bowling of Henry. And then Glenton Steerman got a first bowler, caught behind by Blundell off the bowling of Henry, all with the score on 88, all 3 of those wickets. And then the last wicket to fall was Duan Olivier, caught in the slips by Latham off the bowling of Neil Wagner for 1 of 6. South Africa 95 all out. The bowling for New Zealand, Tim Southey, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 33 runs and 1 wicket. Matt Henry, the superstar, his best bowling figures of his career, and the best bowling figures by a New Zealander against South Africa, right, Ken? 15 overs, 7 maidens, 23 runs and 7 wickets for Matt Henry. Carl Jameson, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 19 runs and 1 wicket. Neil Wagner took the last wicket there, 9.2 overs, 2 maidens, 11 runs and 1 wicket. And Colin de Grandhomme bowling 2 overs, 1 maiden and 1 run conceded. So, that's the sad tale of South Africa's first innings in the first test in Christchurch.
Yeah, well, looking ahead now to when New Zealand come out to bat, I guess the one thing the South African team is known for is bouncing back from disappointing innings. They have shown a lot of resilience lately. Tim Dallas, what do you think they'll be talking about in the Proteas change room? What should their goal be for the rest of today's play?
Pitch it up. They should take note of how the New Zealand bowlers bowled. They've got to bowl that fuller length and get the New Zealand batters coming forward to deliveries and hope that the ball is swinging as much as the New Zealand bowlers got their ball swinging. If they get them out for 150, 160, then they're still in the game. But they just need to get as many wickets as they can in what's left of the play, of today's play.
Yeah, I agree, Tim. 150, 170 seems a possible score that they could bowl New Zealand out for. Probably 47 overs left in today's play. And at fuller length, exactly as you mentioned, Tim. Otto, who do you see in the South African attack as being the key performer? Who can do a Matt Henry for the Proteas?
Well, I think Glenton Steerman is going to be key. It's his first test match. If he comes through for the Proteas, I think New Zealand are going to find it heavy work against Rabada, Olivier and Jansen. So if Steerman can be that fourth seamer and keep the attack, the pressure on, keep the ball in the right areas, like Tim said, hopefully our ball that whoever picked our ball is probably Kagiso, I would say, that would pick the ball that we bowl with, but hopefully it swings as much as New Zealand's ball did and keeps its shine and its movement up to the 50, 60 over mark like their ball did. So that'll be great. But yeah, I think if Steerman can come through and perform well, that'll make life very difficult for New Zealand. The South African bowlers just need to stick to their disciplines, because if they're going to start straying in line and length, especially Olivier, sometimes he's a bit loose. Marco Jansen was a bit loose in his first test, but he shaped up quickly. So I don't expect him to be a problem for us. Certainly he's going to be a problem for New Zealand. Hopefully all four of them. But yeah, I think if Steerman performs well, New Zealand are in for a tough fight here.
Just to give some context to what Matt Henry has achieved today with his 7 for 23. Incredibly, though, the third best test figures for New Zealand ever. He has nipped into third place behind Ajaz Patel, of course, who took 10 for 119 late last year against India in Mumbai. And Sir Richard Hadley, who was at the ground at the Hagley Oval, we've seen him there. He took 9 for 52 against Australia in Brisbane in 1985. Matt Henry has then nipped into third place, tied with Richard Hadley, who also took 7 for 23 against India in Wellington. So a wonderful day for a guy who has not played that much Test cricket lately. And Otto, just to follow up on your point about the bowling attack, I think there's no doubt that Matt Henry was helped by the pressure created by Tim Southee, Kyle Jamieson, Neil Wagner. They all bowled really well. But Matt Henry's the quickest of the New Zealand pacemen, and perhaps that extra pace just helped him to his wickets. And so I think Kagiso Rabada, Marco Jansen, perhaps Grant Olivier, they'll be licking their lips as well. But Denton Stearman, he's that Vernon Philander type bowler, and you'd imagine that he's going to nibble the ball around really well here too.
I can't wait to see if Steerman can make his mark here in his first test. It's definitely a place where you want to be bowling, it seems. So we see the South Africans warming up. There is Olivier, Marco Jansen there going through their warm-up motions. So we'll just keep prattling on here while we wait for New Zealand to come out to bat. Geez, what an honor for us, for a New Zealand bowler to be mentioned in the same breath as Sir Richard Hadley. That's well done once again to Matt Henry. That's an awesome achievement. I can only imagine how proud he's going to feel when he looks back at today's performance.
Tim, just reflecting on how Matt Henry bowled in this innings, what were the highlights for you?
It was the way that he pitched the ball up and asked questions of the South African batters right from the get-go. He knew that somebody like Algar was the key to the South African side. They know that the South African side is short of, so we say, star quality, especially particularly in the batting. They knew that they had to get him early, and the way that they pitched up early and full to him set the standard of where he was going to bowl throughout the day. It was hugely impressive because the Matt Henry that I am used to, the Matt Henry that I have seen play quite a few tests, is the Matt Henry that digs it in short and asks questions sort of around the shoulder length. But he adjusted today because he saw that this pitch needed you to pitch the ball up. So it's one thing to know that that's what you need to do, but then to actually bring that to the fore and make sure that happens is very important. So he was very, very impressive.
Did right, Tim, the necessity of execution and just looking at the New Zealand batting lineup, so they seem quite solid in the top four. Tom Latham, Will Young, Kevin Conway, who we are all looking forward to see bat against his former countryman, and Henry Nicholls. But I think after that there might be a bit of a soft underbelly with Darryl Mitchell and all-rounder Tom Lundell, the wicketkeeper batsman, and Colin de Grandhomme.
Yeah, de Grandhomme, of course, sending us home in the World Cup a couple of years ago. Also of South African descent, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I'm thinking of Elliot. Yeah, you're right.
The Grandhomme is a Zimbabwean, though, so he is
okay.
He is
Almost
a fellow African.
Yeah. Yeah. So I must be honest. I haven't seen a lot of these players in action, except of course the old hands here, Southey and Wagner and de Grandhomme, who I have seen play in other formats. I was meaning to ask you, Ken, as a real professional journalist, you probably have watched all of the tours to New Zealand and Australia, whereas I prefer to just wait for the replays when the day's play is done. So do you stay up and watch all of these matches when we tour there down under?
Well, yeah, I think if you're covering the match, you kind of have to. And yeah, there've been memorable times in the lounge at 3 a.m. when you want to shout and scream and you want to celebrate with someone, but everyone else is asleep.
Yeah, no, it's hopefully we get something to shout about in this next innings when New Zealand come in. So yeah, I'll have to agree with you guys that we might have a chance if we can get 3 or 4 wickets up front, that we can carve through the rest of these batters quite quickly. But just having a look, yeah, I mean they've only got 4. The first 4 are out and out batters, and then Blundell in at 6. The wicket keeper, and then the rest are all rounders and the 4 bowlers at the end. So definitely a longish tail. But yeah, I've seen Southey and de Grandhomme stick around in previous matches that I can remember. So I'll have to agree with that. We might have a chance if we can get 3 or 4 wickets before the close of play. We'll be back in the game. Or we could get back in the game.
In case you wonder why New Zealand haven't started their reply yet, they have decided to take the tea break in Christchurch. Apparently, play will get underway in another 5 minutes or so, so we can just keep chatting so long. And one of the things about South African New Zealand contests is how seldom we actually play each other. This is only the fifth series this decade, and only the third time we've been to New Zealand in the last 10 years, and they certainly are opposition that we don't see enough of.
Yeah,
No,
that's certainly true. And,
But that's the
I
case
think-
with all the other test playing nations. We rarely play anybody. And I was just thinking about it. This being a 2-test series, the number of points that are up for grabs must be astronomical. What is it? Is it 150 points per series or something like that? I can't remember.
I think it might have been 120. I think.
120, yeah. So that will be 60 points in each of these matches. So yes, that's a big disadvantage to our test playing team and to New Zealand, I think, as well. Well, I mean, looks like they're going to pick up 60 points here easily if they can follow through on this bowling performance.
They lost 60, of course, against Bangladesh not that long ago by losing one of the tests there most unexpectedly.
I was just going to say,
That's true.
They arguably need 60 points more than we do at the moment, anyway.
Yeah, after what we did to India, which was totally unexpected. Hopefully, this team can surprise again.
One of the surprises today, I guess, and it's ironic, really, given that they were bowled out for 95, is that it's the longest batting lineup South Africa have had for a while. Marco Jansen coming in at 8. They played the extra batsman in Zubair Hamza, and it really didn't pay off 95 all out.
No, that's very true.
Well, let's see. Maybe 95 is a pass score on this wicket.
It was, of course, a very good toss for New Zealand to win this morning. There was a bit of moisture around on the pitch and a bit of cloud cover, which has now given way. It's a beautiful sunny day in Christchurch. There's a bit of a northeasterly breeze blowing, but certainly it looks a lot easier to bat now than it did when Dean Elgar and Sarel Avia came out to bat at 11 o'clock local time.
Yeah, we definitely need to make sure that all the test matches and ODIs in New Zealand are day-night fixtures.
Sure.
But
imagine how much the ball will do at night in a test match, Otto. Imagine a pink ball in New Zealand.
Oh,
yes.
Word.
That's a horrible thought. Yeah. So as you say, Ken, a good toss to win here for New Zealand. They made the best of the conditions, and now it looks like they're going to get the best of the batting conditions for today, at least as far as the cloud cover and the sunshine is concerned. And they are ready to go, walking out onto the field. South Africa in a huddle. What can they do?
Well,
Can they make New Zealand look as ordinary as New Zealand made our batters look? Let's hope so.
Yeah, the umpires are going out into the middle. Gentlemen, I fancy we might only have one over of this New Zealand reply to cover before we are relieved. But we'll see how it goes as South Africa come out onto the field as well. Tom Latham and Will Young opening the batting for New Zealand. Tom Latham, the Black Caps captain, and his last innings on this ground, he scored 252. So,
And he's also the only New Zealand member to have played all of the test matches that have been played at Higley Oval.
That's interesting.
Averages 57 on this ground. So he likes playing here.
And he likes making big scores. That 252 is not even his career best. He's made a 264 not out in his career. Will Young is young in his Test career. This is his 8th or his 9th match, but he's made a solid start with an average of 38.91. Kagiso Rabada, as you would expect, is going to open the bowling for South Africa. What a record he has. 233 wickets in 51 matches, an average of just 22.43 and a strike rate of 41.1.
Yeah.
So here we go. Career best figures for Rabada and Willie Veer, or Willie Veer, one of them.
Or Stearman or Janssen, we don't mind. Rabada with 3 slips and places in to Tom Latham and strikes him on the body just around leg stump. No run.
So I can't wait to see if this ball is moving as much as the New Zealand one did.
I was going to say that was a bit short. You want to be pitching that up a bit further up to see whether there is swing indeed.
Rabada in. There's a backward short leg in place as well. And Latham just turns this beyond that short leg towards mid wicket to get off the mark. Second ball with a single. New Zealand are underway, 1 without loss.
That was a bit better in terms of length, but a little bit too leg side.
It looks like the wind is pumping a bit here across the wicket for the right-handers coming from the leg side to the offside, it looks like.
Yeah, I think that wind has definitely picked up quite a lot, Otto, from earlier in the day. Rabada sticking with over the wicket to the left-hander. The right-handed Will Young is on strike now. He's over the wicket. This is back of a length, outside off stump, and left alone. Tim, you won't be happy with either the length or the line of that delivery, I don't think.
I'm not. But, it's still early doors. But it does sometimes take a little while to get going. We saw that against India. It took a while to get into his stride.
Rabada's in again to Young, angling in on the pads, and Young defends nicely to mid-on, no run.
It's just unfortunate South Africa don't have much time due to the batting collapse.
Not many runs. Not many runs to play with. Yeah, the batting collapse started at the top and just kept tumbling all the way down the order. So it was a 10-man collapse.
Yes. Rabada in again, short, lifting outside of the stump. But Young gets everything out the way very well. No dramas there. I would like to see Rabada pitch at least one up in this opening over.
I second that.
Searching for that length and line. Probably don't want to feed the New Zealanders a lot of half volleys and full deliveries yet.
Rabada, last ball of his first over. That's a beauty. Just back of the length. Whizzing through outside off stump. Latham, he was at least half beaten there. He'll say he left it. But that's the end of the first over. New Zealand 1 without loss.
It's better delivery, that last one. So it looks like the plan is just to keep it on the back of a length and wide, and inviting the loose shot first up, and then maybe getting into finding that exact length that will get rid of these New Zealand batters. Now it looks like Stearman is going to open the bowling with Kagiso Rabada. Wow, that's a big responsibility for Glenton here. He's a good player. He's earned his place in the side. Let's see if he can follow through and reward his captain and the selectors with a good performance here.
Well, I think it's much like Vernon Philander always used to take the new ball as well. By no means the quickest of the attack, but simply because he will be most effective with that new ball when there's still a proud seam and he can seam it around a bit. I'm sure he'll be bowling fuller than Rabada did in his first over. He's over the wicket to the left-handed Young. It's on leg stump though, half volley, and Young just comfortably clips that away down to fine leg, and they'll trot through for a single.
Safe to say that the South African bowlers haven't found their right lines and lengths yet.
Yeah, and I mean, they've
so
had the perfect template given to them. The Blackbird bowlers, they've seen what works. They just now need to execute.
3 slips in, gully, backward point, fine leg as we heard on the boundary. Pretty much stock standard field as Young, the right-hander, is now facing Stearman.
Again, back of a leg, moving away outside off stump, and Latham aims to play, but then pulls the bat away through to keeper Varane.
The last innings that Will Young played on this ground, he made 54. So you'll want to continue in that rich vein of form, I would imagine.
A beautiful seam position there by Stearman. Seam aiming at first slip, and good start here. Good signs for South Africa.
Stearman in again to Will Young. Outside off stump and left alone. Not quite the line that South Africa want. Tim, you mentioned that half century from Will Young. That was the, as you said, the previous test against Bangladesh, where Bangladesh actually won the toss and sent New Zealand into bat. And I think Latham and Young put on 140 odd for the first wicket. But Bangladesh bowled really poorly on that first day and dropped a few catches. So real contrast between that game and what's happened today, as Stearman is in again to Young, back of a length, angling in an off stump, and Young just defends this away square on the offside, no run.
Yeah, that 148 partnerships is a record for the first wicket on this ground as well. So both these guys have got runs on this ground and recently as well.
Just looking at Linton Stearman's action, it is definitely reminiscent of Vernon Philander, we can say. He's got that little shake of the ball in his delivery stride. He's in again to Young, outside off stump, left alone.
Now he's looking good here, Glenton Stearman. Very accurate. Nothing too loose. That one on the pads that he started off with wasn't ideal, but other than that, he's looked the part so far. So well done to him.
I'd just like to see him get a bit closer to that off stump. The Proteas spent the whole week talking about the importance of making the batsman play with the new ball in these conditions. Stearman in again to Young again. It's outside off stump and left alone. End of the second over. New Zealand 2 without loss. And both those runs to the name of their captain, Tom Latham.
And the other thing that's very worrying so far is the lack of swing. There are a few.
Well, only too short.
There are a few good balls there from Stearman in terms of length. He was bowling just about full enough. And there's very little swing.
Yeah, that is worrying signs. But once again, I mean, it looks like the sun is out, the wind is pumping, as we see.
Rabada into Latham, short, cut away by Tom Latham through the covers, and that'll go all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. He goes to 6. New Zealand 6 without loss.
That was asking to be punished, and it got the punishment it deserved. Short and wide, lots of easy width, consistent bounce, and very easy pickings there for Tom Latham. Poor ball.
No, not ideal at all.
Rabada into Latham, driving just past the outside edge. Due to wicketkeeper Verena, that was a better length by Rabada. Keep it there, KG.
Much
Yeah.
better there from Kagiso Rabada. That's what we want to see. Pitches it up. It's on pitches on off stump and goes across the left-hander. So he's got to play at that, because if it moves in or straightens at all, he's gone. So he's got to play that.
Yeah,
Rabada
that
in
was
again.
much
This
better.
is a bit shorter, but outside off stump and left alone.
So they've still got that square leg. Not quite a short square leg. He's about 2 pitch widths away. Is Rassie van der Dussen once again under the helmet. 3 slips. Gully for the left-handed Latham facing Rabada.
Outside off stump again and just left alone. Verena seems to have been hit on the thigh by the ball. He's hobbling around a bit.
Yeah, if they can get the similar kind of swing, the South African bowlers, it might be a rather difficult day for Kyle Verena, because the balls will move quite a bit after it passes the batsman.
Rabada into Latham, full, beautifully punched away through the covers by Tom Latham. They are not going to get a boundary, but they certainly will come through for a comfortable third run. So Latham will go to 9. Latham will go to 9, yeah, and the total is 9. Just a beautifully compact shot by Tom Latham, steering that away through cover point.
Now it's a bit too wide there from Rabada and too full. So just
But
giving him.
You do want the batsman to come forward. It was a little bit full, but you'd rather he is coming forward than playing back. So I'm not all that worried about that.
Rabada in again to Young this time. It's outside off stump, back of a length and left alone by the batsman. End of the third over. It's 9 without loss, and Rabada has gone for 8 of those in his 2 overs so far.
And yet another test series that South Africa start less than ideal. In this case, quite poorly with the bat. And not quite there yet for Rabada. Steerman in his first match. Can't expect him to be perfect in at the beginning of his test career. He's definitely looking good. He's looking promising for Steerman, but Rabada a little bit loose there. This is difficult work here for the bowlers, and doesn't look like they're getting a lot of assistance from the ball of the pitch at the moment.
Steerman in to Latham. Next side, he tickles us away. It's a good diving stop though by wicketkeeper Kyle Verena down the leg side. It may have been off the pad, but either way, that was probably going to the boundary if he hadn't have dived. And interesting just to see a graphic here that this is the first ball of the 4th over. South Africa have only had 1 ball so far in this innings that would have hit the stumps.
Now that was the dismissals of the South African wickets, and only the wicket of Verena, the LBW, would have gone on to hit the stumps. All of the other ones were probably that one that's just above the stumps off to the right. I'm not sure whose wicket that was, but and then the one of Steerman that the batter would have wanted, or the batter would have said to himself, "Listen, I've got to play this." The rest were all way away from the wickets.
The one that was hit the stumps was the Kyle Verena dismissal.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the correction there, Otto.
No problem. So Steerman, that first delivery would have been an excellent ball to a right-hander. but he was bowling to Latham, who's left-handed. So it's just not finding quite the right length here. But hopefully the bowlers will get into it. It's looking even better for New Zealand now.
Steelman in to Latham, just nips back at the batsman and has struck him midships. It was fairly short though, but Steelman will be happy to see a bit of movement off the deck there.
Well, there's one way to make him play is to try to keep the ball away, from hitting him. if you're not going to hit the stumps, at least try and hit the batter. Maybe that'll get the wicket. So we want to see bat to ball. We want to see the edges flying to the slips.
Steelman in again. That's not a bad line, just outside off stump, angling away. But Latham leaves well.
That's the crux of it. Latham is leaving the ball well, but it is a little bit a fraction wide. South African batters were not able to do that. That's a big difference at the moment.
It's a good lead, particularly since the previous delivery jagged back into the left-hander, but he's obviously cleared that ball out of his memory bank. So Steelman is in again to Latham, foolish, and Latham pushes forward. He's looking for a run into the covers, but quickly decides against it. And that is the end of the fourth over. New Zealand 9 without loss, replying to South Africa's parlous at 95 all out.
So they trail by 86, New Zealand, and they haven't lost a wicket.
And they haven't had any difficult periods. The opening 4 overs, there's no chances given. So they're well on top.
Yeah, they're leaving well, as you said, Tim and Ken. Looks like a stock standard start to a test innings here from Young and the captain Latham. So good stuff here for New Zealand.
Rabada in to Young, angled into the pads. Young just pushes it to mid-on, no run. Otto, you spoke earlier about another slow start to a series by the Proteas. And it's amazing because they continually talk about landing the first punch, which they just don't seem able to do. As Rabada is in again to Young, that's good line of length. Angling into Young, he's in some difficulty, and there's a half-hearted LBW appeal, but it was certainly going over the top and maybe down leg.
So still 3 slips, gully, backward point, and then a man at a wideish mid-off, pretty much in line with the stumps. Exactly the same field deployed against India, with the square leg about a pitch and a half away from the batter.
This is again angling into Young, and he again just fends it more than anything else away on the leg side, no run.
Mid on, and then fine leg on the boundary. Let's see who else is in the field there. They're not, once again, not showing us a lot of wide shots, but we'll get the fielding positions for you as much as we can, but they're not changing the field often.
Rabada in to Young, back of a length on off stump, and he goes back and defends back to the bowler, no run.
So Young seems to be a little less comfortable than Latham. So maybe that's something for South Africa to focus on. He's faced 14 deliveries now without scoring a run. But,
he's definitely the more patient of the two openers. Rabada in, that's full and down leg stump, leg side, and Young can't get a bat on it. Rabada lucky not to concede runs there.
Yeah, maybe going for a Yorker there and missing his line. He's just maybe picking up that Young isn't as comfortable. And Young also batting his eyelids, stretching his eyes, as if to indicate that he's struggling to see, but maybe that's just idiosyncrasy that he has.
Rabada in again to Young. This is short again, and Young just rides the bounce and defends on the leg side. No run, end of Rabada's third over. New Zealand 9 without loss.
Interesting that Rabada is consciously bringing the ball back into Young. The backward short leg, seems a very conscious decision to do that. So obviously looking towards the LBW rather than the court behind dismissal.
Well, they might be setting him up for the one that goes away, but I fancy to bring the wicketkeeper and slips into play. Rabada will need to pitch it up a bit more. He has still been a bit short, as Glenton Stearman is in too late, and bouncer ducks underneath it. No run.
Still the same field set as far as I can tell. I think they've taken the short square leg out for Stearman coming into the left-handed Latham.
I don't remember the New Zealand bowlers bowling a bouncer in the entire innings. Did they bowl one? They did. I missed it.
Neil Wagner bowled a couple in his second spell, as you would expect.
Yeah, to the tail enders. Yeah, we saw
Latham, back of a length, and Latham turns this away to mid wicket. Cyril Avia will field at no run.
Yeah, so they deployed the short deliveries against the tail enders, but I didn't see the start of the innings, so I wouldn't know.
No.
If you're out there,
the first spell.
First part. No. Thank you for listening, by the way.
Latham and just wraps him on the pads as he tries to work it away on the leg side. Pitched outside leg stump though, so no danger there for the batsman. 9 without loss, New Zealand.
So they've taken the short square leg out and placed the man there at forward of square on the leg side. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, and see who else is out on the boundary. I think it's just a fine leg.
Stearman bustles in again, short outside or stump, and Latham has nothing to do with it.
Too short in general for South African bowlers. And this was I was worried about. That come here and they think that going back of a legs was the ploy. And it most certainly isn't on this pitch.
Yeah, Charles Langerfoot was very clear speaking earlier in the week about being fuller with the new ball. Stearman in, this is back of a length again, outside off stump, and Latham leaves it alone.
They seem to be consciously allergic to the idea of pitching it up. South African bowlers, anyway.
They can be glad you're not their coach, Tim, because they would have been in a lot of trouble. So, but they seem to have slowed down the scoring quite efficiently here. South Africa have not conceded a run in the last run to be scored was in the third over, and we're now into the last ball of the 6th over, stringing the dot balls together, the maiden overs, but New Zealand won't mind.
Perhaps building a bit of pressure as Glenton Stearman has switched to around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Latham. And this is outside off stump, angling in, but started too wide, and the batsman's not interested. And that's the end of the 6th over. New Zealand 9 without loss.
Well, I'm very glad to see that Glenton Stearman is into his stride. He's doesn't seem to be nervous or he's doing really well here, and that's good to see. Making the step up to Test cricket and showing why he's in the team.
So Latham on 9. Will Young yet to get off the mark. He's faced 16 deliveries. If you are just joining us from a South African perspective, bad news, I'm afraid. South Africa lost an important toss, sent into bat and bundled out for 95 as Rabada into Young. He's got the pull shot out, and that's beautifully played. Will Young will get off the mark with a boundary through mid-wicket.
A long hop. A long hop from Rabada that got the treatment it deserved. Rolled us just over there to Will Young. Never in trouble. Played along the ground, timed it to perfection. But another poor ball from a South African bowler.
Rabada in to Young. Bit of length, he's edged it. Oh, it's gone just wide of Gully, diving to his right. And that'll run away to the boundary. But Rabada, one of his better deliveries he's bowled so far today, finding the edge of the bat.
Yeah, genuine edge. A moral victory there from Rabada, but that is much better. Fuller length, zooming into the stumps, and forcing the batsman to come forward. Gets a thick outside edge.
He played it down to the ground quite well, though, Young, as Rabada's. And again, Fuller just outside off stump. Young leaves it. But this is much better from Kagiso Rabada. Will Young, at least now he's got to think a bit about his off stump and what he's going to be playing, what he's going to be leaving. Better length from Rabada in this fourth over of his. Here he comes again to Young again. It's a good length outside off stump. Young is playing at it and beaten the bat at all sorts of weird angles there.
There we go. There we go. Come on, Kagiso.
I think it cut him in half, I think. Yeah, inside. Played outside the ball. But again, a good ball, full on length, and causing Will Young some problems. That's what happens when you pitch the ball up on this wicket.
This one's just a little bit shorter from Rabada, outside off stump, and Young leaves it alone. Yeah, Tim, suddenly there's some movement again.
A little bit of shape. Yeah, a little bit of shape in the air as well. I've spotted there, if I'm not mistaken.
Good length. There we go. So, not quite rocket science.
It's a simple game, this cricket thing. Now that one outside off stump, left alone by Young, a little bit shorter length, no run.
But much better from a South African perspective. Apart from the first delivery, much better over, much more probing, much more of a challenge to the New Zealand batsmen, which South Africa desperately need because such a paltry total, they desperately need to get wickets, and soon.
Indeed. So one poor ball, and the rest, the second four that Kagiso conceded in that over was a real genuine outside edge. Steerman continues to Latham. This one is angled into the left-hander by Steerman coming around the wicket, and it's defended into extra cover for no run. Start of the 8th over. The score is 17 without loss. New Zealand trail by 78.
This, of course, is a moral victory for Latham in the fact that he's got Steerman bowling right the wicket. Steerman's doing it because he wants Latham to play at the ball. Hasn't been playing at a lot of the deliveries when he's bowling over.
Comes in again. This one is on leg stump and just helped around the corner there by Latham, and the man at square leg picks it up. No run. Yeah, that's true, Tim, because Latham was leaving well and only reacting to deliveries that were pitched up and wide.
And this also bowling right the wicket pretty much takes out dismissals of courted slip and gully, closes up the angle.
Mm.
Well, I think
Stearman in
will-
again, down leg side, no run.
I think Stearman will still hope to bring the catches behind the wicket into play if he can straighten one off the angle, get one to go off the seam. But as you said, with the angle, it should entice Latham into playing a bit more.
Yeah, that's interesting. Morning, Simon.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. And I think probably one or two of you probably need to take a break now. I'm sure you've done a marathon shift.
I'll go and
thank
make
you
some
very, very
coffee.
much.
Morning, Simon.
Excellent.
I will
later.
gladly hand
Morning,
over
morning.
to you.
Sure. Sorry, I haven't actually had a chance to actually sync where we are at the moment. So I'm at the fifth ball of the over has just been bowled. Is that working for you, Tim?
7.4 at the moment, but I can fast forward if you like.
Yeah. Okay. So let me do ball by ball, and
Yeah.
and if we are both on the on the live feed, then it makes things much easier.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been a very, very busy morning for folks who've just woken up at 5 o'clock in South Africa. I mean, the news is that South Africa were put into bat this morning, and we're all out by tea. Glenton Stearman coming in to bowl the final ball of the 8th over, and it's just knocked into the offsides. Temba Bavuma does the fielding, and no run. So New Zealand now are 17 without loss, trailing by 78. And it has been absolute carnage for these South Africans, all out for 95 before tea, and the primary destroyers. I'll bring that up for you in a moment. Obviously, no one really got going in the South African innings at all. Dean Elgar was out for 1, Sadal Ervia for 10, Aiden Markham for 15. Zubair Hamza managed to make 25, but everyone else sort of in the low teens and single figures. 7 wickets for Matt Henry today, so he was absolutely the prime destroyer. Right, beginning of the 8th over, Kagiso Rabada bowling to Young. And he just knocks him on the pad, or it's sort of back pad, and just drops at his feet. And no run, 17 without loss. Latham's there on 9, Young on 8.
Yeah, as you were saying, it was all action cricket today, and New Zealand have been on top from the first ball, really.
Bouncer from Rabada through to keeper Varane, and Young just ducks underneath it, 17 without loss. Did you get to see much of these South African innings? Was Henry that good, or were we that bad?
I was up from the start. Look, it's both. Henry was magnificent because he knew where to bowl at this pitch, and you have to pitch it up. He got the swing, and he never deterred from that length. He pitched up throughout his spell. South African batting was suspect, definitely.
Left outside the off stump, no run, still 17 without loss. Yeah, and I see Tim Southee weighed in with just the 1 wicket. That was Dean Elgar. I saw that early on. Kyle Jamison, Neil Wagner both got a wicket each, and Colin de Granholm, no wicket at all, missed out today entirely.
Yeah. It was certainly all action cricket.
Was as Young tries to leave this, and it actually just bounces up into his bat, and then goes on the bounce through to the keeper. Was it? Clearly the toss was vindicated to put South Africa in, but was it a fairly obvious call this morning?
Didn't hear the pitch report. But I think so. We had our New Zealand analyst on our podcast. He said, definitely bowl.
Really? That's interesting. Even a couple of days before.
Yeah.
he's
Rabada just banging this in,
well,
and it's defended off the off stump, off the back foot rather, and Rassie van der Dussen under the lid collects. So it's been a good steady start for the New Zealand batters now, and they've gone along to 17 without loss, still trailing by 78, but absolutely in the driving seat of this match.
Yeah, South Africa started this match slowly, as they have in virtually every series for the last 2 or 3 years. This one, they can't really afford to do that with such a paltry total on the board.
No, exactly. It's so Rabada's now bowled out a maiden over there. The final one just left out alone outside the off stump. So after 9 overs, New Zealand 17 without loss. Latham is on 9, and Will Young is on 8. And still plenty of batting to come. I mean, Devon Conway's waiting with his pads on up in the dressing room. It'll be a thrill for him, I think, to play against his probably some of his former teammates as well. I would have thought.
I was just gonna say, he won't produce just his compatriots from South Africa. It'll be a couple of his teammates for sure.
I'm trying to think who he would have played with. He was with the Lions, wasn't he, when in South Africa? As Glenton Stearman continues, he's bowling around the wickets to the left-handed Latham, who just knocks this into the offside, and it's collected by Sarel Ervia. No run. Yeah, so he would have definitely played with Rabada, I think. Just sort of trying to think what sort of he's sort of late 20s, so.
Especially now,
yeah. I mean, we've sort of so adopted him as our favorite son on Guerilla Cricket. It's going to be quite odd watching him against us. Straight a ball by Stearman and just knocked into the onside, but no run.
No, yeah, I absolutely. But I think we all want him to do well secretly. Maybe not too well, but we all want to do well.
Yeah, I mean, already, so it seems to be a pretty good day for batting now. I mean, the sun is out, and the pitch doesn't appear to have too many demons in it. And I really suspect that New Zealand are setting out their stall here to bat for a day and a half, if we're not careful.
Yeah, look, I said earlier, if we can get them out for 160, around that sort of mark, then we could say we're still in the game. Anything over 200, and it's pretty much curtains. Oh,
and
my
we
word.
put one down as just as we were saying that Stearman gets the leading edge from Latham, and it goes to Sarel Ervia in the gully, diving to his right, and he's grasped it. That's absolutely not what South Africa needed. Oh, is that Marco Jansen? Okay, yes.
Marco Jansen, yeah.
Oh, was it? Okay. Oh my word. Okay, that's exactly what South Africa did not need at the moment. Desperate to get some sort of breakthrough and get their show on the road. And the world's tallest gully drops one. Stearman to continue the fourth ball of his over, just left alone outside the off stump. It was indeed Marco Jansen, looking pensive under his shades, and he will know what a very, very important chance that was.
So Conway played with Rassie van der Dussen, Stephen Cook, who's still around.
Mm-hmm.
Rabada. Yes, Rabada and van der Dussen. I just had a quick look at the scorecard.
Stearman, and again, just strays down the leg side and is fumbled by Carl Verheyen behind the stumps, but no run, a cruise. Hasn't been a run while I've been on air. 17 without loss.
Yeah, we've been economical, but we've been too wayward. Both sides of the wicket, majority too short. And as you say, New Zealand don't have to chase any runs.
Mm-hmm.
Just have to weigh out the bowlers and take toll later on.
Big shout for LBW as Latham is wrapped on the front pad
but it always looked like it was going down leg, and the umpire not really interested. Dean Elgar asking whether he should go upstairs, but I think even Denton Stearman has told him not to bother. That is the end of the 10th over, 18 without loss as they jogged through for the leg bye. In fact, he actually got some bat on that. So Latham is on 10, Young is on 8, and New Zealand 18 without loss, having given South Africa a chance in that over. And it was Marco Jansen who grasped not a particularly difficult catch, it needs to be said, at Gully.
Now, when you've covered the distance, you've got both hands there. It's at this level you should be taking that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a disappointment, no doubt about it.
KG Rabada in again. He's got 3 slips and a gully in place and a man at catching short leg and defended into mid-on, no run.
When we started our innings, things were so difficult for Sowell and Dean at the beginning. Balls were moving all over the place. It's been the complete opposite for the New Zealand batters.
Yeah, certainly it's looked pretty innocuous so far, as this is left outside the off stump and no run, 18 without loss. Plenty of sun out. The pitch looks grassy, but not impossible. And South Africa's batting woes just continue. I mean, they've really struggled all the way through about the last 2 years now.
And we were playing the extra batsman today as well.
Stearman right arm over to the left-handed Latham now and just angling it across him, but left alone through to the keeper. No run.
We had Marco Jansen at 8, so we were, at least in theory, had a long lineup of batsmen.
Yeah, I mean, I just genuinely don't know what to do. It's not like there's anyone not in the team that should be. Sort of not desperately anyway, as this is left alone and goes just past the off stump of the left-handed Latham, and hands on heads in the slip cordon, but safely left alone.
The only one that I would have made, but I knew he wasn't going to be there because he's only seen as the backup keeper. I don't really know why, but for me, Rickleton should be playing instead of Hamza. Rickleton's got a lot of runs the last couple of years. He's got an extremely good average, but otherwise it is pretty much, it is the right team. It's the right team.
Yeah, and I think it really just speaks to probably the fruits of the disorganization that has been CSA in the last decade or so. And we're beginning to see that now coming through to the highest levels. Not only have we lost youngsters overseas, and sort of sympathetic to CSA there, as this is left alone outside the off stump, but and that is the end of the over as well. 11 overs gone, 18 without loss. So the weak rand and the strong pound obviously is always going to be a problem. So I'm sympathetic there. But I think we've lost a lot of really top players to early retirement as well. Guys like De Kock and De Villiers and Faf du Plessis.
Well, that's. I was talking to a lot of people after the Indian series. They were saying, how on earth India didn't win the series, because there was no glitzy glamour player for the South Africans. There was Rabada, who everybody fears. But outside of that, there was no AB de Villiers, Faf du Plessis, Jacques Callis. There was no marquee great batsman. And that was, we don't have that. We have a team that plays, who tries hard and fights. We don't have an A-list Kohli, Root, Paparazam. No, we don't have that. We don't have that player. That's just
yeah. I mean, we literally don't have that situation where change of bowling, by the way. Marco Jansen is into the attack, and he's going to be coming in left arm over the wicket straight away. I think came off the thigh pad and looped up, but Rassie van der Dussen had a fairly sort of hopeful appeal, but no one was really taking it seriously. We don't have that situation where you look up to the dressing room and think, oh, flip, we've still got this guy coming into bat, and there's that sense of fear and worry that you get when you see that there is Kohli or there's Labuschagne or someone like that still coming. I don't think we have any batsman that an international team doesn't feel that they've got a reasonable chance of getting out.
Yeah, that's spot on. That is, and it's been like that for a couple of years now. If we're honest, Faf du Plessis was flying the flag valiantly until he retired, but even his powers were starting to wane by the end.
Marco Jansen in for the third ball of his over and a full ball that is just knocked straight back to the bowler. No run. 0 for 18 on New Zealand. 18 for 0, possibly. 18 for no loss after 11.3 overs. No real sense of urgency from Young or Latham here. I think both just realizing that they're not a long way behind. And if they just bat, they just spend time, they're going to put New Zealand into the driving seat.
Yeah, no, I think that's certainly the case.
Oh, and this time he does manage to get the outside edge. It was a shorter ball, squared Will Young up a little bit, just nibbled that outside edge of his bat and straight through to Varane for a regulation catch. And finally, South Africa have something to smile about this morning.
I'll tell you what, talking about marquee players, this Marco Jansen chap is something special. Whenever he's came out of the Indian series, something happened. First over today, fourth ball, gets a wicket. Wasn't the greatest delivery, but it was a nice across the line, across the right-hander. And Will Young's out for 8 of 32 balls. And New Zealand 18 for 1.
That brings Devon Conway to the wicket, so that's going to be cause for concern, I suspect, for these South Africans, because this guy can bat. He is such a prodigious talent.
He's averaging 69, so I think that's fair at the moment.
I haven't seen Marco's brother bowl. Is he a candidate for national honours as well?
No. Let's just hold on. Let him do his stuff in the in the domestic stuff first. I like him. He looks good. He's had a couple of good games in our local T20 competition this week. One to watch out for, but still too early for that. Too early to start thinking about that.
Is it that they're not twins, are they? They're a couple of years between.
They are twins, yes.
Oh, they are twins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, if he's not, he's the same age as Marco. It's not like he's still got some growing into himself to do.
Yeah. He's more. He's definitely more the bowler. He's not going to be having the ability that Marco has with the bat, but he's very useful.
3 slips in the gully as this is left alone outside the off stump by Devon Conway, and New Zealand 18 for 1 with 1 ball remaining in the 12th over. Finally, South Africa getting the wicket of Will Young, which they will be. I think Mark Jansen in particular will be relieved about. It was actually Tom Latham who he dropped, but at least he's managed to vindicate himself slightly.
Yes, he did.
Final ball of the over and just defended into the onsides. That is the end of the 12th over, 18 for 1. Marco Jansen has made the breakthrough. He's taken 1 wicket for no run so far. KG Rabada is going to resume, I think. No, he's not. Sorry, he was just handing Marco Jansen back his jersey. We'll have to wait and see who is going to be the bowler from the other end.
Possibly Dwan.
Of course, you still got Dwan Olivier, yeah.
These conditions should suit him. If you looked at Jamison's speeds were around 130 kilometers an hour, which is what Dwan was doing against India, and he was causing problems for the South African batsmen. Didn't get the wickets, but he was causing quite a few problems. So I think these conditions could suit him. But it's Rabada is still bowling.
A steepling bounce from KG, and it's jagged back quite a long way as well, causing Varane to have to dive to his right and do the collecting. That ball really could have gone anywhere. I mean, it came back an enormous amount from where it pitched outside the off stump, and pretty much unplayable. Good keeping though.
It was a goalkeeping stop from Varane.
Far more regulation outside the off stump, left alone, gets a thumbs up from his captain, and New Zealand 18 for 1 after 12.2 overs. Just a reminder, if you want to tweet us, we are Guerilla Cricket for this series, not 1WSR.com. This is our training product. Quite sure who we're training, you and I, Tim. Definitely the plan is that we use this to get our more inexperienced commentators a chance, and this is left alone outside the off stump, no run. But it is Tim Dale Lace and myself, Simon Gear, and I think between us have probably well over 1,000 hours of commentary. But if you do want to tweet us, it's Guerilla SA, GUERILLASA, Guerilla SA, and send us through your thoughts on how you feel waking up this morning to discover that New Zealand are already batting. South Africa all out for 95 this morning, and have had some small success with the wicket of Will Young in the previous over. So New Zealand 18 for 1 in reply. But this morning it was all Henry. Matt Henry, the New Zealand pace bowler, took 7 for 23 this morning to really rip the heart out of the South African batting. You're not really missing much in terms of Rabada's over. Every ball left outside the off stump, and still no run. We've literally had 1 run in half an hour.
Yeah, it's fine for them to get themselves in, but they don't want to get boxed into a corner, New Zealand. And it looks like they are getting boxed into a corner, and then you can't get out. That's problematic.
Exactly, left alone again, and Varane struggling a little bit behind the stumps. That one he did take in the end, but fumbled it slightly as it came through to him, and had a real stare down the pitch to see what that ball hit. Rabada looking a little bit puffed, breathing heavily, so I suspect we might see him get rested down to third man for a bit. Marco Jansen is going to continue. He's just bowled the 1 wicket maiden. Rabada, though, 0 for 16 off his 7 overs.
Just talking about Varane and keeping there, this is a good practice for the England series later in the year. Similar sort of way, if he's going to be in play against England, he's going to be doing a similar sort of work with the ball moving all over the place.
Indeed, it's usually a pretty good proxy is the is New Zealand for England, and certainly this very green pitch and seamer friendly conditions exactly what we can expect. If England decide to pick their seamers, of course, that's very, very weird things going on in the England camp at the moment. This is defended into the offside. No, yeah. What's your take on the Broad Anderson situation there?
My take is very badly handled from the ECB. If Stuart Broad says, I don't know why I was not going to the West Indies, it should have been explained to him. Whatever it is, we are moving it forward, we're giving you rest, whatever. Very badly handled. But just on its own, and the ball goes through to the keeper.
Yep.
I don't understand it. It makes no sense to me. They are only playing Test cricket. They're not playing any one-day stuff. They're not tired. They are coming to the end of their careers. They might play for another year, maybe 2 years. It makes no sense to me. It makes absolutely no sense. When you got a Test team that has to win, they're weakening their side. Makes no sense.
This is defended into the offside, no run. Yeah, I mean, reading between the lines, I got the sense that they were dropped for non-cricketary reasons. I think there were allegations during the Ashes that there had been a breakdown in trust or possibly communication between the senior players and the leadership. And I would definitely put Root in with the leadership group rather than the senior players group there. But it's the sort of thing you would think you could hash out around a table rather than actually drop the guys.
Exactly. Yeah.
And also, as this is just knocked into the offside, and Conway calls Latham through for a single, and he gets off the mark. New Zealand 19 for 1 now. Latham's on 9, Conway on 1. Yeah, I also can't really see how that couldn't be a career-ending selection. It would be a hell of a climb down by the ECB to go back to them after dropping them, and not really have achieved anything that they wanted to then either.
Yeah, and without trying to be too sort of too lovey-dovey for the bowlers, it would be incredibly sad. Two great fast bowlers who've given England an awful lot their entire careers, and they've effectively been told, no, you can't retire in 12 months, you're retiring now. This doesn't sit well with me at all. The whole thing, I think, has been handled very badly.
I mean, what is very, very odd to me is that that's the end of the over, by the way. New Zealand 19 for 1. Janssen's taken 1 for 1 from his 2. Conway's there on 1. Latham's there on 9. The man out is Will Young. He's gone for 8. I mean, what is very, very odd is that they haven't actually said to these two, look, you're out. You are retired. No. They've sort of left them hanging in the wind a bit, saying, well, you're not coming to the West Indies, but you're still part of our plans. And that for me is even worse than actually just drawing a line under the guys. Dwan Olivier into the attack with his a full ball straight away down the leg side, and Varane as well to collect. Real dreadful ball to start off.
That was dreadful. That was really, really dreadful. I don't know what he was aiming for, but it turned out to be a knee-high full toss. The batsman missed out on.
How on earth Conway didn't put that into the parking lot, I have no idea. I think it actually makes you realise how fast Dwan Olivier actually is. Comes in again, slightly better ball, still a little bit too straight to the left-hander, but defended into the onside, no run.
So just to finish up on it all, to me it's lack of communication. It's just an appalling lack of communication. And I think that's largely the problem on all these big topics that we have, that we start with their issues. Same with the Justin Langer situation. That was communication. It wasn't the wrong decision, but the communication about it was absolutely woeful.
Yeah, it's I suppose somewhat comforting to realise it's not only our lot who make odd decisions.
Yes.
In fact, I mean, it would be lovely to have selection-based arguments in South African cricket. We generally don't have too much controversy when it comes to selections. We're all reasonably happy with that side of things. It's the other stuff that's going on that is the problem. This is past the outside edge of Devon Conway's bat, and enough to put the hands on the heads for Dwan Olivier and for the slip cordon, but no real chance of edging that. New Zealand 19 for 1, halfway through the 15th over, full of ball, and Dwan Olivier, I must say, looking fairly innocuous at the moment. He's I mean, apart from the very first ball that he beat Conway for pace, but it was a dreadful ball. Everything else has been sort of pitched up and left alone.
The only bowler that's really caused New Zealand problems, genuinely, is Marco Jansen.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else is. I don't think Roberto's spell was anything special at all. And Steelman, okay, on debut, you can forgive him for nerves. It was okay, but it didn't really cause too much concern for the batsman.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, look, we've got such a battery of class in our fast bowling, and when you consider that, we've got guys like Eric Nokia who are not there, and yet we're still able to produce 4 top quality fast bowlers. So this is left alone outside the off stump once again. That is the end of Olifier's first over. He's 0 for 0. And after 15 overs, New Zealand 19 for 1. I think that's probably a good time for us to have a commentary change. Werner and Ken Boland are waiting in the wings, so we'll add them. And I've got to go and do school runs. My daughter is off to school at 6:10 this morning. Morning, gents.
Morning, Simon. Hello again, Tim, and hello again to Werner Erasmus, who is joining me for the continuation of this New Zealand innings, which has got off to a pretty solid start, one must say. 19 on the board, just the 1 wicket down. Will Young, who was dismissed by Marco Jansen, who's made a good start to his bowling style, hasn't he, Werner?
Yes, he did indeed. We'll be a bit amused at being dismissed this early in the innings. He would have set his sights on a big score here with Tom Latham, who started off slowly. The innings have started off in a similar pace that the Proteas innings started off. The only difference being that New Zealand haven't lost as many wickets, only the 1 down, with Marco Jansen dropping a fairly simple catch of Tom Latham that they might end up regretting. Still with me, Ken? Can't hear Ken right now. New Zealand 19 for 1 after 15 overs. Jansen is running in here. He bowls a short delivery that Tom Latham ducks underneath comfortably. And there is no run. They are still trailing by 76 runs currently. Jansen into his 3rd over. He's taken 1 wicket for only 1 run. The other bowler so far, Kagiso Rabada, has bowled 7 overs. That's 4 maidens, 0 for 16 runs. Glenton Steelman, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 runs, 0 wickets. As Jansen is running in here again. He's coming in to Tom Latham over the wicket. But a good length delivery. Very close leave. Very close to the off stump. But well watched by Latham. As I say, any leave that doesn't end up hitting the stumps is a good leave. So he'll call it as that. Dwan Olivier is the other bowler that has bowled so far. He's only delivered 1 over and it has been a maiden. Proteas are looking to really get back into the game here. They don't have many runs to play with. it's going to come down to the bowlers once again as Janssen runs in. He bowls in a good length delivery just outside the off stump and left alone again, once again by Tom Latham. That last delivery at 130 kilometers per hour. Yeah, as I said, it's been a tough morning for the Proteas, and if you're just waking up, the Proteas were bowled out for 95 this morning, with Matt Henry being the chief destroyer, taking 7th for 23. The best figures by any New Zealand bowler against South Africa, and the third best figures by a New Zealand bowler in history. As Janssen runs again into Latham, a short delivery that he starts to pull but then decides to just withdraw. It's 19 for 1 after 15.4 overs. Yeah, the Proteas have started decently. They've been economical, but they haven't quite made the New Zealand batters play as much as they were able to make our batters play. I think what Matt Henry did well was get that fuller length, making sure that we had to play at most deliveries, getting it to move both ways, which is something we need to implement here. As Janssen bowls that one into the body of Latham, who gets it too short-legged at Rossi van der Dissen. It bounced just in front of him, and there is no run. Looking at the pitch map here, or more the bowling map for that is to Tom Latham, his shot selection here showing he has left very well. He has had no problems with those deliveries outside the off stump and defended very well whenever it's been just above the stumps as well. As Janssen runs in here, it's another length delivery. Tom Latham comfortably bounced that back down the wicket for no run as Kagiso Rabada stops that ball, and it seems like Kagiso will also be coming into the attack as or maybe not. He just pulled his jersey off, which made me think that he might be coming into the attack, but it might be a little bit premature with Dewan only having bowled 1 over so far. As New Zealand are 19 for 1 after 16 overs, still trailing by 76 runs. It's a long road back for the Proteas from here to try and claw their way back into this match. With only 76 runs to play, you'd have to think that they would have to dismiss New Zealand within 150 runs to still keep in touch with this game. Sounds like you're back in.
Werner, yeah, dead right with your summation there. 150, 170 all out will give New Zealand a lead of around 80, 90 odd. Pretty sure South Africa wouldn't want to be more than that behind on first innings.
Yeah, it's a tough one. When you only score 95, you are really on the back foot. So it's going to take another really big performance from our bowlers to get us back into this. Stuan Olivier runs in here. It's a length ball just outside the off stump. He blocks that towards point where Temba Bavuma fields it, and it is no run. New Zealand are 20 for 1 after 16.2 overs. Seems like we have a bit of connection issue on Ken's side.
No, I'm still here, Werner. I hope you can hear me.
Now I can hear you again, Ken. Dewan Olivier runs in here 20 for 1 after 16.3 overs. Oh, Tom Latham bounces down the ground just past mid-off, who's chasing after this, and they get back for 2 runs as Rossi van der Dissen feels that ball and gets it back in.
Tom Latham really doing a great job here for New Zealand. A very compact opening batsman, really seems to know his game in his home conditions very well.
Indeed, he does.
As Latham just defends this ball back down the pitch, no run. Janssen made a good start for the wicket in his first over. Into Latham, who thinks of hooking but then bails out of that shot. A good steep bouncer from Janssen.
It seems like I'm a bit out of sync, so I'll get back onto you. You can keep going, Ken.
Okay. Always the problem with technology and multiple different sources that we are all using to bring this game to you on One World Sport Radio. Janssen in again to Latham, back of a leg, angling into the left-hander who fends us around the leg side. Short leg is diving. I don't think it was a catch, although Rassie van der Dussen does look a little disappointed. Just a graphic showing how Tom Latham has been pretty selective in terms of the shots he's played and the balls he has left. Left a lot of balls. Janssen in again to him. This is angled in, back of a length, just on off stump, and Latham defends back down the pitch. No run. 19 for 1 then after the 16th over. South Africa have bowled. So building some pressure now after a bit of an untidy start with the new ball by Kagiso Rabada.
As I see it on my side now, New Zealand are 30 for 1 after 17.1 overs, with Tom Latham 15 from 56 balls and Conway on 2 from 15 deliveries. As Janssen is the bowler who will be running in. There's been 5 extras so far. Always something to keep an eye on, especially those buys. Keepers are always want to be on it. As Janssen runs in here now to Conway. He bowls on a length delivery outside the off stump and it's left quite comfortably.
Yeah, I seem to have just travelled back in time a bit there, Werner. Back with the present, hopefully. Janssen in again, and again, nice and straight. Testing length, and Conway just prods us down to short leg, no run. Conway on 2, Latham 15. Latham has been there for 56 deliveries already.
Technology is really struggling here today. Now I am the one who's behind again. But so it goes, and we move on.
Janssen in again, back of a length. Latham defends solidly on the offside. Janssen will field himself, no run. Van, I see you pointed out in a tweet that to One World Sport Radio. Don't forget you can tweet us on @OneWorld and then the letters SR. Janssen has that wonderful knack of picking up a wicket in his first over of a new spell. Long may it continue. Indeed. He has settled into a good line and length straight away here at the Hagley Oval as he comes in again for the 5th ball of his 4th over. Hooked away by Latham. Nicely played. There's a man at deep backward square leg, Duan Olafia, who will get across though and do the fielding. And they will come back for 2. So Latham will go to 17. What was that? 15. And total 32 for 1.
Yeah, I'm just trying to catch up quickly.
Well, it was a well-controlled swivel pull off the hip. This is short again from Janssen. Gets up higher, but Latham's on the pull again. He's got it away well in front of square. And again, it's a long run to the boundary, this time for Kagiso Rabada, who does the fielding. And Latham gets through for 3 this time. The total is 35 for 1. Latham will go to 18. 18 overs bowled. And New Zealand trailing by just 60 runs. Marco Janssen just trying out a couple of short deliveries there to Tom Latham. got him out of his shell a bit, but he was certainly up to the task to tidy pull shots. And so nice to see spectators in at the Hagley Oval. At the moment, we're looking at some well-tanned ones. Looks like there's been a bit of sun wherever they've been. It was raining in Christchurch in the build-up to the game. And quite overcast this morning at the start of play, but it's cleared up into a beautiful day in the capital of the South Island. Juan Olivier, right from around the wicket to Tom Latham, who pushes forward and has got this away for a single into the covers. 36 for 1 now, New Zealand. That was Devon Conway, rather. 2 left-handers at the crease now, of course. Conway playing against the country of his birth for the first time. Olivier will now bowl to Latham around the wicket, and he beats him outside or stump. Latham defending a bit from the crease there, and it just whistled past the outside edge. The slips were excited. That was a great ball from Olivier. It was angled in and then just nipped away off the pitch. One of the few times that Tom Latham has been beaten in this very solid innings of his so far. There are 3 slips quite close together for South Africa and a gully. Latham, of course, dropped in the gully when he had 9. As Olivier in again, and he's got him prodding again outside off stump, and again he's beaten on the outside edge. Yeah, Glenton Stearman would have had a maiden test wicket if Marco Jansen had managed to hold on to the catch in the gully. He got both hands to it. Not the hardest gully catch you'll ever see.
Yeah, it would have been a disappointment for Stearman. You would have wanted to start off just like that.
As Olivier in again to Latham, zeroing in on that off stump again. Latham pushes forward and just defends it back down the pitch. No run.
And New Zealand looking to rebuild here after that last wicket. Olivier, I feel, has a lot to prove in this series. He wasn't very effective in that last test match against India, and I think it might be a straight battle between him and Glenton Stearman for a spot when Ngidi recovers from his back strain.
Yeah, absolutely, Vanna. As Olivier is again short down the neck side, Latham swishes but makes no contact. Yeah, I certainly think with Lungi and Ngidi fit, he will definitely come back into the side. He bowled very well against India. And the other factor, of course, is when Amrit Nokia gets back into action, he will certainly come back into the team. So
Yeah.
Juan Olivier needs to put in some performances to keep himself in that selection race.
Yeah, it could be a lethal foursome of Rabada and Giri, Norkia and Janssen.
As Olivier is in again to Latham. Full Langley in, it struck him on the pad and then goes to slip. But I fancy it actually both bowled him. I would imagine Latham was standing there in a bit of disbelief. It was a very full delivery, which he kind of played all around. And Juan Olivier is celebrating, just as we were saying, he needs performance as well. It was a hell of a delivery.
Yeah, just as I was saying that.
Just went past that back pad, angled and nipped away to hit the top of off stump.
That's a beautiful delivery. Just what the Proteas needed, and just what he needed for some boost of confidence. He hasn't had the same kind of pace he had when we were still playing Pakistan before he took the Kolpak deal. But if he can bowl more of those type of deliveries, it won't matter that much.
He has spoken a bit about bowling a fuller length since we last saw him play for the Proteas, and that was a perfect case in point. Drawing the batsman forward, wonderful length, And it doesn't get better for a fast bowler than hitting the top of off stump.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was aiming for. It's a tough one for the left-handers to know where your off stump is with the bowler coming around the wicket, especially if he gets one or two to move away. It just makes or causes some doubt in the mind of the batter, and that's a huge wicket to get. Tom Latham struck that 250 against Bangladesh at this venue, and he has been in form, and he is really their banger apart from Conway in this lineup. So that is a massive wicket, and Conway coming in now will be equally as important to get early.
Yeah, absolutely. Latham, the captain as well. So it's a massive blow. Latham bowled Olivia for 16. He faced 61 balls and hit 2 fours. And you just fancy Jansen and Olivia have created a bit of pressure here. Brought the run rate down, and that pressure is resulting in wickets. Henry Nicholls comes to the crease. And South Africa with 21 overs left in the day, how they would love one more wicket at least to come before stumps to get some of those middle order batsmen and Jansen in to Conway. It's back of a length, and Conway just defends it on the offside, no run.
Yeah, just easy length that. I still feel Jansen can get a little bit fuller there. Watching a replay from Duan Willifier's delivery to dismiss Latham. The perfect pace bowler delivery, top of off, and rightfully celebrated in style.
Yeah, it takes something special to get through the defences of Tom Latham. And Duan Willifie certainly producing it there. As Marco Jansen is in the game. Left arm over to Conway, outside off stump, and left alone. Werner, were you a bit surprised with the New Zealand batting lineup and selecting 2 batting all-rounders, I guess, in Daryl Mitchell and Colin de Grandome? It does mean that Mitchell is slated to bat number 5. There's the wicketkeeper Tom Blundell, of course, as well, to come in sometime soon.
Yeah, I wasn't too surprised. I do think they do like to keep their options open. And both of them can contribute quite heavily with the bat. So I think it's more a balance thing.
Jansen then again, this starts outside off stump and is swinging further away, just left alone by the batsman.
Ken, who would the batter be that you would have played in front of one of the all-rounders?
The other batsmen in the squad are Hamish Rutherford, who I guess is more of a top-order batsman, though. And Glenn Phillips can bat in the middle order, as Jansen is in again. This one is, again, starting outside off some shapes to come back in. But Conway just leaves it alone. Yeah, so Glenn Phillips, a bit of a dasher, another South African-born player in the New Zealand squad.
Seems to be plenty of those going around.
They are indeed, yeah. And one of them, Devon Conway, has got a big job to play now for the New Zealand innings. He's been there for 25 balls. He's on 8 not out. Very watchful so far. As Jansen is in the game. To Conway. Again, it's outside off stump. And just left alone. Conway seems to be batting on off stump and just shuffles across a bit and then leaves the ball.
Yeah, I still feel Jansen can get a slight bit fuller here, make the batsman play a bit more. It's not only about line, the length can also really draw the batsman in, as we saw earlier from Matt Henry, getting that little bit fuller, making the batter feel that they can drive it when it's not quite there.
Indeed, Jansen striding in again. Again, it's back of a length, quite short in fact. Conway tries to fend this away on the leg side, misses, struck on the pads, but too high to ever be LBW. It's the end of Marco Jansen's 5th over. He's taken 1 for 6, and after 20 overs, New Zealand are 36 for 2. Looking at the South African bowling figures so far in this innings, Peter Ramada, 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 16. Took him 3 overs or so to get properly warmed up, to find his radar. Denton Steelman was very accurate for a man making his debut. 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 2. Marco Janssen, as I said, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6. And Duan Olivier, who's currently bowling with him, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8.
It's always nice when your first and second change bowlers come on and take the wickets, backing up the openers.
Yeah, and building some pressure, perhaps a bit more pressure even than the new ball bowlers created. It's going to be Olivier to continue to Henry Nicholls. His first ball, it's a bouncer, which takes off and goes over wicketkeeper Kyle Verreynne. So that's going to be 4 byes for New Zealand. We'll take them to 40 for 2.
There's plenty of bounce in the pitch. It's similar to the Wanderers, maybe not quite as tennis ball a tennis ball bounce as the Wanderers, but it still has plenty of pace and bounce. So it doesn't surprise me that Olivier would go to that delivery. Just a little bit too short, and there was no way that Kyle Verreynne would get that one.
Yeah, they do say Hagley Oval is the fastest pitch in New Zealand and is well known for its bounce as well. As Olivier comes in again, he's switched to around the wicket, it's outside off stump, and left alone by Nicholls. Kyle Verreynne just clapping his hands in appreciation and encouragement for the bowler.
Olivier's been in a pretty good spell here, coming around the wicket. It seems to be working for him. It definitely did work against Tom Latham, so he'll be looking to do a similar type of thing against Nicholls. Nicholls trying to cover more of his off stump.
As Olivier in again, full this time, and Nicholls has punched this very nicely. He's beaten mid-on, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. Nice way to get off the mark for Henry Nicholls.
It's a beautifully compact stroke down the ground. He waited for the ball all the way onto his bat, didn't try to push out too far in front of himself, just leant on it, just timed it down the ground.
Yeah, interesting that New Zealand have 3 left-handers in their top 4, Tom Latham, Devon Conway and Henry Nicholls. As Olivier prepares to bowl again to Nicholls, brings his length back a bit, outside off stump and left alone. Werner, how do you think all those left-handers are going to change South Africa's plans, remembering that against India, Rishabh Pant was the only left-handed in the whole team?
I guess it's going to depend from bowler to bowler. Some bowlers do like to come around the wicket to the left-handers, similarly to what Morne Morkel did, but Morkel had that special ability to move the ball away from the left-handers, making it very, very difficult for them, and he would have enjoyed this lineup.
As Olivier is in again to Nicholls, outside off stump, he prods at it, he's beaten, and wicketkeeper Verreynne is also half beaten. He got enough on it that there won't be any bye taken. That one just seemed to die on the wicketkeeper a bit.
I think what makes it easier right now is that there are 2 left-handers, so they can just focus on that. There's no right-hand, left-hand combination at the moment, so it shouldn't take too much of an adjustment.
Olivier in again to Nicholls, outside off stump again and left alone. With 3 slips awaiting, Nicholls is not going to be tempted this early in his innings, and that's the end of the 21st over. New Zealand 44 for 2.
There's been something in this pitch the whole day through, keeping the bowlers in it, making sure the batters never really feel comfortable, never feel set. And this might be the case for a while yet in this test match. I don't know the pitch personally, haven't watched too many games played at the Hagley Oval, so maybe it does become more flat as the time goes on, but based on previous statistics and scores, it seems like there will be something in it for the bowlers throughout.
Yeah, they have been talking about obviously the pitch speeding up a bit as that early moisture is burnt away. Janssen is in to Conway, full, nicely driven down the ground, but it is intercepted by Janssen's big boot. So that deflects away into the covers. No run for Devon Conway. His first really nice shot in anger there.
I'm wondering what size boot he is wearing. It's funny. He said in an interview that he is about the last time they measured is 2.09, and his brother Duan is 2.05 meters.
Yeah, so, yeah. I fancy I might be able to sit down and have a little bit of a nap at one of Marco Jansen's boots. As in he comes again, short outside off stump, cut away by Conway, but not too much timing. And Temba Bavuma will run from gully to field, no run.
I think he might just be able to save quite a few runs over his career just by sticking out the boot.
Indeed, yeah, it's a decent extra defensive measure to have in your arsenal.
And looking at the stats on screen now between SA and New Zealand, with New Zealand having only won 4 matches out of the 45 we've played against them. South Africa haven't won 25 and 16 being drawn.
As Jansen is outside off stump again and left alone by Conway. Yes, Ben, it's an extraordinary record, really. And in fact, it's the worst record for any of the top 8 nations when it comes to playing against a specific country. So I'm sure that's really big motivation for the current World Test champions to put that right in this series.
Yeah, and they started off very well. They started off like World Test champions. The way they bowled this morning and through the afternoon, especially Matt Henry coming in with pace and in good areas, helped by some shots. I'm sure the Proteas will be very disappointed about and will look to rectify when they get the chance to bat again in the second innings.
Jansen in again with 3 slips on the gully again, just outside off stump and left alone by Conway. Yeah, the batting. Apparently, it's South Africa's worst start to a Test match with a bat since 1932. The first time they've been bowled out for less than 100 in the first innings of a Test. In other words, when they've batted first in a Test match.
Yeah, that's quite a statistic, and then not one you want to have at the start of your series.
Definitely not. As Jansen in again to Conway, full on the pads. Conway flicks this away a little bit uppishly, but no danger there. Down to fine leg for a single. He'll go to 9 and the total 45 for 2.
45 for 2, and only trailing by 50 more runs. New Zealand with 8 wickets still in hand. They'll be looking to try and get a big lead here over South Africa, who are trying to do the opposite, trying to restrict and take wickets at the same time.
Yeah, and with 18 overs left today, they probably will be quite close to parity by stumps. Jansen in again. This is shortish, and Nichols rides the bounce nicely. Short leg is moved away, and so he can get a single there on the leg side. 22 overs gone, New Zealand 46 for 2. Don't forget that you can tweet us on One World SR. We look forward to hearing from you and discussing your interesting tweets.
I did hear Simon say earlier that they only should be tweeting to Guerilla SA in this series because it's being covered by Guerilla SA and not specifically One Sports World Radio in this series. One World Sports
All
Radio.
right, then. We will get the correct Twitter address for you. As Olivier is in again to Henry Nichols. Fuller on off stump. Nichols gets a bit of an outside edge, thick outside edge, square away on the offside, no run. Nichols on 5, Conway on 9.
It's been a decent spell here from Olivier. He's been able to hit that fuller length that he's been talking about, and that is required on this pitch. So it's good to see that from him. I think Jansen can take away quite a bit from that. He's still been a little bit too short in this spell. I think he'll be a lot more threatening the moment he gets that length a bit fuller.
Olivier and again to Nichols, slightly shorter but still a decent length on off stump, and Nichols just hangs in the crease and defends solidly. And I think Duan Olivier has picked up a little stone in his shoe or something, because he's sitting on the pitch now and taking his boot off and fiddling around in his sock.
Yeah, just quick little running repairs within the shoe. You can see all that grass at the bottom, at the spikes of the shoe as well. I saw a interview with Bavuma talking about needing to clean the shoes after every day because of the soft soil in New Zealand.
It was very noticeable this morning in the first session with that moisture around that the New Zealand fielders were really cleaning their boots a lot as Olivier comes in again to Nichols. Full outside or stop. He drives firmly, but straight to Bavuma at point, no run.
I have to say, I think tours are a little bit more difficult these days, not only because of quarantine, but also the lack of practice matches beforehand or practicing against provincial teams like would have happened in the past.
Yeah, absolutely, Werner, and made worse, of course, by COVID quarantines and things. As Olivier will bowl again to Nichols, beautifully bowled, hanging on off some edge, and it's been put down at third slip by Zubair Hamza.
I think that's a part of the problem of switching over to new guys coming in. So the slip, Gordon has to rearrange again. New guy gets into the slip and puts this one down. Disappointing for Olivier.
He went one-handed when really he could have got two hands to it, one feels.
Yes.
It was not that far away from him. And Hamza punches the turf in disappointment. Second catch that's gone down in the cordon today.
Yeah, Green Ken, he could have easily gone with two hands. It wasn't too far away from him. He made it more difficult than it was.
Olivier in again. Oh, he's gone full on the pads and he's put away. Wide of mid-on by Henry Nichols. That's a lovely on-drive for 4. And from being dropped on 3, Nichols is suddenly on 11 not out in the space of 2 balls. 52 for 2.
Yeah, that happens so often, right? Just after a catch has gone down, the next ball, another boundary is hit. Just looking at the replay again, yeah. Hamza wasn't really good, had good balance at second slip there, and also going with one hand when he could have easily gone with 2 hands to make the catch easier for himself.
Olivier in again to Nichols. Oh, he's full outside, all stop now, and he's driven away for 4 through the covers. So Duan Olivier, perhaps with a bit of steam coming out of the ears, has just lost his lengths for those last 2 deliveries and gives away 2 boundaries in a row. So that's going to be the drinks break in Christchurch. Not that they needed too much. It's only 20 degrees on the South Island today. So very pleasant weather. And if you are just joining us for this coverage of the first test between South Africa and New Zealand, 6:15 in the morning here in South Africa. New Zealand won an important toss this morning and put South Africa into bat. And really the Black Caps bowled superbly, and South Africa's batting was found wanting. All out for 95. Really a pretty dismal effort. Dean Elgar made 1, debutant Sarah Olivia 10, Alan Markham 15, Rassie van der Dussen 8, Timber Bavuma 7. And before they knew it, they were 52 for 5. Zubair Hamza coming back into the team, and Carl Verreynne put up a little bit of resistance. They had 33 for the 6th wicket before Hamza had a loose shot outside off stump and was caught behind for 25. Carl Verreynne fell for 18, and really that was the start of a spectacular collapse, because from 85 for 6, South Africa were 95 all out. Matt Henry, who had taken 2 wickets in an over earlier, dismissing Aiden Markram and Rassie van der Dussen, took 3 wickets in an over to wrap up the innings and ended with the best ever figures for New Zealand against South Africa, 7 for 23 in 15 overs. Werner, just your views on that South African first innings. How much of it was bad batting and how much of it was good bowling?
It was definitely a combination of the both. I think there was very good bowling throughout, but I don't think the deliveries that got to the wickets in the end, a lot of them weren't that great. It was more the pressure that built up. And I think there was definitely loose shots from Markram, from Hamza, Algar poking out in front of himself again early in the innings. Quite a few soft dismissals that they'll be very disappointed about.
Yeah, and since then, in reply, New Zealand have reached 56 for 2. Will Young was the first man to fall. He was caught behind off Marco Jansen in the big left arm seamer's first over. Will Young gone for 8. And then just 5 overs ago, Tom Latham, the New Zealand captain, and the other opening batsman, bowled by an absolute jaffa from Duan Olivier for 16. Since then, Devon Conway has gone to 9 not out, and Henry Nichols, who was dropped in the previous over on 3, he's on 15 not out. 56 for 2 then. And the South African bowling figures, Rabada, 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 16. Denton Stearman also making his test debut today, 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 2. And then the wicket takers, Marco Jansen, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8. And Duan Olivier, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22. And he could have so easily had a second wicket as well. Werner, what are your views on the South African bowling? How do you rate they've gone in this innings so far?
I feel it's been decent without being spectacular. I still think we have been a little bit too short and not made the batters play enough, especially in that opening spell. I think Duan has made the batters play a lot more. Marco was good in his first couple of overs, but then also went a bit too short. I think more disappointing than anything else is the 2 drop catches today. When you have only made 95 runs, you really can't afford to put down catches, and 2 catches that you would expect players to take at this level.
Absolutely, Werner. Yeah, Marco Jansen at gully and Zubair Hamza at third slip. Both of them perhaps quite new to fielding in the cordon at test level as a mitigating factor. Clinton Stearman is coming back into the attack. He'll be bowling to Devon Conway on 9. Stearman in his 6th over has conceded just 2 runs. Here he comes. And straight away, bang on the money, back of the length, angling in oral sun. Conway prods it away on the leg side and he'll get a single behind square. He'll go to 10 and the total 57 for 2.
Yeah, Stearman has been pretty consistent in his area so far. He's looked good. He hasn't conceded much. He's looked to hit that fuller length, try to get into an area more consistently, and he was also unlucky with the catch going down off his bowling. So I'd love to see more of him doing the same thing. Not try too much. The pitch is assisting enough, and if you get it in the right area, you will be rewarded.
Stearman in again now to Nichols. Back of a leg, he's left a delivery that's come back in quite sharply, but he's left it on length, and it does clear the stumps, but it's not too far away.
That came back in a long way, and it still went on after the stumps, and Verena took that one quite well. Oh, that just went over the off stump, barely missing it. Once again, you'll probably say good leave because it went over, but it was quite a close one.
Very close, and I like what you said about Clinton Stearman there, Werner. For me, what's impressed me is a guy on debut, and he's just trying to keep it simple. Just stuck to what he does best, and it is something that'll work well on this pitch. He's in again to Nichols, back of a length, and this one Nichols does play just outside off some solid defensive shot, no run.
Yeah, keeping it simple is the aim of the game, especially on a pitch that is providing enough assistance. You don't have to do too much. You don't have to go overboard with bounces, which have been setting up quite nicely for the batters to pull away so far in this match, unless you get it high enough. So I think Stearman's approach is the right one for this pitch, and I believe he will be rewarded if he keeps chipping away at that same length.
Stearman in 3 slips in a gully, a bit straighter this time, and Nichols has tucked that nicely away off his pads behind square on the leg side. Hamza will go chasing after it in field. Nichols gets 2 more runs. He's gone to 17 or just 16 deliveries, so he's made a good start to his innings. New Zealand 59 for 2.
Yeah, New Zealand only trailing by 36 at this stage. South Africa not having a lot to play with here. In desperate need for some more wickets before stumps today, preferably a couple of wickets to get them back into this game.
Steelman in again to Nichols. It's the bouncer, and Nichols is safely under it. We just saw a replay of the catch that was put down off Steelman's bowling, and certainly seems to be his method from around the wicket to the left-hander, angling it in and just trying to get it to nip away late, which he did manage to do to Latham, but the catch was put down in the gully. As Steelman runs in again around the wicket to the left-handed Nichols, angling into the pads, and Nichols puts this away wide of mid-on. Rabada goes to ground but can't stop the ball initially, and that will give Nichols a second run. So he'll go to 19 and the total 61 for 2. That's the end of the 24th over and also the end of our stint. And we will hand you over to our very wise colleagues Otto Simon and Tim Dale-Lace. Goodbye for now. Thanks, Werner.
Thanks,
Goodbye to you too.
Cheers, Werner. And Ken, thanks a lot. I think Ken was referring to you, Tim, being the wise cricket brain between the two of us. I'm just a fan. I'll say it once again. So, chipping away at that meager total on New Zealand, doing a good job of just occupying the crease and the runs coming without much trouble.
Very fortunate there. I don't know how far you're behind. It's a very
Are you watching
half
live?
leave from Devon Conway. Went through past the third slip. The gap that South Africa have. Very, very fortunate.
Okay, I'm watching live as well. So I can take the ball by ball as Rabada comes around the wicket to Conway, and this one is just defended to mid-on for no run. So that was the second delivery of the 25th over. Say that one squirted off an outside edge in the gap. 65 for 2.
Things did improve from a South African perspective with those 2 early wickets, but the drop catches are a problem.
Rabada in again to Conway, left alone, wide outside off stump. Angling back in, but well outside off stump and left by Conway, who's on 14. 65 for 2 in the 25th over. 3 balls to go in this over. Nichols is there as well on 19. And the deficit now is 30 on the dot. So New Zealand need another 30 runs to start building a lead here in the first innings. Rabada around the wicket to Conway, who leaves this one alone. Through to the keeper, no run. Now, those drop catches will hurt you in any situation, but with 95 runs on the board, that it hurts you even more.
Indeed. That's certainly the case. South Africa can't afford to give too many chances, or any chances really, to New Zealand.
Again, Rabada into Conway. This one is a little bit closer to the off stump as Rabada uses the width of the crease, coming around the wicket and trying to angle it in at that off stump, but Conway is able to leave it, and it's no run once again. 1 ball to go in the 25th over, and Rabada's conceded 20 runs so far. He's usually a little bit on the expensive side, and he hasn't gotten a wicket yet, but not looking too dangerous yet. This one is just driven by Conway out to extra cover for a single. 66 for 2, and that is the end of the 25th over, so Conway will retain the strike, and score is 66 for 2, deficit 29.
Yeah. Writing is pretty much on the wall for South Africa. They desperately need to try and arrest the situation. As I said, they've been bowling better. As the days got on, they have gone to that fuller length more often than not, apart from that first sort of 12 overs or so.
New Zealand showing South Africa how it's done here. This one is outside off stump and confidently driven by Devon Conway through extra cover to the deep extra cover boundary for a 4. Beautiful looking cover drive there. Both batsmen now on 19 runs. Steerman around the wicket to the left-hander wide and just a little bit too full, I would say. But a beautiful drive, beautiful cover drive by Devon Conway.
Yeah, no, that's it was a bit full, but you want the batsman coming forward. Sometimes you just got to give credit to the batsman, and it was a good shot.
Yeah, excellent looking shot. Steerman in again around the wicket. This one is tighter, line on, middle and off, and just defended to square leg. 3 slips, a gully, mid on there, square leg, as I mentioned. So there's lots of space there at extra cover. There's one fielder in the covers, leaving a lot of space there for Conway to invite the drive. And Conway obliged there with that ball before last. Mid-off is also there. Extra cover is in now, but Conway managed to evade all those fielders. That previous 4, this one is outside off stump and just defended to backward point for no run. Only 2 slips in now, so New Zealand managed to get rid of one of the slips already in this innings, and Temba Bavuma doesn't have the luxury of wickets falling as Latham had, with New Zealand captain managing to keep 3 slips in throughout the innings, but Bavuma being forced to take one out. Steerman around the wicket to Conway, the left-hander, defends this one outside off stump for no run to extra cover. 70 for 2 is the score. 2 balls to go in the 26th over.
Steerman's keeping it nice and economical. He's keeping it nice and straight to the bowler, to the batter rather, to Conway. But he isn't looking threatening. And that's from a South African perspective is a bit of a worry. He's not looking like he's going to get wickets.
Not really, no. He goes to Conway once again, and this one is left alone, outside off stump, and there's no run.
The guys that have been... So, just to say, the guys that have looked like getting wickets are Olivier and Judson. Those are the guys that have been the most threatening to the New Zealand batsmen.
Well, the same thing happened to Steerman, and ironically, it was Janssen who would have had his first Test wicket in his first spell in Test cricket. Janssen dropping Latham off the bowling of Steerman, so he should have had a wicket already. This one on off stump, just defended to the onside by Conway for no run. 26 overs gone, 70 for 2. So that didn't end up costing South Africa a lot of runs, but Steerman could have had that wicket, and of course Olivier also getting a batter dropped off his bowling. Hamza dropping one there at third slip. So could have been a different story for Steerman in terms of taking wickets, but Rabada will continue now for the start of the 27th over, and New Zealand trail by just 25 runs. Kagiso Rabada comes into Nichols, another left-hander. This one is left alone outside off stump with Rabada coming around the wicket. No run.
easily left behind. No concerns there. Yeah, Rabada, as we know, has got the ability and often when needed he has come to the party, but he hasn't looked quite right today throughout his spells.
This one is on off stump, driven to the onside by Nichols for no run, straight to mid-on. And a good diving stop there by Dwan Olivier at mid-on.
Good fielding there. That's good commitment. South Africa might be in all sorts of trouble, but good to see the effort there from the fast bowler. Restricting that from not going for any runs.
Yeah, good stop. Rabada in again. This one is left alone outside off stump by Nichols. Both batsmen still on 19. Score on 70 for 2 still. Halfway through the 27th over, and according to the website Crick Info here, they've got another 13 overs to go after this one. So that will bring us up to about an hour from now. 7:50 time here. Time here in South Africa. Rabada around the wicket to Nichols. This one is just blocked. Back to the bowler. No run.
If we do get all 13 in, I would hedge a bet that New Zealand will be in the lead by that stage.
Yes. Not enough wickets here for South Africa to stop New Zealand from getting a decent first innings lead. Let's see how much damage limitation South Africa can do. This one is wide outside off stump, cut by Nichols. Very nicely done there. Backward of square on the offside, in between backward point and the slip cordon for 4. Very nice looking cut shot there. Played it late. Bit too short outside off stump and past gully and in between gully and backward point. No chance of a catch there.
Yeah, good short and wide isn't going to work on this pitch.
Last ball of the over, left alone by Nichols outside off stump. He's on 23, end of the 27th over, 74 for 2. And the deficit now 21.
But Nichols is doing a very good job for New Zealand. He's made a conscious effort to be proactive with his batting. He's got 23 of 24 balls. So the majority of the New Zealand batsmen have tried to see themselves in. He's done the opposite. He's made sure that New Zealand keep rotating the strike, scoring runs.
Yeah, he's making the South African batting effort look even more silly than it was, and it was quite interesting. As Steerman continues around the wicket to Conway down the leg side. Good stop by Verreynne there, saving Steerman's blushes. No run. And they were showing the graphic of the South African dismissals where only the LBW decision of Kyle Verreynne would have gone on to hit the stumps. And all the other dismissals well away from the stumps. So a lot of loose shots. I think the Steerman dismissal, I didn't see the first 5 wickets this morning. Steerman comes in again to Conway, who just defends this out to mid-on, no run. 2 slips and a backward point. No gully. So gully has also gone away. So they've packed the offside, the covers here for Steerman. So the wicket-taking options for Steerman here would be outside edge through to the keeper or a mistimed shot into the covers for a catch. It comes in again to Steerman and does Steerman to Conway, and it's missed by the keeper as it was left alone, and they will go through for a quick single.
It hasn't been an easy day for Verreynne behind the stumps. There hasn't been a lot of movement, but the movement, there has been movement. It's tended to be after it passes the stumps, which just made it more difficult for Kyle Verreynne.
Yeah, we saw that during New Zealand's bowling as well, but they were able to get some movement before the ball passes the stumps as well.
Yeah.
Blundell also getting some balls crashing into his fingers and making him bounce around behind the stumps. So 3 slips now, and looks like a gully. A Steerman comes into Nichols, who leaves this one, and it strikes him on the pads. This is an appeal, but I think that was going over the stumps. The umpire is unmoved.
Yeah, I think this was definitely height. Yeah, hits him above the pad.
But a good line there, and well left, I would say, by Nichols. Just kept on coming into the left-hander, who's on 23 now, 75 for 2. That single didn't go to Conway. He's still on 19. This one is outside off stump and cut by Nichols. Beats the top edge of that cut shot by Nichols, wide outside off stump, short and wide outside off stump, through to the keeper, no run. Tried to play that same shot down to the third man boundary, but this one was a little bit too high and just wafted underneath that as it went through to the keeper. So Nichols there on 23, 75 for 2. New Zealand trail by 20. Steerman round the wicket to Nichols again. Ball angling in and just missing off stump, going over off stump. Good leave by Nichols in the end. Steerman just can't believe how that didn't hit off stump. Too much bounce there from the wicket. Now Steerman is looking a little bit more dangerous, but still just not getting that edge, not getting that ball to hit the stumps. It's all going New Zealand's way. The World Test champions are in control. South Africa need to fight back and do so very quickly. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves well behind by the time they start batting again. And now it's up to New Zealand to decide how far they want to stretch out this lead. Rabada comes around the wicket to Conway, who leaves this alone outside off stump, angling into the off stump, but going over. Let's see a replay of that last Steerman delivery that almost hit the stumps. It was a very good leave, you have to say. And must have been really close to the stumps, judging by the reactions there from the slips. Conway facing Rabada around the wicket. This one is defended by Conway through to the keeper for no run. That was a very good delivery by Rabada. Beat the inside edge, it looks like, or maybe he played just inside that line. We'll see a replay now. Ball just kept on coming in and through the gate, but missing the stumps as well. Conway is well across his off stump, covering that line. A good delivery by Rabada, beating the inside edge. He comes into Conway once again. This one is short, sits up and just pulled around to fine leg by Conway. It takes a single. Fetch that outside off stump. And looks like that one just...
Good delivery followed by a really poor one. It's a real shame. Yeah. You felt as if he could have created pressure at one end because Conway is not scoring a lot of runs. That's a real let-off for Conway. Because the previous ball, as you say, was an absolutely beautiful delivery.
Rabada into Nichols now, and this one is left alone outside off stump, going just outside the off stump line through to the keeper for no run. So Nichols is there on 23. Conway now 20 runs or 51 deliveries. And the score is 76 for 2.
I'm still here, don't worry.
So they're showing us some of the structures around the ground as Rabada comes into Nichols, who just defends this to the leg side for no run to square leg. Some quaint looking buildings there and grass banks almost all the way around here at the Hadley Oval in Christchurch. Sparse crowd, understandable for a Thursday. Hard-working New Zealanders are not at the cricket. Rabada around the wicket into Nichols. This one, he turns off his pads out to mid-wicket where it's fielded, and they will take a single. So the score will move. Oh, no, they didn't take a single there. Dot ball, end of the 29th over, 76 for 2. Nichols on 23 and Conway on 20. And New Zealand trail by 19 runs. So we've got about another 40 or so minutes to go in the day's play. 10 overs, 11 overs remaining officially.
Yeah. South Africa will desperately want to get at least 2 more wickets. If they get 2 more wickets, then they can at least get themselves into that lower order of the Kiwis. That's not as strong as it could be.
Rabada into Conway, who defends this one off his hips, down to backward square leg, and they take a single. 77 for 2. And Conway moves on to 21. Yeah, we had a look at the batting order earlier for New Zealand. Only the top 4 are out-and-out batsmen. And 3 all-rounders with the wicket-keeper in there as well make up the middle order for New Zealand, and then the 4 quick bowlers. But just where will South Africa's wickets be coming from? Because as soon as they attack the stumps, the New Zealanders just wafted down to the leg side, as Conway did there once again, down to fine leg, and they take a single as Steerman sent this one into the leg stump of Nichols, and he gets a single. 78 for 2. 2 balls done in the 30th over. Clinton Steerman is continuing his spell. He's going to stay around the wicket to these 2 left-handers. Comes into Conway now, and this one is just defended on that off-stump line. To the onside, no run. 2 slips in mid-wicket there, doing the fielding there. Where will South Africa's wickets be coming from? Because these 2 look well in control.
Conway is leaving a rather large gap between bat and pad. We saw the Rabada over that left that gap and the ball went in between his bat and his pad. He did it again there. It was the thickest inside edge of the previous delivery.
Yeah, this one is left alone by Conway, and once again we see the ball doing all the moving after it passes the batsman, and Verreynne managing to catch it that time. No run. Now he's well across his off stump, so if the ball's going through that gap or went through that gap of the bowling of Rabada, but missed the off stump. So he's coming across his off stump, and as soon as the ball is onto his pads, it goes to the onside. So it looks like he's got his game figured out here. Short and wide outside off stump, pulled by Conway through mid-wicket, down to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it will be stopped before it reaches the boundary, and they'll come through for 2 runs. 81 for 2 is the score now. 1 ball to go in the 30th over, and New Zealand trail by 14.
Another short delivery, and another short delivery that gets smacked.
Yeah,
I don't
absolutely
really understand that ploy from South Africa at all.
Conway was
I
able
like the
to
short
get-
ball, but on this pitch, it's almost not worth it.
This one is outside off stump and left alone by Conway. No run. 30 overs gone. 81 for 2. Tim, I'm going to ask you a huge favor. If you can carry the comms for a few minutes, I just need to take care of something aside. I'll be right back.
Yep, yeah, of course. All right, so it's 81 for 2 after 30 overs. Conway's 24 and Nichols on 23. About 10 overs to go in the day's play. So I think it's fair to say New Zealand will be in the lead at the end of the day. How much will depend on how attacking Nichols in particular plays the next 10 overs. This one from Rabada is wide, very wide, late swing again, and goes through to the keeper. No run. Wayward delivery there from Rabada. Hasn't found his rhythm at any time today, Rabada. Comes in again to Conway, and Conway tries to whip it towards the leg, and there's no run. Taking a few fans on the grass backs at the Hagley Oval, and the New Zealanders the fans are just as relaxed as I think the New Zealand dressing room would be at this situation. Enjoying their team on top. This one, Conway comes forward defence, down the ground, and there's no run. Conway will have played in the same team as Rabada on more than a few occasions, so he'll know his tricks of the trade. He'll know exactly what he plans to do. This one worked to the leg side by Conway. There is a fairly leisurely single. The score moves on to 82 for 2. You back, Otto?
Indeed, I am. And sorry to say that break I took didn't take wicket. 46-run partnership here. It has to be said that the conditions did change a little bit. It would have been really nice to see if South Africa had managed to stay at the crease, if they could have cashed in the end of the day here. Rabada around the wicket to Nichols, just defended to the onside, no run.
I think, though, although you might find this ball might not have swung as the New Zealand ball swung, I do think that it's largely due to the fact that South Africa are about too short. So they haven't allowed the ball to swing. I think they've been too short throughout this innings.
Rabada in again to Nichols, defended, and there's no run. Out to the offside. End of the 31st over, 82 for 2. Yeah, it looked like they were just afraid of pitching it up. They looked like they didn't want the New Zealand batters to feel bat on ball. It's almost like they were bowling away, keeping the ball away from the batters. Not having the confidence to pitch it up like the New Zealand bowlers did. And it's a no ball by Kagiso Rabada, so that's not the end of the 31st over. He's going to have to try and end it once again. And this is also familiar in this summer so far for Kagiso Rabada. He has been overstepping. That one was quite tight. And don't recall that it cost him a lot of wickets yet, but it has in the past. He goes around the wicket to Nichols, short and wide, and cut straight to backward point. Fortunate there for Rabada, getting away with that one. Straight to Bavuma at backward point, and there's no run. Both Nichols is on 23, Conway on 25. That is now the end of the 31st over, and it's 83 for 2. Oh, was that a chance? Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Was a
Third drop
chance
catch.
by Bavuma. Another drop. So Steerman, Willifier, and Rabada could have had wickets. Willifier could have had a second wicket. So Steerman and Rabada could have had wickets, and Bavuma dropped that one. It was straight at him, just to his left, low to the ground, about ankle height, when it crashed into his left palm and just went bobbling out in front of him. And this is Steerman continuing to Conway, defended outside off stump, no run.
So Nichols now has been dropped twice.
Eesh. Yeah, no, he's got to go and buy a lotto ticket when he gets off the field. Don't know if New Zealand have a lottery, but I'm sure he's got some guardian angel looking after him here in the middle in Christchurch. 83 for 2. And Steerman will continue to Conway, who is on 25 around the wicket, outside off stump, and beats the inside edge again. Once again, Conway leaving that gap between bat and pad, but that front foot of his planted way outside his off stump. So even though the ball goes through the gate, it's nowhere near the stumps, and through to the keeper for no run.
It's a very strange way that he's playing the deliveries, though. It's you think if they bowl there often enough, they'll give an inside edge.
He goes again to Conway, and just as you called it there, thick inside edge down the pitch back to the bowler. No run, 83 for 2, 3 balls to go in the 32nd over. New Zealand trail by 12.
Yeah, fortunately for him, South Africa have not been consistent enough with the ball. Particularly in that sort of fuller length, in that sort of fourth stump channel, which is why South Africa struggled with when they were batting. They couldn't decipher where their off stump was.
Short and wide outside off stump, and pulled again by Conway down to deep mid wicket where it is fielded, and they come through for 2. And so Conway moves to 27. The score is 85 for 2. And New Zealand now only 10 runs behind. So they will definitely get some kind of lead. The question is, how many? How far will they be in front in this game when South Africa bat again? It's a poor delivery by Steerman. How are you going to get a wicket with that? This one is much better, fuller, outside off stump, forces. Oh no, sorry, that was we were looking at replays now.
Yeah, they're showing the drop catches.
Drop catches and half chances, but nothing on the scoreboard as far as wickets go, with all those chances going down. That's not nice to see from a South African point of view. So Steerman, how are you going to get a wicket with ball that's short and wide outside off stump? Comes in again to Conway. This one again short and even wider, but just cut to cover for a single. There is protection there on the boundary. 86 for 2. End of the 32nd over. Conway is on 28. He retains the strike as they take a single there, and Nichols there with him on 23. Conway 28 of 65 deliveries, and Nichols 23 of 35.
I think you will find that that will be Steerman's last over for a while. I think there'll be a bowling change from that end. Quite more before the close of play.
8 overs remaining in the day officially.
Yeah, so you'll have 4 overs from that end from somebody.
From someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as you pointed out earlier, it's Willie Fear and Janssen who have looked more dangerous. So let's hope that they can make some progress here for South Africa to try and limit the damage, to stop the bleeding. And South Africa walking away with a bloody nose at least. Rabada continuing to Conway around the wicket. And it's driven straight back at the bowler. Was that a chance? I'm not sure, but it's down to the mid-off boundary for 4. And
I think it was
Conway
through.
into the 30s.
I think it was through Rabada before he knew it. It was timed so well.
Yeah, driven straight back at him. Yeah, it was a chance, but as you spotted there, Tim, as Rabada's hands went up, the ball had already passed him. So it was a good off drive there, or straight drive there by Conway, who just dabs this one outside off stump down to the square leg region for a single, 91 for 2. Yeah, that was a good shot in the end. Got a little bit of a wobble as the bat twisted a bit in his hands as he played that shot. So he wasn't in complete control of it, but he struck it so well that it just went flying past Rabada's ears, just above his head, over his left shoulder. Rabada going over the wicket now to Nichols, defends this to backward point, no run. 3 slips now and a gully with a backward point as well. And Rabada going over the wicket to the left-handers. Both of these batsmen left-handed, 91 for 2. New Zealand trail by 4.
And I was thinking that they would only just about get a lead. They're going to get past us with several overs left.
Oof, this one angled across and straightened by Rabada, just getting a bit of an inside edge there from Nichols, saving him from an LBW decision, because that ball was cannoning into the stumps if he didn't get a bat onto that. So good delivery by Rabada, getting the ball to straighten off the pitch, pitching on middle and off and hitting off. Good signs there. He's definitely going for it, is Rabada. This one outside off stump, and Nichols just plays down the line of that delivery with the bat quite far away from his body, and they take a single. He's going on to 24 runs now. Conway will face the last delivery of the 33rd over, and he is on 33. 92 for 2. New Zealand trail by 3. And Rabada, bowling his 12th over, has conceded 34 runs so far. He comes over the wicket to Conway, and this one just defended back down the pitch. No run. End of the 33rd, 92 for 2.
Yeah. Interesting to see who they do bring on at this end. Of course, I'm just going on the body language of Stearman in that last over. It certainly indicated that there would be a change. Doesn't mean that there will be.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably go with Janssen if I was to bring on somebody.
Let's see.
For that extra bounce.
No, it looks like Stearman will continue.
No. Stearman will continue. Yeah, I don't think that's the right choice, but there you go.
Hopefully he can prove us wrong. But yeah, I agree with you. He looked like he was loosening a bit as he comes over the wicket to Nichols, who just defends this one outside off stump, no run. 2 slips in. Check the rest of the field for you now. Kids are off to school. There you go. Now Nichols.
I remember those days.
Mm-hmm.
Going to school.
Yep. Carry on. So Steerman's been very economical, but as you mentioned, Tim, not really looking dangerous. He goes over the wicket to Nichols now, who defends this one to extra cover, no run. And there is Janssen fielding in the covers. He should be bowling, I think. I agree with you, Tim. It's all about giving the opposition what they don't want. Don't give them the bowlers that they want to face. Give them the guys that are looking dangerous. Give them the bowlers that they would least like to face.
Yeah, and they've had both him and Tuan have had a bit of a break now. It's not as if they're overbowled.
Yeah, Steerman over the wicket again to Nichols, through to the keeper for no run, left alone, going across the left-hander, not getting tempted to play a shot there that's not necessary.
Marcus at 6. Sorry, Marcus at 6 and Tuan on the first at 5, so they're not overbowled or anything like that.
So 2 slips and it looks like a wideish gully or a backward point. This one is very short, nowhere near the batsman, over leg stump and no run.
That's the third bouncer he's bowled at 10 balls, and I just don't understand it at all. Don't understand that ploy.
No,
I don't see.
I
don't see Nichols going after that. Trying to hit it out of the ground. I just don't see it happening.
No, trying to get a top edge, or what is he doing? And this one is on to middle and off stump, and just defended by Nichols into the onside for a single. 1 ball to go in the 34th, 93 for 2. New Zealand trail by 2. Conway is on strike on 33 of 68 balls. Now, what is the plan with that short ball? And I mean, if you are going to bowl it short, make sure that it's, intimidating. It's going to hit the batsman. That one was so short that it just ballooned over the batsman. Steerman in again over the wicket, down the leg side, just deflected there off the pad or maybe off the bat. No, it was a leg bye for 4 leg byes. So, just
really
like in that last over, Steerman is not looking so fresh anymore. He's not looking like he's maintaining his line and length as he should be. So maybe Bavuma just thinking to maybe just give him one more to see if he can make things right. But Verreynne had no chance there, diving to his right to try and stop that ball from going for 4. And New Zealand take a lead of 3. Conway facing Steerman's final ball of the 34th over. This one is right on that off-stump line, and Conway just defends it back down the pitch. No run. 34 overs gone. New Zealand lead by 3. 98 for 2. Steerman has bowled 11 overs and conceded 20 runs. So
as
economical, but not threatening.
Economical, but not threatening. South Africa need now is threatening. That's what they need.
And this is an excellent partnership for New Zealand. The partnership so far is on 62 runs. So apologies for that. We missed the 50-run partnership while we were bemoaning the bowling strategy by South Africa. This is the final session of the first day of the first test of South Africa's 2-test tour of New Zealand, and Duan Olivier replaces Rabada. For the start of the 35th over, he goes over the wicket to Nichols on leg stump, just punched to backward square leg by Nichols. and they'll come back for 2. Easy as you like. Nichols moves on to 27, and the 100 is up for New Zealand. The first triple figure score of the match is the team total for New Zealand.
That's quite an indictment. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is super disappointing from a South African point of view, but if you're a New Zealand fan, you will be giggling and enjoying every moment of this first day. This one is outside off stump, just defended by Nichols for no run. 3 slips and a gully back in for Duan Olivier. 100 for 2 is the score. New Zealand lead by 5. As Olivier is getting some bowling advice from Rassie van der Dussen, or they're discussing something. I doubt if Rassie is giving him bowling advice, maybe trying to give him a batsman's perspective. As Olivier gets this one full on off stump and driven beautifully back past the bowler to a long off, and it hits the boundary rope as the fielders, same Rassie van der Dussen, just not quick enough to cut that one off. Good punched straight drive by Nichols there for 4, and he goes on to 31 or 45. And 104 for 2 is the score. Nichols, wow, that was just a great looking punch. Full on off stump. So I think that's what South Africa wanted to avoid at the start. They didn't want to pitch the ball up and have the New Zealanders score runs like that. This one is short on leg stump and just hooked around to find leg for a single. 105 for 2 now. Nichols moves to 32 and Conway will be on strike on 33.
Yeah, but that approach was never going to work. The only way that South Africa were going to get back at this game is to get quick wickets. And the only way to do that is to ask them to play forward. If they play back on this pitch, they'll make a lot of runs.
Yeah, it seems to be easy scoring shots, and New Zealand able to control every short delivery that they've been able to fetch from outside off. And this one is pulled to square leg for a single. It was short of a length, or just back of a length, and outside off stump. 106 for 2. The lead is 11. 1 ball to go in the 36th over, and Nichols will face. He's on 32. Conway moved on to 34 with that single. And Duan Olivier has now conceded 30 runs. He's bowling his 6th over. So he's very expensive, but he has taken 1 wicket at least. He should have had 2. As he comes around the wicket now to Conway, who pulls this one from outside off stump, back of a length, and down to backward square leg. Man from fine leg runs around and fields that. They take 2 runs. End of the 35th over, and the score is 108 for 2. New Zealand lead by 13.
Yeah, not a good over. 10 runs off it. Olivier is always going to be the guy that goes for more runs than other bowlers, because that's the type of bowler he is. But that was not a good over anyway. 10 runs off it. Both sides, the wicket, majority short.
So let's see if Stuurman is finally replaced. We'll soon see.
Yes.
He is. It's Marco Jansen. The wind is pumping there in the Hadley Oval in Christchurch.
Yeah,
So
quite
Jansen,
a lot of the supporters of the grass backs are sitting there with their blankets.
Yeah, with your blanket in the sun. As Jansen goes left arm over the wicket to Conway, drives this straight to extra cover. No run, good looking drive there. And that's exactly what Marco Jansen would want. But he's got protection in the covers. So no run there. 108 for 2. as you said, Tim, they want the batsmen coming forward. They want them playing shots, giving them a chance, giving the South African bowlers a chance. As Jansen left arm over the wicket, 2 slips, a backward point. This one is on middle and leg and just nurdled around by Conway to find leg for a single. 109 for 2. Conway on 35 now. Nichols will face. He's on 34. And the lead is 14. Oh, so
It's
Jansen.
been a real chastening day for the South African. They couldn't have asked for a worse day, to be honest.
Yeah, largely their own fault, I would say. As Jansen left arm over the wicket to Nichols on leg stump and once again just paddles it around, and Verreynne has to run all the way to backward square leg and they take a single, 110 for 2. The lead is 15. Yeah, I mean, just the wickets that I saw, especially by the time I started watching, we'd already lost 5, the top 5. And so when Hamza threw his wicket away, Verreynne got out to a good ball. And then Matt Henry just cashing in and cleaning up the tail. So, and then by looking at the position of the balls that got the wickets for New Zealand, none of them were hitting the stumps. So I would say that South Africa have nobody to blame except themselves for the position that they're in. Jansen is going to go around the wicket now, left arm to the left-handed Conway. Square leg, mid-wicket on the boundary, fine leg, 2 slips in. He goes to Conway, who defends this one outside off stump, no run. 2 balls to go in the 36th. So the work is being done on the ball.
So we've now got Jansen bowling round the wicket, short to Nichols. That's the plan now. I really don't understand this at all. Don't understand this approach with bowling from South Africa.
Conway facing Jansen around the wicket, pulled short, and it's racing down to the backward square leg boundary where it's picked up by fine leg running around. They should have 2. Conway, no, just took a single. Conway on to 36, 111 for 2. 1 ball to go in the 36th over. The lead is 16. So he's hoping that Conway gets a top edge. That was a bit of a top edge, but he just managed to get enough bat onto it to keep it down. And Jansen in again on leg stump through to the keeper, no run, full, and on leg stump trying to bowl him around the pads there, but just missing that leg stump. 36 overs gone, 111 for 2. The lead for New Zealand is 16 with 8 wickets in hand. It looks like a completely different oval that New Zealand are batting on.
It does. It does.
Not managing to get the same kind of movement through the air at all.
Well, just as you say, it's largely due to South Africa's batting that's got them in this position. You could say the same about the bowling.
And we're an over behind, as they just pulled that up on the screen. So Willie Fear will continue around the wicket and chopped on. Conway gets the ball outside off stump, gets the inside edge and onto the stumps. And thank goodness for Dwan Willie Fear. South Africa have something to smile about at the end, almost the end of day 1. 111 for 3. Nelson strikes for South Africa. And Conway just nowhere with his feet there.
That he's playing the balls in that sort of 4th sub channel very strangely, the bat's not coming down straight. It's coming down from sort of third slip, and it's coming across. And that he's got 3 or 4 inside edges in this innings. So that's something he needs to work at. But Ton Olivier definitely deserved that. Deserved that second innings, that second wicket, as you said, with the drop catch. Decent innings from Conway of 36. But you'll be disappointed because once you get in, I think on a pitch like this, you need to make hay. But South Africa will be at least a little bit relieved to have got an extra wicket. Just 3 or 3.5 overs, or just under 4 overs before the close.
So Devon Conway, bowled by Dwan Olivier for 36 off 76 balls. He hit 3 fours at a strike rate of 47.36, so just under 3 runs and over on Simon's table. So good, where we measure a batsman's strike rate by runs per over, as we do everything else in cricket. So Conway there didn't move his feet as well. We saw the ball going through the gate when he goes forward, but his front foot was on leg stump and his back foot was on middle stump there. So he was sort of in 2 minds, not really knowing which way to go in terms of front or back foot, and just hanging the bat outside off stump, getting the inside edge onto the stumps. And it is Neil Wagner who's in as a night watchman. Olivier into Wagner on leg stump and just nudged down into the ground. And looks like a leg slip is in for Olivier as Wagner gets off strike.
They're going to give Wagner his own medicine. I'd much rather they got him out rather than bowl short to him, but that's obviously what they're going to do.
Yes, please. We need wickets. We don't care if the New Zealanders are intimidated. We just want them to go away and give us a chance to try and bat again. Conway just losing concentration there. Nichols now facing Olivier, front foot defensive shot out to backward point, no run. They do take a single there, and Wagner will be back on strike, or Wagner, but we'll call him Wagner since he wanted to move to New Zealand. 113 for 3, and the lead is 18. So there is a short square leg in. Just check the distance because Van der Dussen was standing about a pitch and a half away. Last time he was in that position. Wagner left-handed facing Dwan Olivier around the wicket, and this one is into his ribs. Defends this one to the onside, almost in business there. Is that man at short square leg. A leg slip is in, 2 slips, and Wagner took that one on the chest. Don't think he might have gotten a glove to that, and it just didn't carry through. Gloved it. Yeah, gloved it to the onside. Not enough on it to get to a short square leg. Fine leg on the boundary. Looks like a backward point and a point, or is that? No, that's a gully. It's 3 slips in a gully. And this one defended outside off stump, back of a length, shortish length, to backward point, no run. They're getting Wagner dancing here. Like you said, Tim, giving him some of his own medicine, but we don't mind that. We just want this night watchman's wicket. 1 ball to go in the 37th. Dwan Olivier continuing around the wicket to the left-handed Wagner. Leg slip, and now just 2 slips in. And gully as well. And this one is down the leg side and collected by Verreynne. End of the over. A stare and maybe some words there from Olivier to Wagner. 37 overs gone, 113 for 3. No, he's coming back for more. Is Olivier talking to Wagner, but he's got a smile on his face. He's talking to Dean Algar. Okay. End of the over there. Wagner on 1, and Nichols is still there on 35 or 50. And it is the third last over of the day, according to the information we have here. Quite a spread out field now for Nichols, it looks like. We'll just check and see where they end up, as Janssen will continue now to Nichols. And Janssen just setting his field. Algar and Janssen having some sign language discussions there from the slip cordon to the top of his mark, to the top of Janssen's mark. So he's got a first and a third slip, it looks like. And this one is short to Nichols, who just ducks underneath this one. No trouble there. No run. 113 for 3. So first slip and a third slip and a backward point. And then, quite a spread out field. So mid off, mid on, backward point as well. And they've got nobody on the cover boundary. So a bit more leg side-ish as Janssen comes around the wicket to Nichols, gets a leading edge, squirts out to cover, and they take a single. So let's see what Janssen can do here with Wagner facing.
The ploy is
Nichols
obvious from South Africa. Bounce both the batsmen, not just Wagner. Bounce both of them.
Yeah, trying to get the short ball to connect with the bat. Wagner, the left-hander, will face now. And we'll check. They're making some major adjustments to the field once again. So it looks like a first slip and a fourth slip, or maybe two gullies, you could say. Backward point, short square leg, and this one is short and past the bat of Wagner as he just tries some kind of defensive shot, I guess, off the back foot, and it beats the outside edge. No run, squared him up there. So Janssen coming around the wicket, and that one flying just below the shoulders of Wagner. So a better short ball there. Leg slip in. Okay, so it's like a second and a third slip, looks like. Short square leg slip. Janssen round the wicket to Wagner, squares him up once again, defended into the covers for no run. So there's a man there at cover, mid off, mid on. Definitely the plan now. Get the ball short, try and catch a shoulder of the bat or a glove, something along those lines. 114 for 3. New Zealand lead by 19. 2 balls to go in the 38th. Nichols on 36 and Wagner on 1. So some more field changes. This is going to cost South Africa even more time.
I was just thinking
that they are behind the over rate.
I was just thinking that we're one over behind. At this over, there's been several changes.
This one is back of a length on middle stump and defended by Wagner into the offside. No run. Lots of changes.
Excuses. Yeah, no excuses because they're showing now on the big screen. They've got it on there on the screen, so that they tell you that you're behind or ahead in terms of overs.
Yeah, leg slip. 2 conventional slips, a gully, backward point or a point. Short square leg, mid off, mid on. Janssen over the wicket now to Wagner, wide outside off stump, left alone. No run, 114 for 3, 38 overs gone. New Zealand lead by 19. And Nichols will be on strike to Willifeer. He's on 36 of 54 and Wagner on 2 of 6. Let me check. No, I need to correct that. So let's see what Willifeer can do here with Nichols. Are they going to carry on with the short pitch strategy? We'll see now when we get an eye on the field placings. So it looks like 2 slips, gully, backward point for Nichols facing Willie Fear. Round the wicket, and this one on middle and leg stump, just helped on its way to fine leg for a single. And that will bring Wagner back.
Yeah, that's no bad thing. That means he's got 5 balls to bowl to Wagner.
Yeah, maybe that's we'll give that to Willie Fear. That was the tactic to get Wagner on strike. Just give Nichols an easy single to backward square leg. 115 for 3 on New Zealand at the start of the 39th over, and they lead by 20. And Duan Willie Fear will come in around the wicket to Wagner, and this one is into the ground. Was it to short square leg? As,
I think it just came off his
angling
hip.
in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's see a replay here. Angling into the left hand, and no, that was a bat, and it went into the hands of Rassie van der Dussen at short square leg and out of his hands, into his chest and down onto the ground. And now South Africa, Wagner dropped.
Look, short leg catches are never easy, but it is number 4 in terms of drop catches today.
Wagner Willie Fear into Wagner, short, and flies over middle stump. Wagner ducks underneath this one. 115 for 3. And Willie Fear doing all he can, just slipped out through the hands and just into the stomach of Rassie van der Dussen, that previous one that he dropped there.
Willie Fear should have 4 wickets.
Could so easily have, Rassie van der Dussen indicating they could so easily have caught that ball in between his arm and his chest, but didn't manage to do so. Wagner facing Willie Fear, squared him up, and this one defended to the onside in front of square, no run. 2 balls to go in the 39th over, 115 for 3. Willie Fear is not getting the support from his fielders. 3 drop catches now off his bowling.
It's a huge concern because I thought South Africa fielded well in the series against India.
Something went wrong on the way over there. Willie Fear into Wagner, full on leg stump, and just squeezed out by Wagner down to the fine leg boundary, and they do take a single. So the single over remains in scheduled play for the day, and it will be oh no, sorry, that's not the end of the over. There's 1 more ball to go in Willie Fear's over in the 39th over. So lead is 21, 116 for 3. Nichols on 37, and the field spreads out once again. Predominantly offside field, 2 slips in, and this one half an appeal. I think that just caught an edge there from Nichols. That's the end of the 39th over now. 116 for 3.
Yeah, 1 over to go. It would be nice if South Africa can get another wicket, particularly Nichols, before the close, especially after the fact we've given him 2 lifelines.
Yes, that would be awesome.
Although
the batsmen are walking off the field, so it looks like that is the end of the day's play. South Africa not getting to bowl that final over because it is 5:30 the hour. So that would be 5:30 local time in New Zealand, or 6:30, around there somewhere. And it's 7:30 here in South Africa, so you know what time zone they're in. I think they're GMT -9, right? Anyway,
I think
or
you're right.
+9, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, +9. Yeah. That's the end of the day's play. Tim, will you mind taking us through, piling on the hurt for the South African fans, and take us through the scorecard?
Right. So, Tom Latham was bowled by Oliver for 16. Will Young was out for 8. Conway was out for 36. Henry Nichols was on 37 not out, and Wagner 2. They find themselves 116 for 3. Africa's miserable total of 95 with a magnificent 7 wickets, 7 for 23 by Matt Henry, and a real paltry effort from South Africa. So at the end of the day, New Zealand find themselves leading by 21 with 7 wickets in hand. So it's been a day to forget for South Africa, but a very fruitful one for New Zealand.
Yeah, they won the toss. They put South Africa in, got them out for 95. They lead by 21. A perfect day for New Zealand. Perfect start to the series for them. And those 60 test points are beckoning for New Zealand in this match. Thank you so much, everybody, for listening. This was Guerilla Cricket South Africa on One World Sports Radio. And we look forward to having your company again tomorrow or later today, South African time. We'll start the broadcast again at the witching hour, South African time. And thank you so much for listening. Tim, any last thoughts?
Life is lazy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the other's making runs. I know as soon as I wake up, if it's my lucky day, if the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, it's all I need to